Today we're going to be discussing the console wars. I'm actually wanting to poll chat before we get too deep into things to see how many people are even familiar with what the console wars are. Because
True.
Why does my hat look like
did you not?
on my screen? It doesn't look like that. On your stream, it's
No,
like Eon.
We have the same hat. I would like everyone to know.
Chuck and I wear the
but
exact
it does not
same
look
hat.
like it.
I like that. I'm a highlighter.
All right, I'm starting a 5-minute poll, so we'll get back around to this. This is just going to be like a before we begin discussing anything at all. I want to see everybody's opinion other than ours in the poll in chat. I'm not actually even sure how many people are here. I didn't even look before we started today. But for everybody who came in, welcome. Usa, thank you for my my 1-bit allowance. The way we kind of decided that we were gonna work this out is that we were going to do, each of us were going to kind of begin by representing a company, since there's kind of 4 big ones. I mean, PC is kind of a stretch to include that one realistically, but we have chosen to include PC, and each of us are going to be representing one, with Jamie representing PC. I will be representing Sony, Chunk has chosen to represent Nintendo, and Eravand will represent Xbox. Rest in peace. So, Debbie, you're the only one without a hat on? Yeah, I have a headset. Why are you guys... The 2 of them look like fucking the erasers you shove on the end of your pencil.
First of all, I
You're
worked
the
hard.
ones that like you try to use it and instantly like the fucking condom
Yeah,
breaks
they
to
bend
the
in
side.
half. Yeah.
it's like,
That's exactly what you guys look like. It is exactly what you guys are today.
I just stabbed my pencil into the eraser, and then it just like rubbed more pencil lead onto the paper, and it never worked.
So far we've only got 3 votes in the poll. 1 for Sony, 1 for PC, 1 for what's a console war. So look it up.
I really thought that I was gonna have a vote there. I thought that's what we were getting at, and then
I was here for the data. Aside from PC, we kind of know who won. We know who won. Let's be real. We know who won.
It was the Sega Genesis.
It was the Sega Genesis. The
was the
Sega.
Game
Yesterday I
So
showed
it's
my
so
stats
good they
page.
retired.
So yeah, they all packed it in. They called it a day. Speaking of Sega, Chunk and Papi Eric, technically their consoles that they're representing go the furthest back. So before I jump in at PlayStation 1, I don't know how much you guys would like to discuss the early days of like pre the wars being waged.
In the days of CDOS.
let's start back
Going
in the
that
day
far back?
before gaming
That's-
was even a thing. We had card games,
Oh boy.
Man, yeah. Well,
and that's it.
Wasn't Nintendo
we
a
didn't
toy
have that. We
company
had
before?
we back in on PC you had these type-based adventure games
Oh boy.
that
Yeah.
that like each page of letter took up a significant portion of the game, so they would put on multiple geez, I don't even know what they're called. They're kind of like floppy disks but a bit different. They're fucking gross looking. And it
Gross
took up-
floppy disks.
yeah, they're look, it's like a dark page in our history, okay? Something we'd sooner forget.
If you want to find a picture of it, send it to me. I can pull it up on.
Yeah. Okay, let me
alright, yeah.
let me see if
that
I can
way.
find one.
Sure.
This was like the bulk of my like what the fuck investigations. Like I didn't even know these existed.
Oh my god.
Oh, that reminds me. I wanted to pull up a certain picture. Don't react to this until I show it on stream later.
Right?
Okay.
So I know you guys can see anyways. There we go. There we go.
Ah, yes. This.
We'll look at that in a minute.
Okay, so this is the thing that predated God, it's so gross. Do you want me to just put it in screen cap?
Oh yeah, that works.
Yeah, okay. This is what they look like.
Oh my god, it's like a floppy
And-
disk record.
It took up multiple of these.
What the fuck?
Beautiful.
That's
I'm happy
huge.
about that.
It's
There's
huge.
nothing floppy about that.
All the zoomers in chat, look, it's the save icon, guys.
3D printed.
It is disgusting.
They were fun shurikens. I remember throwing the floppy disks. I've never seen that
UMDs, am
before.
I right?
Jeez, I didn't. What year was that from? Like, what generation was that?
Gee, that would have been like before 19, like that would have been like maybe 1970s.
PC
Jeez.
Master Race 1, of course. The poll.
Yeah,
yeah.
they're pretty fucking old, man.
So
I think we just call it there. They win, right?
yeah,
Yeah,
PC,
exactly.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
No,
what other console? I mean, maybe Nintendo.
what was the first
Did you,
Nintendo
like-
that released?
The first Nintendo technically that released was only available in Japan, and it was like the what was it? It was the Color TV Game 6 is technically what it was called, and it was called that because it literally only had 6 games on the console. So it's
Okay.
basically like there was no way to like there was no cartridges or anything to like swap out. You bought the console, that's what you got. That was the gaming station.
Right.
And it evolved over time to like there was like a racing car one that was just a steering wheel that was attached to the console. So you just had to like pick up the entire thing to like use. It looked wacky from what I could tell.
Yeah, it's-
It evolved all the way to the what was it? It was like a what was it? Let me look. Oh, that was whenever the Nintendo Beam Gun also came out as well, which is what they used later for like Duck Hunt and stuff.
Okay, yeah, I was about to say, is that the Duck Hunt gun? So they had an earlier version of that for.
They had an earlier because originally Nintendo didn't actually start out as like they started out as like a playing card company and then translated into trying to get into other things, which got them into like accessories for other like companies. And the Beam Gun was one of those things that they made for a different company.
So
It wasn't
Nintendo
like
was
their
called
original thing.
Nintendo from the very beginning. Like they were.
Yeah,
a
they
game
were a toy company first, and
They
then
were-
they became a gaming company, right?
And then
It
they
was-
went full circle back to merchandise.
It was a longer name than just Nintendo. Let me look it up. I had the article earlier. But like, it wasn't just Nintendo. Nintendo was the shorter. One thing I did find out because Nintendo is named after the dude who originally founded it, Yamauchi Nintendo. I could be
Okay.
butchering that all to hell.
I
But
wonder if that family name is still going.
no idea. All I do know is that
And,
Nintendo is best translated to "leave luck to heaven," which I thought was pretty dope.
That's
Honestly.
really cool. I like that a
I
lot,
like that. I
actually.
like
yeah.
that.
Clearly they haven't played fucking Mario Kart, dude.
Are you talking about that's leaving luck to heaven in
Leave.
the most serious way? If somebody gets a lightning bolt, they can absolutely kerfuffle
Fucking
you.
RNG to shit.
Have you seen the blue shell percent speed runs on Mario Kart?
Yes.
It's called Blue
No.
Yourself runs.
Yeah.
Yeah, so basically there's a speed run to get in last place, get a blue turtle shell, then get in first place, use the blue turtle shell so it hits yourself, and then finish the race in first. Or maybe it ends when you hit yourself with the blue shell. I'm not 100% sure. It's one of the two.
Jesus
It's one of the two.
Christ.
Yeah.
That's
Anyway,
beautiful.
Yeah.
who was Nintendo competing with then? Did Sega get jumped in there yet, or?
It was like it was like a whole. There wasn't like a specific like one other company that did like gaming systems at the time.
Mhm.
It was basically just a whole bunch of companies throwing shit at the wall and being like, "This is arcade game-esque, like one-time use. Like you buy the console, you get a limited amount of games," and that was the thing. And then they made a whole bunch of other things to go along with it. The first act, we want to skip ahead because there's a lot of like
Junk. in that era.
evolution. Yeah, there's a lot of because they're like all like one-time games. They basically had an evolution come out like every year that was just a whole bunch of other things.
I feel like
So-
the consoles didn't really get started until like Sega Saturn and like
No.
the Nintendo.
Yeah, literally the first one that came to America was the NES, the
Yeah, the
Nintendo
NES.
Entertainment System. So that was literally where I would probably start this entire debate, honestly, because otherwise everything is just like Japan, like focused, and that's the only place it was like bought. And then that's kind of hard to determine. Do they really win anything from what they did like years and years ago before like Sony or Microsoft
It is-
even like started?
That's what I'm saying. You didn't even have cartridges yet. We could throw the massive shurikens. All right, if you want. Right now, we've already got lethal weaponry. We're winning.
So,
Stronger weapons in the war.
Arbiter wants to know if we're going to mention the Atari in this history lesson. I feel
No.
like Atari was still too early for things to be considered the console wars. Maybe I'm not old enough to remember that people really gave a shit which console you owned, but I feel like that didn't really come into play until much later. Specifically, people like getting upset that you have a different console than them.
Yeah. The earliest you can check it back to is like Nintendo, the Sega Genesis, like that era.
Yeah, that was the major like start of the war.
Mm-hmm.
And that came from Sega, I believe.
I believe so.
Like if I can like adopt Sega just briefly, because
Yeah, go for it.
like Sega started up the war because they wanted to like encroach on the video game market, and they knew Nintendo had like the large opening, the large foot.
They had a what? Nintendo has a what?
Yeah, they Nintendo has a large opening, you see.
Oh my.
And Sega wanted to get inside that opening real bad. So
They really ham-fisted their way into that open.
Jesus Christ.
I'm sorry.
So like what happened was like obviously Nintendo was just this powerhouse, and they had like all these great titles with all these great characters. So like the Sega came up with Sonic. That was like their mass appeal, and they wanted to like target the teenage demographic. They wanted to be the cool and edgy system. So, you know, Sonic was designed to be more edgy than Mario.
Literally.
He was what the cool kids played.
He was very pointed.
Right? Yeah, right. So pointed. And fast. That was like that whole thing is like he's fast, he's cool, he says like rude stuff. And it's like that was their whole like, you Nintendo, we're coming at you.
Well, you knew that they had like a whole marketing strategy at one point that was like the Sega Genesis does what Nintendo don't.
Yeah.
So it was like an actual like comparison, like slander towards like Nintendo. It's like Genesis is just better, and it was like more directly compared. Like nowadays, it's more like beating around the bush kind of stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas like back in the day, I felt like a lot of more companies like called each other out, especially during that like bit war.
Direct marketing's not allowed anymore.
Oh, is
There's
it actually like
there's
illegal?
like a shit ton
It's
of things.
forbidden.
It's not illegal. It's just like essentially just not done. It's not like putting like actually having people smoke cigarettes and having like cigarette advertisements and having people drink alcohol on commercials. That's all illegal. But calling out other companies directly is like so frowned upon in the business. It's just not done anymore.
Now they just do
It's
it on
the
Twitter.
forbidden jutsu.
Now everybody just goes to Wendy's and lets their
Silence
whoever runs
brand.
their media manager just shit all over them.
Actually, so now that Sega is somewhat dissolved, I know we're kind of jumping forward in time here, but once again, Arbiter brought up something that I'm curious about. Arbiter brings up, we have Shadow with a gun now. Sonic has definitely evolved quite a bit, and Sega has it's basically history now. There is no Sega anything anymore.
Yeah.
Who really owns is like Sonic games get released on like everything now, right? Like they come out on
But
Xbox, they come out on
Nintendo
Wii.
owns it.
Nintendo owns it.
Nintendo,
No.
didn't they like join at one point? I thought it was the whole thing.
I mean,
Like,
I know
during the
Sonic
Wii era.
06 was like a launch title for the Xbox 360, right?
Yeah. No, Sega is still around. They're still very prevalent.
Okay.
They just don't do their own console anymore.
So they just
In
make
fact, you
games.
could almost claim it was smart because they don't have to pay the costs. Because releasing a console is almost never profitable, right? It's
No.
the things that come along with the console that's profitable.
True.
You release a console and then you can get like exclusivity and stuff like that, and you can get companies to sign your shit up. But Sega was like, how about we don't do that, and instead we just make games and pachinko machine. And that was
That's
kind
what
of
they
their,
did.
And then them and Konami have been bros ever
Yeah.
since. So following the NES, we got to where I would consider consoles actually starting to kind of be a powerhouse in like home entertainment systems, the SNES. Yeah, I feel like that's where things really got kicked off.
Yeah.
I'm not sure how publicly popular the NES was. Maybe it was just my generation. I feel like everybody had an SNES.
SNES was like, it wasn't like marketed super well, was kind of the thing. It was basically just a better version of the NES was all that it came down to. Like it had like higher processing power, better graphics, like all this stuff. But it didn't have like any like real like things that it was bringing to the table that, you know, especially like what Nintendo is known for, like innovation. There was nothing new going into it other than like something about the controller design, which they tried to weirdly market to people, of it being like more rounded instead of like a block, which I don't think that ever made a difference in the first place. But it was, I think that was about the time that that was when the
It was a little nicer.
Yeah,
It was a little
that's what
nicer
it
than
comes
the
down to.
square controller, the old squares.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it had like, the only thing that I could think of that it started to bring to the table was it started to get more into the party game space by bringing stuff like Mario Kart and things that were like IPs that hadn't existed quite yet, like on the NES. So besides that, there's not like a whole lot to say about the SNES.
I'm gonna pull up some samples just in case we have some people in chat who are not familiar with what the original Nintendo controller looked like. This was the original Nintendo controller. Kind of white on white here, but the square corners, not a smart idea. Probably cheap, probably really cheap to throw together, but whew. And then we upgraded to what you're probably a little more familiar with, maybe, is this iteration here. Well, this one here. This was the SNES controller. Ergonomics, definitely. A lot more pleasing to see in general.
I think I'm noticing right away is the addition of 4 more buttons, though.
Yeah,
I
I
can
think
imagine
that
for
was the
developers.
biggest thing.
True, 4 more?
Yeah, because there's shoulder buttons as well.
Oh, right. The original didn't have shoulders. You're right.
It was
I
just
didn't even
the
think
front.
about that. That
Which would
may,
give developers a lot more freedom.
yeah, arguably, the addition of shoulder buttons could be. Wait, is this for a Switch?
Yeah, that is.
Yo, that's sick, actually. I fucking love that. Oh my god, that's so cool. That's so cool.
Pretty cool, actually.
I feel like the addition of the bumpers is, I'm gonna talk about controllers a lot today from the stats I
Same.
looked up, just saying. But I do think addition of bumpers was a pretty big deal overall in the controller game for gaming. It would have happened eventually, but kudos to Nintendo for pioneering
Yeah,
that.
they didn't really like. That was kind of the thing, though, is that like everything was just upgraded, and so they also did make the cartridges and stuff that the games came with, like they were bigger, so they had more room. That obviously gave more room for the developers to do stuff, but again, like nothing was marketed in that way. It was just kind of a thing that happened, and just kind of thrown out there. So I don't really have a lot to say. If y'all wanted to take it over with the PS1 or like the Xbox,
Oh, is it
feel
my
free.
time?
I think so.
The year was 1994. Actually, before 1994, there's something really important I want to talk about, because if you've been on my channel, you know that I will never pass up an opportunity to slander Nintendo. So Sony, when they entered the gaming scene, they did not want to compete with Nintendo, but they in fact reached out to Nintendo to partner with them in order to work together to create a better product. Their goal was to partner with Nintendo and help them make better consoles and like include their technology in the Nintendo to make it better. And actually, I have with me a reference image, a very fun. This is one of the earliest beta versions of a PlayStation 1 that can be found. This thing is so cool to look at for me. It has a DVD drive on it and a cartridge slot on it. Still
That's
using
cool.
the original Nintendo controller design, but it does say Sony PlayStation on it, and that just looks cursed as shit to me. I don't know if I'm alone there, but
I love the way it looks. I think it looks better than PS1, honestly.
PS1 doggy doo doo.
so Nintendo agreed.
No, it does look better.
Nintendo agreed to work with Sony. They said, yes, we will partner with you. We think this is a good idea. So Sony goes to a conference, a tech conference, and publicly announces that they have made a partnership and that they're working together. To which 2 days later, Nintendo decides, actually, never mind. So they publicly announced that they are stopping working with Sony and are instead going to work with Sony's main rival, Philips, instead. So 2 days after Sony announced their partnership, Nintendo goes, nah, bruh.
They weren't good enough. They weren't good enough. They didn't make the cut.
The
Chat,
funniest
I'm
thing
sorry.
for me, too, is that the reasoning behind it was that Nintendo was scared that Sony was going to use them to get a foothold in the gaming industry and take over. And boy, oh boy, did that backfire. Because what did we have but the PlayStation 1 coming out without Nintendo's help? And we usher in the first generation of Sony's utter dominance over the consoles. The Sega Saturn, I'm going to point out, was the last Sega, or not the last Sega console. What was this was the Dreamcast. So the second to last console. Sega Saturn came out, Nintendo 64 came out, and the PlayStation 1 came out. I'm just going to go ahead and throw these numbers out, and then I will let anybody else jump in where they please. Sega Saturn sold 9.26 million consoles. Nintendo 64, despite being beloved even to this day, sold 32 million consoles. And the PlayStation 1 sold 102 million consoles. Triple Nintendo in their first console that they released. Sony just wiped the floor with everybody. Day one, annihilated.
And to be fair, I will say I think a lot of that is due to like the differences in cartridges and CDs a lot back then.
Mm-hmm.
There was so much more space available on like CDs that wasn't used by Nintendo or like anyone else really.
They still don't. They
It's-
use cartridges still.
Yeah, I mean they still do. They obviously there's ways to circumvent it. There's like built-in memory storage and stuff like that. But the point still stands that like especially at that time where like internal storage wasn't really a thing.
Mhm.
Like it was a huge difference like what you could do with a game. So
I
do
will say,
agree.
my personal gripe with the first two iterations of PlayStations was the cartridge was inferior to the disc at the time, but the cartridge did have that built-in storage for each individual game. You had your save files saved to the cartridge, which is kind of a cool thing to think about now. Like people who are used to cloud storage and things, imagine like going and buying a used Steam copy of something and it having someone else's save file in it. That's like something you can't really experience now.
Yeah.
It's
That
like
was, like, a
weird
big
because
thing.
it's
Yep.
novel but inconvenient.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's what, I mean, back, like Nintendo 64 cartridges like Legend of Zelda is what gave birth to like all the creepypastas we have now about video games. Like people buying used copies and finding some guy's save
Ben
file
Drowned.
on it. Yeah, Ben Drowned, exactly. So it's just a really fun thing that I started thinking about while I was writing all these notes, as opposed to the thing I didn't own for the entire time I owned a PlayStation 1 being a memory card. The little tiny rectangle you had to plug into the
You
front.
didn't have one?
I didn't have one. It took
Did
me.
you just leave your PlayStation on like the entire time?
That's rich people stuff.
I left my PlayStation on for 4 days straight to finally beat Jack and Daxter for the first time.
Hey, let's go.
So I think obviously this is one of those points where I'll step in because I got to do it every now and then because it's just PC's just kind of like waddling along doing its own thing.
Yeah.
So at this point, those who are wondering what's going on in the PC's world, by now, Wolfenstein and Doom are taking the stage. So these are the two games that created the first-person shooter genre. There was no FPS before that. They kind of came in and were like doing things that other consoles couldn't because they had like much better software, much better hardware. Obviously the floppy disk got a little smaller, which was great.
Instead of being a frisbee-sized square.
I prefer the old versions, I'll be honest. I can eat off that bad boy like a plate.
And even better, if you bought at this point, if you'd like been subscribed to like Playboy or something, you could have gotten a floppy disk with pornography on it. So
Hey.
that was when they started kind of
Were they
transitioning
mailing
into
those out?
that was the thing. Like if you were like signed up to Playboy and shit. I look, I will admit that part of my part of my research was looking up when porn started coming to PC. So, because I do feel like
PC. Thing and Bobby's just watching porn over here, just like.
So yeah, I feel like that's something that we've got over the rest of the consoles is much more pornography. So yeah,
until the consoles had their built-in browsers started popping in, you know.
Yeah,
if you're a person who watches like porn on your Nintendo DS.
Okay,
yeah,
hold on. Hear me out.
Weird.
Who's gonna look at the browser history on your DS?
My mom.
Oh, okay, fair enough. Never mind. I can see.
No, I am.
Okay, so if you owned a PSP and you had the browser section, you gotta try it. You gotta just see
Yeah.
This once.
Yeah.
once, maybe I mean, like, the thing about floppy disk though is that you're halfway through your sesh, and then all of a sudden it's like, please switch to floppy disk 2, and it's like,
Yeah, but you had that on the PlayStation as well.
Yeah, you did. You had the Final Fantasy 7, I believe, which was originally on the PlayStation 1, was like 3 discs.
3 or was it? It was either 2 or 4. I thought
that was a crazy time in gaming when you needed to like halfway through a game.
Yeah.
It was like sorry, you gotta switch to disc 2.
But what's crazy is that didn't stop until PS4.
Yeah.
And like Xbox One and shit.
Junko, I hope you're ready to defend this, by the way.
On the 360, on the Xbox 360 and PlayStation 4, you had Final Fantasy 13, which was a 3-disc game.
Mm-hmm.
Wow,
Like,
really? That was 3
there.
discs on the PS3?
Mm-hmm.
Holy shit.
Yep.
Airvan, you want to step in here, I guess, and go ahead and get original Xbox.
Well, when
when
was
did-
the original PS1? When did that come out?
Oh,
I thought,
PS1 was 94. Xbox didn't come out
never
until
mind.
PS2 era.
I'm
I for some reason
2001, Junk.
Yeah, you're right.
2002.
I forget PS1 is like that far back. I was thinking like late 90s for some reason.
So,
PS1 has been out for fucking.
last thing I want to say before moving on to the PS2, where it's just a wash and I can laugh in the background while you guys flop around inferiorly. This bad boy right here. This doesn't look like much. In fact, it's basically the same exact shape as the SNES controller, but it's got 2 little doohickeys sticking down off the front of it, and they added a second set of bumpers, okay? But let me tell you, and think about it when I tell you this controller design is the controller design. This is the design. Whoever made this made every controller that we have used since 1994 until now. Except for Nintendo, because they refused to do anything normal. But
because we're better.
every PlayStation controllers remain the same with some minor tweaks. Every Xbox controller is just a fat version of this because they eat a lot of Cheetos. It's just like, this is the definitive controller design. Sony made it, and I'm attributing this to their success as well. And then I'm not even gonna say anything when I click over to this tab. I will let Chunk try to defend this thing.
No, I did like look up some stuff about like why they designed it this way.
Okay.
And the reason being is because the Nintendo 64 was going from an era of like the still 2D to a 3D graphical setting. And so they wanted to keep the option of like people who did like more 2D-esque stuff on the platform to still be able to use the D-pad because it's just better for that kind of gaming, while also having the joystick in the middle. So that way you could do stuff like shooters and other like 3D spaced stuff. Their idea was that like the middle section was supposed to be like, it was supposed to feel like you had your hand on like a gun, because they made like, you know, the Duck Hunt beam gun. So they wanted to like kind of implicate that thing into it as well, while also giving you the joystick option to better navigate the 3D space.
Can I ask you a question?
It's still, yeah, go for it.
Why was the little fucking, what do you call it? The little
thumbstick?
Joystick?
Thumbstick, thanks. Why was that so shit?
Now
It's like the fucking worst,
okay,
most breakable piece of garbage.
I can tell you why the design of this thing is the way it is. As far as like the manufactured pieces individually, I have no idea. I don't know why when you played that one Mario Party game where you have to spin the thing in a circle, it fucking put a hole in your hand like your dad just got a cigarette lighter from like his truck and just put it on your hand. I don't know.
Okay, but let me tell you, if you are a real gamer and you were from this generation, you remember the sound of running one of those thumbsticks in a circle.
Yeah.
The click, the very rhythmic
Yeah,
clicking noise.
yeah.
Yeah.
Dude.
Why put it in like a hexagon sheath?
It's
Yeah,
so
it was so
strange.
dumb.
Yeah.
Awful.
Everything about this design just
There's-
blows my mind about how it got approved.
There's a reason. No. I know the reason, and I'm gonna vomit even trying to defend them for you. But the reason for it was there was no such thing as full motion, like full circular motion. So all games back then had omnidirectional, which was 8 ways. That's why it's shaped like that. So the controller would lock into the grooves when you wanted to move diagonally or sideways or down and up. So
That
they
was
only had 8
actually-
directional movement.
Yeah, that was actually originally the reason the NES went to a D-pad in the first place, was because everything before then still used the joystick, if you remember correctly. But it just didn't function as well, and it was unnecessary directions for a 2D space, and that's why they went to the D-pad instead. So it's not actual like joystick in the way that we know it today, but yeah.
All right.
That's,
Well,
that being said, it's still a shit controller. I
It's-
just wanna say
it's
that.
just- it blows my mind that the shape of it, someone was like, ship it.
You know,
For all our three-handed people out there.
I'm gonna ask, what console did you during this era? What console did you guys have?
PS1.
I wasn't born.
I actually didn't get a PS1 or anything until later in the generations. I actually was still sitting on the NES at this point. Or the Sega Genesis.
I had a PlayStation 1 because it's the only good thing my dad ever did. The guy who lived with my dad told him not to buy me a Nintendo because PlayStation was going to be better. And I hated him for it at first, and then I was like, okay, maybe you're right.
Poppy hated him for he told him the truth.
Hey, Ravan, you killed Fred by saying you weren't born yet.
I know, dude. That actually hurt me a little bit, bro.
To be fair, that's actually true for me technically too. Like I wasn't
I
born
hated
this era
that.
either.
I was born in 93, so the PS1 is 1 year younger than me.
Yeah,
I was born in '98.
born in
I
'97.
was just beginning to be conscious as the original Xbox comes out.
One last thing to touch on in this generation. I know I said the controller's gonna be the last one, but I'm really curious of Chunk's research here. You said that a big part of Nintendo's arguments, I think you said this before we started streaming, was the exclusives.
Yes, like IPs and stuff.
So I've actually got a pretty solid list here for the PlayStation that I feel like is very good competition. PlayStation 1 had some amazing titles that you'll be surprised at how many of these are still around. I have noted down Tenchu, the original Spider-Man, Final Fantasy Tactics, Twisted Metal 1 and 2. Oh, I miss Twisted Metal.
Such a good fucking
Time
game.
Crisis, Driver, Spyro, Tomb Raider, Oddworld, Parappa the Rapper, Silent Hill, the first 2 Gran Turismos, the first 3 Crash Bandicoots, and Crash Team Racing. That was a fantastic game too.
Bandicoot.
Tekken,
Crash Bandicoot.
Tony Hawk's Pro
Bandicoot,
Skater, Resident Evil, Final Fantasy VII, Castlevania, and we cannot forget Metal Gear Solid.
Also, I'm gonna pull you up on one thing.
Okay.
You cannot list Time Crisis because it was better at the arcade.
Oh, I'll agree with
Fuck
that.
that.
But
It was. I know-
PlayStation
I
1 was
know
the only
that you had it.
console that had it.
I know that you had it, but fuck you, it was better at the bowling arcade.
I agree.
I would argue that a lot of those were dead IPs until just being remastered as well. Because there wasn't like hardly anything like Crash Bandicoot and Spyro hadn't done anything in years, and then the remasters came out. I don't really think
That's fair
they
enough.
had.
Well, their
Yeah.
genre died.
Yeah. Well,
Their genre died. Okay. A main
Not for
argument I'm going to be
Nintendo.
making for Sony all day as well is another reason I think Sony killed it in the gaming industry is that Nintendo has always been focused around kids and family settings, and
Yeah.
Sony was like, fuck that. Are you an adult with money? Buy our console.
I would agree, because you can actually see this in the
Money.
N64 and GameCube era specifically, that there is a marketing strategy going forward of like the designs and such that becomes a more like couch friendly, because they knew that this was more of a family friendly and console, and that's what people bought it. They realized they didn't have what it takes to go for like the hardcore gamers who wanted to play stuff like shooters and things, because they didn't have like the technology for it. And so they knew that if they weren't going to get those people anyway, they wanted to focus on the audience they could grab.
Right.
Which is why they had so many of, especially in the N64 era, that's why things like Mario Kart came out. That's why Mario Party, Smash Bros, a lot of like more party games started to explode on the scene because of that family couch co-op kind of like vibe they wanted. GoldenEye, even like whenever it was first released,
Ooh, I
wasn't
love
gonna have
GoldenEye.
it wasn't gonna have multiplayer at first. It only had multiplayer a month before the console came out, because someone like there was a random like developer. I don't.
It was like a
remember his
lunch
last
break
name.
project, right?
Yeah, his name was
Yeah.
like Steve, and he was like literally. I remember looking this up, and he was like, this. We need more like multiplayer games, and so he just made like 007 GoldenEye into a multiplayer game in like a month.
Yeah, it was some
And then
guy
he-
on his lunch breaks that was like doing a side project. He
Yeah.
was basically making a mod for the game that he was working on. And
Yeah,
then a
okay.
bunch of other coworkers got interested in it, and they were playing it together and agreed to put it in the final product.
Yeah, that was the only reason it
Stan,
exists.
Steve. Holy shit.
So I'm gonna step in real quick.
up.
You guys all talking about your fucking
Oh, here we
yeah,
go.
golden
Yeah,
eyes,
get your
and
Quake out
fucking
here.
twisted metals, dude. Do you know what we had cooking? We had Quake.
Minesweeper.
Yep, there it is.
We had Half-Life.
Microsoft
Fallout.
Pinball.
Fallout had come out, dude. All right, and only 3 years after all that, one of the most revolutionary, like kind of, like I guess betas to the sandbox formula, in the first-person genre, like would come out, which is Deus Ex. Huge
Ooh.
game changer
Yeah.
to like open world and sandbox game design.
That game
So
predicted
you
9/11.
guys have your petty little fucking arguments and shit. And you know what we had as well? We could take all of your controllers and just slap them onto the PC.
You're not wrong.
We didn't care. We could just yoink. We were like a parasite
Maybe that's not the best.
adopting the host, dude.
Yeah, I don't think is that a good marketing tactic to call yourself a
The
parasite?
parasite of gaming.
Continue to exist to
I'm
this
gonna-
day.
I'm gonna throw this out here really quick as just a fun gaming fact since you brought up
That's
Deus
like-
Ex. So the original Deus Ex, what year did Deus Ex come out?
1990, no, 2000.
2000. So in the year 2000, Deus Ex came out. If you see, this is a skyline of New York, but it's missing two very important
Yeah.
buildings, which were the Twin Towers. And in game, they described that the Twin Towers were destroyed by a terrorist attack. And then
Yep.
1 year later,
Do you think
Solid.
this is a massive Deus Ex fan?
oh no. Oh, that's
I
such
didn't
an
say any
interesting
names.
fact that- yeah, I know. We don't say any names, but that's
That's-
such a weird fact. Yeah. All
I'm
right.
glad you didn't call that a fun fact, because that wasn't very fun at all.
Not a fun fact, yeah.
Yeah.
Hypothetical question, since it kind of got broached. If Spyro and Crash Bandicoot, first of all, they wouldn't be able to be released on the console that was available at the
Why
time.
are
But
you
if they were
calling
Nintendo
it that?
games, what?
Bandicoot.
Bandicoot?
Bandicoot.
Okay, I don't
Bandicoot.
fucking. I'm putting too much emphasis. Who cares? You know what I'm talking about. If
That's
either
fine.
of
It's
those
just
games
interesting.
were playable on a Nintendo console that was out at the time, and they were made for Nintendo instead, do you think we would have like Spyro 27 at this point?
Yes, I absolutely do.
Yeah, I do too. I
I
feel like the
I could see that.
Nintendo's audience would have kept that both of those franchises alive.
Yeah. I think it comes down to like
Nintendo's-
knowing your audience, and like the PlayStation and Xbox both like went different directions on like the types of gaming that they focused on, whereas like Nintendo stayed core to the audience that it grew. You know,
It like Nintendo nowadays is the only company left that people only respect Nintendo for the games.
Mhm.
Like
Yep.
like a lot of people, you know, they'll buy their PS
Oh.
whatevers and their Xboxes for their friends or for the hardware themselves or for the clout sometimes even. But like if you buy Nintendo, you're 100% buying it for the games. And that like
Yes, and
go ahead.
I think certain innovations that they do where they'll focus entirely on like an idea or a concept, I think is interesting and would be enough reason for me. In fact, the Switch alone, like the very concept of it, same with the Wii, was enough for me to be like, hey, that's doing something like, yeah, I could buy an Xbox or a PlayStation, right? But realistically, to a degree, I'm getting the same thing.
Right.
With Nintendo products, I'm getting something that isn't done elsewhere.
I agree with
Like
that.
I don't know if
completely unique to their
Nintendo
product.
dives
I don't know
heavily
if
into
being
gimmicks.
like I don't know if like specifically with technology, I don't know if just being unique is enough. Because there's tons of things that are, especially in technology, very unique but just don't catch on.
Yeah.
Like for one reason or another.
I would say it's less gimmicks and more innovation, Devi. And the reason why I bring that up is because there's something called the Virtual Boy. I don't know if you know what that is.
Mm-hmm.
That was literally like a VR before VR existed.
I think that's
Oh yeah, I know.
that's an unfair comparison because it's not like that's an original idea. Like even
No.
if like
They didn't innovate that.
no one like you could look at stories from like the 1920s where people were like you're gonna be able to strap screens to your face and be able to see, you know, interconnected worlds. Like that's not at all an original idea, and the technology they did implement into that device is horrible. It's like horribly done. So
But
basically all they did was take a step forward in a direction that was already established.
Yeah.
I disagree 100%. Because even though the idea itself was already out there, it doesn't make it any less impressive to actually create that thing. Because you can come up with all these crazy ideas in.
I think do you know what the first folding phone is?
Oh, hold on.
I actually don't think I do.
It's called the Royale Flex Pi 3. You don't know
my
that,
camera's
right?
over here now.
Debbie?
This one.
Why do you have that?
What do you mean?
No,
No,
that is-
it's
that is
mine's
not the
this
first-
one.
Oh,
That is not the first folding phone. The first folding phone was the Royale Flex Pi 3.
Mine's
And
even
no one
got a
knows
number
that.
3 in the title, so it
Because
definitely
literally-
wasn't the first.
Since the beginning of fucking smartphones, people were like, wow, one day there's going to be a folding smartphone. But just because they made the first one, and just because they innovated on that design, does not make them impressive, and that shows in their business and how well they're known and everything like that. Like, just because Nintendo did it, it's known. If any other company did it, it would not be impressive, nor, like, noteworthy. You would not hear about it.
I think it's still noteworthy that they came up with that idea anyway. I just don't,
I
because
can't
it's a
come up with
smaller.
We'll get to the
saying.
Switch specific discussion shortly.
Yeah. I think the difference is that they had the idea already, which, you know, books or movies or whatever you want to say, like, came up with it originally. It doesn't matter. The point is that they took the physical, like, mechanical parts to make this thing work and become a thing, even though, and I'm not going to say it's a success, because it wasn't. Like, it was bad, right? Like, we all know that.
It was awful.
Because there was a lot of stuff that was wrong with it. It was only monochromatic, because it couldn't have colors, because apparently if they had done that, it would have, like, shot up the expenses by, like, an unreasonable amount.
Yeah.
And
You
so,
couldn't
like,
move.
yeah, you couldn't move. There was, like, a lot of, like, fixations and, like, gimmicks to it, but they had the idea and the vision in their head that they were willing to try and put that piece together into a thing. I'm not gonna say that it was a good thing. I just think that it shows that they are innovative and always taking a step forward, even if they are ahead of their time, and it doesn't always pan out.
I'm gonna pose something to you as well that like might change your mind. I'd say the fact that they went with what they went with shows a lack of innovation. Rather than creating a product that would work well and potentially work better, they went with something that was already envisioned, and they just tried to make that because that was people's preconception, and they knew that they could probably sell it.
And that's what it feels like, right? It feels like,
Yeah,
oh, we
that's
have
what
the
it feels
money and the technology, so let's make the shittiest version possible of it, and the people who want to buy into the dream will.
Yep,
And they did. And they did.
Yep. And
Like
that screams Nintendo to me. Like,
So you're saying
Yeah.
because they didn't, like, pour all the money and make it as expensive as it could have been, as
No,
like
no,
the
no.
best part of
No.
it could have been, then
it's because
So
they
I-
didn't innovate. They literally didn't innovate.
They
Like,
took
the
an
idea of
idea that
innovation
already
is-
existed and just made their own version of it and threw their logo on it.
Like,
basically.
imagine if right now Elon Musk was like, let's make a light speed drive, even though we're 100 years away from that technology. He's like, let's do it. Let's waste 100% of our budget making a light speed drive, and they try, and they can only go like 20% the speed of light, and everyone's like, wow, that was a big waste of time and money and resources, and it's not even impressive. But it was the first one that tried to make a light speed drive. It's like, it's not like, at the end of the day, it's not VR. It may be like a step one.
I guess is where our brains differ, because I absolutely disagree. I think that would be innovative. Because even if there's this like concept or idea of something, if you can make it into a physical reality based on like the fiction or whatever that's based off of, it doesn't matter. Just because someone had like this conceived idea of how something should work, if someone can take that and make it into a physical being or a physical like reality, that in and of itself is impressive.
Well, okay, so what you're saying,
that's the definition of innovation, is
what
when
it-
you can actually create.
it feels like you're trying to say it's impressive at level 1 to go in Breath of the Wild to go defeat the final boss. Like, if you're level 1, go straight to the end of the game and defeat the final boss, that's amazing. But if you go straight to the final boss and you lose, you're saying it's still impressive. At least you tried to go there.
Yeah, I think it is.
Yeah, that's where our minds definitely differ. I see what you're saying.
Yeah, I'm with you, Aravind. Like, it's one thing to try, it's the other thing to do.
Mm-hmm.
I have a hard time detaching myself from Nintendo hate, so I'm just too biased to even be like.
I can definitely
You
see
could
where
be
you're
making
coming
the
from.
best
Nintendo.
point imaginable, but my brain is still like, yeah, but it had a Nintendo logo on it.
Yeah.
I need to break out of that.
Everyone's like, every company at the end of the day is gonna be filled with like a shit show of behind the scenes stuff.
Yeah.
We can spend all day just on that.
Mm-hmm.
I want to say this as well. I'm a big fan of Nintendo. I like. Okay, I'm a weird one because like I haven't played many Nintendo products.
Mm-hmm.
I actually kind of respect their business model and I respect their creations and I respect the fact that like everything that they own on the gaming platform is different to what other people are doing, and at times, most of the time, is better than its counterparts. Like they do what they do and they do it better than the others.
Yeah, they make money.
However, I will say I'm with Aravind. I think attempting to create something is not the same as creating, especially when they didn't innovate at all. They just took the laziest path there to make a couple of idiots buy in at an overly inflated price, knowing that they'd get cheap profits.
Yeah, I think at this point we just need to move on because there's no way I'm going to see y'all's point of view on this.
I mean,
That's
I
just
haven't
a different
commented much.
perspective thing.
I haven't commented much. I think my thing is, I think that if Nintendo genuinely cared about that product more than just trying to make a quick buck off of it, we would still see iterations of it today from Nintendo. It feels like they put out the Virtual Boy and then just fucked off. They just left it. They didn't really support it that much. There was never a second attempt. Even what, it's been like 30 years. It feels like to me it was just a one and done. They dipped their toes in the water, didn't want to dive in too deep. They just tried to throw something at the wall to see if it stuck and then moved on.
Well, the reasoning for that is more of a marketing thing because of like, it was less of a they didn't want to do anything with it and more of like they literally could not because they got such wicked backlash from it because it caused people like eye problems and like head strain and like a lot of other things. People were physically getting sick and like in pain from this like product because it was bad at the end of the day. It was. But it's like, instead of like literally like pushing forward and be like, okay, how can we make this better? They weren't getting like the funding to do that anymore. So they literally just moved on with a thing that people already love, which is the in-home entertainment system. And we're just trying to find some way to like.
I wonder if that partly comes into why they dropped it is because they didn't want the Nintendo brand being,
Slandered.
being like smeared by the fact that it was giving people eye problems and whether that would get picked up by media outlets and
Nintendo
their name
cares
would
a
get
lot
dragged through
about
the
their
mud.
brand. A lot.
Massively.
Yeah.
But so they should because their brand is nearly immaculate.
Mhm.
Like,
Well,
yeah, I would say that.
If you
Rest
don't
in peace,
say
IG.
that their brand is immaculate, they'll sue you. So I think that's
True. It's very hard to speak out against an Italian mafia when every time you try to, you get whacked.
guys
All
go
right.
on and play Smash Bros. It just cuts.
I'm finally gonna move us forward into the generation where Aravan can participate with his research. We are now moving up to the 2000s. We are out of the 90s era. We are in the 2000s, which was the era of the PlayStation 2, the Xbox, the GameCube, and rest in peace Sega, the Dreamcast. Once again, I'm gonna start this generation off with some stats. The Sega Dreamcast, the final Sega console, sold 9.1 million consoles, less than its previous generation. Oof. The GameCube, Nintendo's newest product, sold 21.74 million, 10 million less than the N64. The Xbox, new on the scene, sold 24 million. Now, I will chime in and say I attribute that to having a late join, because the Xbox came out quite late in this particular era. Yeah. And then the PlayStation 2, which is, I'm just going to say this, and basically I'm going to be out for the rest of this generation, because I don't need to back anything up from this point. Chat, if you didn't know, the PlayStation 2 is still the highest selling console of all time at 159 million units sold.
And really close behind is the Nintendo DS, I'm just saying.
The Nintendo DS is at 154. Yeah, the Nintendo DS was the second best-selling console.
That actually brings up a point. Are we bringing handhelds into this?
I have the stats, but I'd prefer not to, but I know Nintendo relies heavily on it, so I figured I would go ahead.
That's the thing, is that it's a huge part of like their innovation and stuff that I think is what's interesting about them. If we don't bring handhelds into it, then it's just like, you got like the GameCube and you've got like the Switch. That's really all you have left at this point. The Wii.
We gotta, like, Sony has a pretty like flawless record. We gotta bring up the Vita. We gotta talk about that disaster.
I'm gonna show this for chat because they're asking.
Debbie doesn't want to talk about it. It's a shit show, is why.
Oh no, I'll talk about it. I'll happily talk about it.
The Vita and the PSP, which is the version that they brought out, like 3 years later?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Well, the PSP was first, and then
PSP and then the Vita, and it was like
Vita was last. Yeah. There was also the PS. Was it the PSP Go, or is it just PS Go? I can't remember.
There was.
But it was like the slide one that like slid back.
I didn't even see that in my research.
Play?
Hold on, PS Go.
There was
the PS Go.
The PS Go that's like
it's not even on here.
One of those BlackBerry phones.
Do you want to know what's? Do you know what's insane?
What's that?
These consoles, the PSP and PS Vita, still get releases in Japan.
Yep.
Wow.
They are, to a degree, more popular than the Switch in Japan.
Mm-hmm. And there's reasoning that's also kind of due to like IPs and stuff, and Monster Hunter being like a huge like
I wonder
thing in
if
Japan.
It's also because the used game market is way bigger in Japan too.
Yeah, that's true.
But anyway, I think we should go back to the.
Right.
We'll get to those. We'll get to those.
Yeah.
We are on the PlayStation 2, Xbox, GameCube, and Dreamcast generation.
Just very, very briefly, Steam's come out, and it's absolutely incredible.
GG. Actually, that's it. That's the end. Steam came out. PlayStation sold really well, but ultimately, we all know where Steam went. So I feel it's been great, chat. Have a wonderful night.
And like the complete reign of like Valve for a while there.
Yeah. Still no Half-Life 3 though. Haha.
So this is the generation where the Xbox just enters, right?
Yeah.
At the end.
So
very late.
Yeah, at the very end. So essentially Microsoft is seeing how all these consoles are doing, and they're like, I kind of want a piece of this pie. So they want to make a system called the DirectX. They want to make something that is DirectX compatible. And it's just like amazing for the average console gamer. It's like a computer you could buy in one setting, just like the PS1.
Called the Xbox?
Yeah, it was originally because they wanted to like support a box that supported DirectX. So they didn't like the idea, and like I think it was about like 6. I think I read it was 6 months before they actually released the console. They were like, we need a cooler name than the DirectX. Like that's such a stupid name for a console. So they came with Xbox. And if you look up anything about it, it's actually called the Xbox Original.
Yep.
And even if you look at the marketing from back in the day, it was still called the Xbox Original. Like back in like 2003, 2004 and stuff like that. So I think it's a really interesting like forward thinking mentality,
I guess
but it
so.
kind of fucked them because it made it so they can call later on the Xbox One, and confuse every mother in America.
Yeah, exactly.
But so the game came out, the console came out to mixed reviews. A lot of people were really impressed by it because they were like, wow, this is great. You know, Microsoft is really getting themselves in the game space. Dazzling 3D graphics. The Xbox had like really solid online, like a lot earlier than the other consoles. Because of the fast Ethernet, because everything up until that point was just regular Ethernet, but Xbox had fast Ethernet, which was like the 2.0. Everything has like a way more upgraded version of fast Ethernet now, so it's like it's not even worth mentioning nowadays. But some of the games I want to mention that broke into the scene with the Xbox is Halo, Combat Evolved, the original one, Fable, Forza, Brother in Arms, Elder Scrolls, Splinter Cell, and Dead or Alive. Like some really like big like dick games that like now define a lot of people's libraries and like the main thing that they
Splinter Cell
enjoy in life.
Blacklist is still like one of it was such a good game.
Like I like Splinter
I
Cell.
don't seem to think.
I hate stealth in games. You know this, Debbie.
Yeah.
I hate stealth in games, but Splinter Cell did it right.
Yep.
It's like GTFO levels of fun.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that Microsoft supporting a game console and being able to throw Microsoft money at games companies was a really nice opportunity for the gaming space. Not saying that Xbox had the like a head of anyone else, and honestly the console like was pretty mediocre for how much they got out of it, like how much mileage they got out of it. What I can say though is having that much additional money in the gaming space brought a lot of eyes onto gaming, because up until that point the PlayStation was primarily bought actually as a CD player.
Mm-hmm.
Most people who bought it because it was great at playing CDs, and the menu navigation was super forward, and it was pretty cheap compared to a lot of the CD players.
Yeah, DVD players were really expensive at the time.
Really expensive.
Yeah.
So people would sell the sell the PlayStation. As you said, you don't make money off consoles, so they would basically sell the PlayStation at a loss. People would go, "Oh, this is the cheapest CD player I can buy." So they'd buy that, and gaming in the console space wasn't taken super seriously at the time for like 3D graphics and for action games and for racing games and stuff like that. And Xbox kind of brought that into light because people know the name Microsoft. They hear Microsoft and they go, oh, like, everyone, they do this at work. They have something that's powered by Microsoft. So I can say that like Xbox for sure brought a lot of eyes on the gaming scene and got a lot of people interested in game design and game consoles in general.
Hardware also, it was like number one out of like the entire group, right? I assume.
So for the time, yes, but because it came so late, like because it came like at the absolute end of this generation, it wasn't terribly impressive. Because like it's sort of like
wasn't
releasing
that much later. I mean, I think the GameCube actually came out after the Xbox, and it still had better hardware than the GameCube.
Yeah,
well, Nintendo's never competed with hardware.
Yeah, like
yeah,
it's Nintendo. So you don't buy a Nintendo for the hardware boost.
Here's the thing, though: the GameCube actually had better hardware than the PlayStation 2.
It did, because of but only with modularity, because it had like parts you could take off of it and put upgrades in, and that's how you got it better than PS2.
But also just raw like refresh rates and like megahertz and stuff. It also had like it was just better than that way, by default, than the PS2. Xbox obviously was still better than, Xbox was still better than it, but like refresh rate wise, it was actually better, and that's why it actually looks.
Well, the Xbox came out 2 months after the GameCube.
Yeah, it wasn't that long ago. Like after, the PS1 actually came out like a year and like 6 months or something like that. Right?
The Xbox came out with the mentality of competing with the PS1. Yeah, like they weren't building the Xbox to compete with the other ones. They were just building the best console they could to compete with the PS1. And then essentially Microsoft was blindsided by the PS2. Yeah. Like just fucking rolled. Truly.
It's okay. They turned that around in the next generation.
Yeah they did.
Yeah. Well, which we'll get to that in a second. I think this is actually a really important thing of why I like GameCube is where like I feel like Nintendo for me takes a turn of like I like what they do with gaming as like a whole, because there was actually some things that they did that were really cool and kind of ahead of it. Like it's not innovative in this way because it had been done before and it was a thing, but in the gaming space it wasn't really well known. Like stereoscopic 3D was introduced in the GameCube, but only for like a couple of games, and even then it was a thing that you could only get like to actually like come out and like be processed if you had like certain mods, because they realized when they were producing the games like Luigi's Mansion and what was the other game? There was like 2 games that were very well known for having like full 3D effects, but they realized that TVs literally couldn't support it at the time, and so they had to like undo that, and they were like, we have to make this into a space where it's like something that TVs can actually work with. They also are the ones that originally pioneered wireless controllers in the GameCube era.
Really?
GameCube was the first one to have the wireless Wavebirds.
That's true. Yeah.
That
were
like,
they IR or were they like actually true wireless?
PS2 also had wireless
They were
controllers.
IR.
They were IR, I see.
Yeah. So they had a little plug-in that you plugged into the console.
Yeah.
And then you would IR them with the little.
That's interesting.
Yep.
It was very cool at the time.
I've got to see. I know that the PS2s had wireless controllers. I'm just not sure when they came out. Like, if they were available. Oh, there's Junk. Okay. I don't know if they were available at release.
The Wavebirds, I don't actually know if they were available at release.
The PS2 wireless controllers, I mean.
Oh, I don't think so.
Because I know that they were available.
Yeah. If
I
they were
had
available
one.
at release, they would have came out earlier, and I definitely looked up the fact that they were the first release.
Okay, I'll take your word for that.
Unless the article like was wrong, which I guess it could be, to be fair. But from what I looked up, it was known to have the first one. And there was just a lot of like cell shading and like different things graphically that you could do in the GameCube that wasn't as like popularized in things like the PlayStation 2 or Xbox. There was a lot of like design choices that, because of the way you had to work with such a limited amount of space, they had to be able to compress files and make it display in such a way that it was a lot more creatively restricting, but I think it produced a lot of cool things. And so, because this is where they made the switch from like, straight up cartridges to still mini discs, and it wasn't like a full-blown CD, so it didn't have as much space, but they were starting to progress in a way that was like, they knew they needed more room for like stuff to be created. And I think the GameCube overall did a really good job. This is also where they went really hardcore on like party games and like the full family friendly, even as far as like the design, because they had that little handle on the back, which was literally a big part of like commercials for like showing people like carrying
like bringing it over to your friend's house.
Yeah, like carrying over to your friend's house and like playing with like couch co-ops. It show like cuts of like Melee, cuts of like Mario Party, stuff like that. It did that in those marketing strats in like all of. I think the best way to compare it is like, have you ever looked at like a McDonald's from like the past and then a McDonald's from like today? It's what it feels like. It feels like the colors and stuff that were there, like the purplish or like the bright orange that you could find like GameCubes in, was always done so that they were like, this is expressly for kids, and that's why it's like so brightly colored, unlike the PS2 and the Xbox that were like mostly like jet black.
Well. The Xbox did have a lot of really cool special editions.
True.
I don't know if you've seen any of those. They had like the clear case. They had like the clear green, the clear purple. They had a special edition Mountain Dew one.
Modded ones, I know.
I thought that back in the day, the Xbox, as long as it was one of the custom ones, was the coolest looking console out at the time.
Yep.
Am I fucking weird for thinking this still looks cooler than like the modern Xboxes?
It does.
It does. Well, the modern Xbox is a cube.
It's a little mini fridge. Yeah,
it's pretty fucking.
I just have one complaint about the original Xbox console, which was, what the fuck were these?
Those are the controller ports.
Yeah, but like, they weren't like USB.
No, I have no idea.
They just made some shit up and were like, throw it on there.
When everything was proprietary. Like everything was made for the console.
I think, weren't they designed to be more compatible with the PC?
Were they?
Well,
I'm pretty sure that's their intention with those.
So, every single generation of Xboxes has been obviously run by Microsoft. So they try to implement the PC like stuff, but a lot of it wasn't compatible, which was annoying as shit. Like they had the fancy Ethernet for Xbox. That was like their connection to PC. And then for the 360, they had the detachable hard drive, which was like its connection to PC. Next generation, you had the modularity. Next generation, same thing. It's just like they always try to make it kind of like a PC, but not.
Well,
I hate that about Xbox.
If I'm correct, did the Xbox 360 introduce USB controllers?
Off, so I can't hear anybody for a moment.
It did have USB controllers, but I don't think it was the first console to have USB controllers.
I think it was.
I think it was.
I think it was the first console to have USB controllers.
The PlayStation 2 definitely did have USB ports. It did not have USB controllers. If I've got it pulled up here, these right here.
Yeah.
I also, my headset died and I just came back in, so I may
Yeah.
have misheard where this conversation went. I just thought that I knew where it was going.
No.
But yeah, PlayStation 2 had this weird, like, 3 sets of 3 pins thing. There were USB ports on the bottom. GameCube had...
Yeah, the circle, dude. I still don't know what kind of port that is, honestly.
And then Xbox had these oval things. They all had their own shapes.
But then the 360 came along, and
apparently the original Xbox, the later versions, did have USB 3.0.
Really?
there you go.
Oh, interesting.
Wow.
Okay, I didn't know.
3.0.
3.0. Are you sure about
2.0.
that?
I was about to say, yeah,
I was gonna
damn.
say,
I assumed that was a miss. Like,
Bill Gates is a time traveler.
yoink.
Interesting.
Yeah, no, that I would say that's a really big thing as well. Is USB at that time had some of the fastest like information.
In 2001 and stopped in 2005. That's it. That was like its whole life. That's
Yeah,
kinda
they would have
crazy.
been. They would have got wind of
I think
Sony
we're
already
back.
developing.
Should be
For
back.
sure.
I don't know what happened there. That was very strange. All right. Anyway. Yeah, I also had 1 or 2 more things I wanted to say. I'm going to be a little redundant with my stats, but I had a couple more things about PS2 gen that I wanted to say. Mostly, same things that I really praised in PS1 era. I just feel like they really found their niche that they really liked sticking with, and they kept going with it with the controller design. So I ended up pulling up these here, and OBS is still giving me shit for it. Hold on. Show me the fuck it. There we go. All right, so we don't need the consoles anymore. But here we are. The PS2 controller, same exact controller as the PS1, but the 2 thumbsticks, fucking huge. I know a lot of people don't like the position of the thumbsticks being both down in the center. I grew up with it, so it's very natural to me. But both Nintendo and
I like that design, honestly,
Microsoft
the
went
Nintendo.
with like the off canter
It's way better.
joysticks.
Because if you have thumbs that are any larger than a child's, they will hit each other if you have 2 thumbsticks in the middle.
I
Especially
think on the
if you use the
PS2, I
ball of your
definitely
thumb right here.
had that problem as well.
I'm gonna say, I think this is where PlayStation started losing the controller war.
I hard disagree. Mostly because this was the controller that I would say inspired both of these, because this is the first controller that had dual thumbsticks on it. So you had one for movement, one for looking in all directions. And it was the first controller to feature rumble. So this controller pioneered 2 new pieces of tech that every other controller has now.
So
It
just
may
because
not have
someone
perfected it.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say. Just because something pioneered and inspired doesn't mean it's the best.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely
That's
not the best. I still think that they deserve some credit because, like, the PlayStation 1 controller wasn't the best, but it's still the same exact fucking shape that we're using on every controller. I just feel like Sony is the pioneer paving the way forward, and everyone else is copying their homework and improving off of it.
Yeah, but that's the thing, is improvement, and I feel like Sony has not done well over the decades of like not improving the controller. It's like a copy and paste, like just basically
hold
the
on.
same thing.
Have you seen this? I keep forgetting I moved my. Have you seen? Have you
I
used
have.
one
Okay,
of these?
I will agree. The PS5 is. I think it still looks
fucking controller.
I was about to throw down.
Every PlayStation controller innovates and makes amazing new additions, and then the other controllers snatch it up and do it too.
What did the PS3 do?
Okay, never mind. You got me there.
Wait, but the
PS3 is the
PS3
07 gen.
It had 2 things. Both of them suck. The one was light integration on the light bar on the front of the PS4 controller.
Yeah.
It would implement in what game you were playing. For instance, in Rocket League, depending on which goal was gold on, it would blink that color, so
Yeah.
blue or orange or whatever.
Yeah.
So
but
that
that's
was like kind of cool.
useless.
Sometimes it only worked in like 5 games though. So you never really
Yeah.
saw it.
Also,
And
you
no one was
couldn't
looking
see
at
it.
no one was
Yeah.
staring at their fucking controller.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it was on the
cool
back of
if
the
someone's
controller, like towards
watching
the
you.
bottom.
And the other thing was on the PS4, they had touchpad on the front, which like I literally used once, and that was when I played Uncharted 2. You could use it to flip pages in your book, and that was it.
I
That's
used it
all
on
you
Last
used.
of Us
No.
2, and that was it.
This is the first time that and I'm gonna use Devi's analogy here. It's the first time that PlayStation stole somebody's homework, because then
Oh?
they brought in the motion controls. The
True.
PS4.
Yeah, true.
They full on yoinked the Wii.
I think so. Before we continue, I just
The
want to
fuck
say
ain't
that
the
I
Wii.
think the Xbox
Great control.
Pro V2, the full
Great
black
control.
metal, I think this is the greatest controller of all time, no contest. I think that like,
I
this
agree.
is perfection.
PS5.
Like, being
I've
able to
still gotta
take
say
off
it.
the D-pad and being able to switch it out, being able to customize how far down each of the bumpers go individually, and then having flappy panels on the back too. Everything in my room is black.
So we will get to that controller as well, because I have a lot to say, but that is jumping several
Yeah.
steps ahead as well.
Yeah.
one
Look at that boomerang controller, dude. Holy.
That's one
fucking
generation. We
shit.
haven't even gotten to 360 yet.
Yeah, no. Alright,
Oh, I thought we were
I
done
wanna-
with the Xbox.
Yeah,
Like,
he said.
I want to super quick jump in with some shit, because this is a really big point that I think put PC gaming ahead of all of you guys. And none of you could compete with it at all. There was no way that you guys could compete. And that's MMORPGs.
Yep.
So
Not console friendly.
there were MMORPGs before 2001. There were. They weren't great. Some of them downright bad. But 2001 introduced 2001 to 2004 introduced 2 massive hitters. That was RuneScape and World of Warcraft.
Yep.
That was the start of everything. You had some other stuff, like you had Anarchy Online, you had Ultimate Online 2 and stuff. But you also had EverQuest Online as well, which is a big one, Phantasy Star Online. So all these companies started releasing these MMORPGs. But it's safe to say that Blizzard and Jagex are the ones that we still see today, that have been around for 20 years.
True.
And are still talked about in, greatest game of all time, chats. I mean, obviously, World of Warcraft has taken its hits recently. But, RuneScape's as popular as it's ever been.
Yeah, it's more popular than it's ever been right now.
So,
I don't get it.
Also
it's
pointing
one-
out,
the-
Grim
the-
in chat did also say that EVE Online has also been going since 2003. That's another huge one. It's not talked about as much, but that game is
it's
big.
not talked about as much, and it's not as huge. It doesn't have, it does and it doesn't. So their numbers are inflated by people with multiple accounts, and they don't actively
I
talk
see.
about that. EVE Online is huge, it is, but it's not as big as they claim. It is, I would put it in the niche of the online spaces.
That's fair.
Also, culturally, it just didn't have the same impact that the other ones have
Yeah,
had, across,
agreed.
media.
And it's also super pay to win. Like super
Yeah.
pay to win.
I would like
Which
to
is why
see
the,
a flat money amount of how much money has been put into that game since 2003. I would love to see that number.
Fuck.
Oh my god.
Yeah, it's crazy. The other one I would love to talk about is we'll get to this, but Star Citizens on the map.
Is that going to be for the
Yeah.
post discussion? Like,
I'm gonna talk. You guys talked about innovation a lot. That's
Yeah.
where I want to talk
fair.
about
That's
that.
we
But,
need to talk about Star
I'm
Citizen.
sticking to my lane right now, which is we've got on the space right now we've got 4 heavy hitters, I would say, which is Phantasy Star Online, which
That was on the
is
GameCube.
still. Listen, shut up.
That was on
Okay.
GameCube?
It
Was
was.
it really?
yeah,
It was. And little did people know, GameCube actually had online capabilities.
I didn't know that.
You had to buy an add-on, and it only worked with 2 games, and so
Bro,
no one.
that's what
bought
I'm-
it. It was,
Wow.
a huge
Yeah.
flop.
No wonder nobody
But-
knows about
Yeah,
it.
but Fantasy Star
crazy.
Online was one of them,
Wait,
and I had it as a
hang
kid. I
on.
still actually have it.
Chunk.
Yeah.
I'm jaw dropped right now. Did you say on a Nintendo product you had to buy an add-on?
I know, right? Fucking wild, right?
Unbelievable. Surely
Although,
that's not something they
I don't
kept
want to hear
doing.
this coming from the PC where you have to buy everything individually and slap that bitch together, all right?
Oh, I'm
Spend
sorry.
more
I'm
money
sorry.
for the
I'm sorry.
quality.
I'm sorry that you can pay a little bit extra to individually, but we got the same parts in our thing that your fucking little shitty GameCube has. We just have the ability to, you know, pay a little bit extra and have it actually function properly.
Real quick, on my shelf back there, I've got a copy of Legend of Zelda Majora's Mask. We didn't talk about it when we talked about the N64 generation. Do you remember that they sold a thing that you had to cram into the little hole in the front of the N64 to give it more RAM to play?
What?
Like, yeah, I had to pay $50
Wow.
in like 2016 to buy an expansion thing.
Smacked.
Isn't that wild?
Why would you
I
spend all that money
believe it.
on an expensive product when you could spend 1/3 of the money for a really shitty product? No one
Yeah.
thinks about this type of stuff.
Like, I will say, I have a fun fact that'll kind of tie back into later, but we'll get to that. It's fun.
Crazy. So here we are. We've got PC that's absolutely smashing the MMORPG. They're innovating in ways that you guys can't. Where it's you're talking massive servers with thousands of people in games, all like going into this online world which has never been seen before, not to this scale. Able to walk around and do questing. You've got an evolving format where updates are free to do. If you've created a product, you didn't have to go through Microsoft to release a DLC. You could just slap that bad boy on there, and you don't even have to sell it as a DLC because it's almost like a selling point for the game. You're like, if you buy into RuneScape, right? You know, like, sure, you're paying the monthly cost, and that's back then.
We discussed that last week.
We did discuss that last week. Back then, more relevant because server costs were so expensive. But you slap that bad boy on, and it's a selling point. You've got people going, well, I could play RuneScape, and it's going to continually get updated with new content month to month. Maybe not month to month back then, but you know what I mean.
Yeah.
And I'm gonna be able to play with all my friends. I'm gonna be able to meet new people.
Yep.
Yeah, I think that is one of the big things that PC did and has continued to do better than any console could and ever will.
I hard agree with that. My uncle met his wife on WoW, so therefore something's gotta be going right.
That's
Yeah,
crazy.
100%. Oh, also, out came Second Life, which goes back to my pornography.
Oh god.
mention. So,
Let's go, baby!
you could get,
Isn't that still
naked.
played? Don't people still play that?
I
Absolutely.
think so, yeah.
Oh my god.
You could get naked and pretend to have sex with women. Now,
Every
the
night.
only time I've been able to do that is with a sock and my eyes closed. But now I can do it in a game.
I never understood the sock thing, but you know what, that's fair.
What's with the
I
sock
respect it.
thing? Just use a
Yeah, I don't
stocking.
know.
The hole's way bigger.
Just-
Hey, don't
I thought you were supposed to use a grapefruit, huh?
I just use like one of those little plastic like lunch bags.
Oh my god.
I'm
I'm gonna do I'm gonna make this a tradition for this stream. I'm going to do my traditional end of this generation PlayStation exclusive ramble. Of
Teacher,
Yes?
I do have an addition that's actually relevant because I didn't really talk about handhelds at all.
But-
Because I kind of forgot to talk about the Game Boy in general. Like,
okay,
Game
go
Boy
for the
Advance
Game
came out
Boys,
same-
and then I'll
I was
do
trying to
my
lead into that
PlayStation 2
before,
ramble.
Charles. I was trying to lead you in.
Yeah. Well, so Game Boys basically whenever they came out was, well, first of all, it was like 1989 when they first came out and stuff, and they were insane in their own right. I'm trying to kind of skip through this mostly, but obviously, first mobile devices, there was stuff like the Game Boys. There's the Mr. Game and Watch.
I had
all that
one of
stuff that
these.
Nintendo. What, Game Boy or like?
I had
the
this
Game
one,
Watch?
but I'm pulling up now.
Oh,
Hold on.
the OG.
I had
yeah.
this.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is how old I am, Chet.
Had
Yeah.
the green screen.
Hang on. Wait, I think I've got a.
The green screen. This is when you were driving you were in the back seat of the car, and you would just sit there and wait until the next time that your parent would drive under a street light, so you'd get one frame of gameplay, and then you'd wait
Yep.
for the next stream light or street
And
light.
then they fixed that. and they came out with the Game Boy Light before the SP, which I thought the SP was the first one to have like a backlit.
The Game Boy Light?
Game Boy.
You remember
The LITE apparently had a backlight
Whoa!
on
I
it.
never saw
You remember
this.
when they had the backlight?
Yeah,
They had
so
it
this is the one that I
attached to
had, which
Game Boy?
was
That was
That's what
like
I had.
turn a light into the
I had
fucking
like a
screen.
book light that like hooked on the back of it and like hung over.
I
Like,
did
yeah,
too, yeah.
Yep. So I had the this thing is actually worth a lot of money, and I gave it away for free. No, I knew how much it was worth.
Are you gonna
I
hold it
gave
up
it
in
to
your
a friend
camera?
because
Or...
No, because I don't know. I gave it to a friend because
Oh.
they're a really big Pokemon fan, and I only ever played Pokemon back in the day. I only played Pokemon Yellow, but my mum bought me a the silver Game Boy with the Pikachu on it.
Yep.
Which to this day is actually worth like $1,000.
This one?
That's the one down there. Yep.
That's sick.
So in mint condition, that's worth like $1,000.
Wow.
Yeah, this is
And I still had the box and everything. I gave it to a friend just because I know how much they like Pokemon, and I'm gonna try and sell it. I don't care. Like that
What a
shit doesn't.
sweetheart.
So yeah, like I had that one there, and like that was like so many of my childhood memories on that game. Like one of the things I'm surprised you haven't talked about, Chunk. Like I know we're talking mainly about the consoles, but some of the games on the Game Boy and
Oh
Nintendo
shit!
consoles.
Boys, hold on, I
I mean,
forgot.
that's
Uncle Sarah is a fucking collector. Look at this. Hold on, look at this shit. We got the Game
Yeah.
Boy right fucking here.
Hey, let's go, dude.
And then we've got, hold on. We have a Game Boy Pocket edition. I didn't know that was a thing.
Yep.
Wait, whose is this?
This is Uncle
This
Sawa,
is-
my roommate.
Yeah, his roommate.
We also have, this looks like a Game Boy Color with a case and appears to have special Pikachu edition Pokemon Yellow in it. Oh, we have
That's
more.
cool.
Oh, just hold these up. Just hold. Oh my god. How many consoles do you have? Jesus fuck. This is
There's a lot.
the Game Boy Color I
Game Boy
remember
Color.
playing.
That's the one I have was the see-through.
I love the clear ones.
Something
Original
fell off
Game Boy
of
Advance. Yep.
this.
Screen is not attached.
Okay. Oh, the good old. Wait, this is mine.
That's the game. I had a Game Boy SP that was like the silver design with like a black tattoo on it, and it looks so sick.
I gave this to Jazz in high school.
That's
Oh my god, why do you have so many?
The DS Lite.
My,
Oh, actually,
Original
I actually,
DS.
Your DS.
Actually,
DS
I've,
Lite, it looks like.
I also have a really rare version of the Game Boy Advance Flip.
I'm overflowing in
Sheesh.
Nintendo.
They
Well,
released
that's
a
the SP, I'm
Zelda.
assuming, the one that flips open.
I didn't know
Yep,
that.
yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I had a Zelda,
Oh, I hate
a
this.
gold Zelda one of that.
This is awful. Why'd they
That's
make
also
this?
worth a lot of money, and that's
Yes.
Why did they make this?
still at Mum's.
Yeah.
Sell at your mom's.
Yeah, it's at Mum's. It's just I'm not gonna play it. I don't have
Yep.
the emotional attachment to Nintendo products that some people do.
That's fair.
But it's there. I think it's worth some money. It's in
But
really good nick as well.
yeah,
You may
dude,
as well have brought those in
there's-
here in a bucket.
Dude, there's an insane amount of it, and that's probably not even all of it, because there was also a Pokemon Mini, which was literally just a Game Boy type like thing that literally had only like Pokemon based games on it, and it was like its own thing.
Look at
And then
Sarah.
you had like what was it? It was like
Look at the stack of fucking games.
oh my god, dude,
That's amazing, dude. Hell yeah.
absolutely insane.
Nerd.
They're gonna drop it.
Oh,
dude. Oh my god. But yeah, it's insane, and the reason I wanted to go back is it does like be pretty relevant. One, because the Game Boy and Game Boy Color are like the third most like units sold like console ever, with 118 like million units sold in general.
You know,
yeah, they were
say
so
that,
smart to become the first handheld.
Why didn't we, like, as a society, why didn't we think mobile games are gonna pop off? Like, now that you say
Because
that,
handhelds were better.
Yeah, because it's just
but like, the rule of, you know, continuation, as long as if there's a technology, then it'll continuously get better no matter what.
true.
So it's like,
feel
why
like-
didn't we expect mobile games to pop off?
I mean, yeah.
I mean,
I feel like
I think
these
mobile
there's
games
a
are where the
major-
money's at now.
I feel like the major issue with mobile games is that they're just so fucking lazy.
Yeah,
A lot.
I was gonna say the same thing.
Yeah.
A lot of it's like big, like
Ah.
low quality cash grabs, just like trying to put something out there to get downloads.
And I feel like that has forever tarnished the name of them.
No mobile game
Yeah.
will ever be taken like seriously now because of the like what's been done to the mobile games industry.
even like Raid Shadow Legends, which I think I mean, there's a whole bunch of shit going into it, but I think the game itself is like fairly high quality in like the way that it's designed and like the effort that went into it.
We're going
It's
too
like-
far.
Okay, we're going too far
Make
down the
me
tangent.
Start again.
I know, it has a lot of shit like wrong with it, but you know, either way, I've seen a lot worse mobile games. Is all I'm saying. But either way,
I wonder if it's
Basically-
also because
Just
like
because someone took a slightly smaller shit in your eyes.
My
Doesn't mean it's
intention,
awesome,
my
yeah.
intention for the final discussion of the night is where we think the future of all forms of gaming are going: console,
yeah.
PC. Yeah, so we'll get to mobile games in that.
we'll,
as
we'll get to that. Yeah. But basically, I just want to say, Game Boy had like all the. It was the start of Pokemon, which we all know is huge and like an insane IP in of itself. You had a lot of stuff like Mega Man. There was like. You had all the like Legend of Zelda like games that were coming out, and also like there was whenever the Advance came out, at least the SNES actually had ports come over from those games onto the like mobile, and so it became like a whole continuation of different games because the cartridges had more space and room and stuff to like grow, which made it insane. And Game Boy Advance in of itself was an insane I think it sold like what 80. Let me pull up the list. Yeah, 81.51 million units as well.
That's pretty.
Like, the
that's
game-
huge.
And that came out the exact same time that the GameCube did. Like, it was the same year. And so it's like, to have both those consoles going at once, I think that the fact that Nintendo didn't, like, exclusively put all their focus and energy and effort into the GameCube is kind of an oversight in my thing, because I really like the GameCube and also kind of emotionally attached to it. So that's kind of nostalgia blindness in my eyes. But I think that the mobile games added, like, a lot to games, especially with the SP, which came out after the Advance.
The SP was the first handheld console where I was like, this is it. This is where it's at.
Yeah.
I loved
Yeah.
the like flip screen and everything. It was beautiful.
Yep.
It was very
Because
compact. It was super nice. It ran well. It was backlit. It was just, it had everything.
It was rechargeable batteries too, which was one of the first things that was like ever introduced.
Mm-hmm.
While there were like rechargeable batteries you could like buy and charge, and like I don't know if y'all ever had like the wall chargers you would plug in and then actually put like the AA rechargeable batteries in them.
Yep.
This was the first one that actually had like a plug you could directly charge your like SP. And so having that, plus it was the first one to have an actual LCD in it, was like it was actually like a forward movement for like handhelds. And I think it really started to like pave the way for like them being higher quality and stuff, as well as like, you know, obviously having stuff like, you know, Sapphire and Ruby and all those like games that came with it that were like huge hits. Yeah, I just wanted to kind of like throw that in there. I don't want to keep us on this gen very much longer, but
Do you guys know that Disney owned Club Penguin?
Yes.
I didn't
They
know
bought it
that.
near the end. They didn't own
I
it
didn't either.
originally.
I remember because I would be watching like a random Disney Channel sitcom, which is a weird thing, right? Like kids sitcoms. Why is that
Yeah,
anyway?
that was.
I would watch like the Disney Channel sitcoms that during the commercials they'd be like, "Ask your parents for a credit card to subscribe to
true!
Club Penguin." I would be like, "Oh
Sure,
shit!"
yep.
I never put that together though. I was just like, oh yeah, it's an ad.
So, last thing I'm saying in favor of the PS2 that we can finally move on. Just gonna list the exclusives again because I feel like no one appreciates the exclusives on Sony titles until the PS4, in my opinion. Like that was the generation everyone cared about its exclusives. But PS2 had Final Fantasy X, Shadow of the Colossus, Devil May Cry, Ico, God of War, Metal Gear Solid 2 and 3, Persona, Okami, Kingdom Hearts 1 and 2, Ratchet and Clank, Jak and Daxter, Jak 2, Jak 3, and the Yakuza franchise. Like,
So
insane.
as you're naming all those, there's three thoughts in my head. One, those are all pretty good games once.
Yeah.
Those are all good games to play once. Two,
That's what Sony's
none of
excelled
those-
at forever. Like, really concise story. Like, this is an
Big story,
amazing
big
experience once. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like one. And then the other thing is most of those, like 70% of those are not franchisable whatsoever, which kills off games. And the third thing is like not all of them, but a lot of those genres are kind of dead.
Mm-hmm.
Like collectathon, 3D platformers, like those are all like really dead. So it's weird that that was what's famous that generation, because
So-
like none of that's remarkable anymore.
That was the same comment we had about the PS1, which is another thing I'm going to say in favor of Sony. Sony had a bunch of amazing exclusives that died with its previous console, and then had another set of amazing exclusives that died with its console. It's like it's perpetually kept coming up with these, or kept getting
Like,
these
yeah.
new amazing titles that don't last, but they're still very well known and very well remembered.
Yep. Yeah.
Now, technically from here, I think we would move on to something that I think we can gloss over, if Chunk's okay with it. 2004 was the year that the PSP and the Nintendo DS came out.
Why would you want to gloss over that?
Because it's just the DS won. Like it's just that simple. I mean,
I agree, but I do kind of want to lightly at least touch on it because I think that the Nintendo DS did something pretty cool.
Sure.
With that seems like very like easily overlooked. It's like people are like, oh yeah, they had like the dual screen. That was cool. It's whatever. But I feel like the dual screen actually added a lot as far as like new kinds of gameplay that you could do. I don't know if y'all ever played like The World Ends With You or anything like that, but that was a DS like exclusive game that to me was insane because it had like these basically two screens where you would have the combat of two different characters going on at the same time, and one would be like more of a like AI driven partner, but you could like interact with it on your screen as well as like there was like a lot that went into like both of it as well as like the touchscreen and making sure your partner was also doing certain things, and it was a very unique experience that I don't think can be recreated. And I bought that game because it was transferred over to the Switch and it doesn't feel the same. I think that there was a lot of things that were like that were very cool, and maybe innovative is a bad term because it's not like it's anything new, it's just two screens.
Right.
But I think it added a lot to gameplay, especially on handheld. Also to making things easier, like Pokemon, anything that had like displays or like menus that could be like put on one screen while you had like the other content going on the main screen was actually really useful, so you're not always having to pause your game to look at a map or go through like the files or whatever you're doing. It just made things a lot more smooth and well-paced, and I think that was a really cool thing.
I have a lot of comments I'm excited to make about the Wii U there, because I have a very hot take about the Wii U.
A hot take?
I do have a hot take about. We're getting there. We'll get there.
Fair enough.
I think the main divide between the Nintendo DS and the PSP, to be fair, like everyone else in chat is saying, the Nintendo DS was extremely low quality in the form of like just its components, like what held it together. It would break so easily. The styluses would break and like you sneezed on them and they snap in half. The screen snapping off and hanging by one hinge half of its lifespan, shit like that. PSP was incredibly high quality.
Y'all are psychopaths. I never had that problem. The only time mine broke was when my sister vomited on my Xbox 360, which was open, and then washed my Nintendo DS with my sheets.
Oh my god.
Yeah, and so I lost like two expensive consoles like back to back.
Bruh.
She was a schmuck.
Okay.
But
and then...
like that, the DS was. I don't feel like it was that poorly made. I think the people who think it's poorly made were the people who were like, I don't want to turn off my game, but didn't realize you could close it and it still be on. They would like leave it open, put it in their pocket, and then fucking sit on it, and then it like disconnects. And I saw people like abuse the shit out of their DSs. That's all I'm gonna say. Kids are dumb.
Okay. And then the other thing about the PSP was that similarly, actually no. I think a very unique approach is what the PSP took that didn't take off quite as well, but they tried it again in the Vita and it still didn't take off. I think it's something that should still be done. I think it should be something that should be attempted again, even though it's done horribly in the past. The DS, as well as all the Game Boys, have always felt like their own, like, entity away from every other Nintendo product. They may have some crossover in IPs and characters, but they've always been their own console. Whereas the PSP felt a lot more like, this is a portable PlayStation. These are the same games that you can get on your PS2. You can just take it on the go. And that, I feel like that was the big difference, is like people, I feel like people when they were considering buying a PSP were like, well, I'll just get a PS2. Like, I don't know.
I wonder if that's because like Nintendo has rarely had a home console, you know? Like for the most part you have what, like the Wii and then like the N64. And then I guess like kind of the GameCube, but for the most part it's hard to like, there's not like a Nintendo, you know? Because if you say, oh, my PlayStation, it's like, yeah, that makes sense. But there's not, oh, my Nintendo, because there's so much variety.
Unless you're a boomer.
Unless
you're playing on your PS5 and your grandma walks in there and goes, get off the Nintendo, it's dinner time.
True.
You're literally hooked up to VR cords all over. You're like, stop playing the Nintendo.
like 50 years in the future, we're like fully like dived into a virtual world. We got like the big space helmet on. It's like firing our neurons into a different world, and she's just like, "Hey, get off the Nintendo!" Dumps like chicken noodle soup on your forehead.
All right. Do we want to say anything else on the PSP versus DS, or do you think?
Yeah, I think last thing I want to say is that the one thing this is mostly just shitting on the PSP because I think it's dumb.
Sure.
The UMDs or whatever the little disc
the
that
little
they
disc
used.
cartridges were very strange.
You know why they did those things like that?
Why?
It was to prevent copyright and like
Oh.
piracy. And it was like it was
Copyright.
like a big thing. And so I think the PSP's problem and why it eventually failed was because that Sony got so up their own ass about things being pirated and like overly secure about it that eventually they started caring too much about the piracy and things being like scammed that they stopped caring about like the overall health of the system.
Okay, so as someone who has owned all of the PSPs, I've owned the PSP original, the PSP 3000 it was called, the PSP 4000, the PSP Vita, the PSP Go, and the Sony Xperia Play, which was the phone that turned into a PSP.
Yeah.
I owned all of them because I fucking love PSP. 3 things about PSP are great. You could not get screens of that quality at the time. They were
Yeah,
like, they looked beautiful. I remember I would watch Transformers 1, 2008 with Shia LaBeouf. I would watch that on fucking repeat every time we went on a road trip. My PSP, it was great. The audio was amazing on
The
not the
audio
speaker.
quality was like the
I'm
best
talking
thing
about the
about the
speakers.
PSPs.
The headphone jack was
Yep.
fucking phenomenal. The amp in that PSP was
Yeah.
out of this world, and like you could always tell that that it's different when the port was a different color than the rest of the display.
Yep.
And that
It was-
yellow
it was-
port was lit, bro.
It was better than it had any right to be.
Yeah, like it was just, so for a media device, like using it for movies and using it for music and stuff like that. I think the PSP was unrivaled, and that's why I owned 6 different versions over the course of 5 years. But
That's fair.
as a gaming experience, you're right; they got too greedy.
All
But
right.
yeah, I just wanted to touch on that a little bit because that was weird. We can move on now.
Chat has been actively screaming aggressively for the past 20 minutes about finally getting to this generation. So, okay, chat. All right, Zoomers. It's time for the generation you're familiar with. The PlayStation 3 generation is how I have it in my notes because I did all this from the source of Sony. This is from the years 2006, and they considered the PlayStation 3's lifespan ended in 2017, which is pretty late, I feel like. But the main 3 in this generation were the PlayStation 3, the Xbox 360, and the Nintendo Wii. With the lowest of the 3 being the Xbox 360 at 84 million consoles sold, the PlayStation 3 being in the middle for the first time, Sony not winning one of these stat wars at 87.4 million consoles sold, and the absolute dominant victor of this generation, the Nintendo Wii, selling at 101 million consoles sold. I had one on release. My cousin actually stayed out. He camped outside of Walmart in a tent for 2 nights, like on 3 days before Christmas, to get me a Nintendo Wii. So, whew, that was a hell of a console.
It was nuts. The Wii, I mean, when it first released, I want to say it was like within the first 8 days, it sold like 700,000 in just North America.
It was absurd. Yeah.
It was like an insane like opening like week for like a gaming console. And it was because of like, you know, obviously all the stuff. I don't want to open up with this. I think we should let either Aravan or you go because I feel like I've been talking about handholds and stuff for forever.
I'm interested on like Poppy's perspective on this generation because this was a weird in-between period for the PC.
Yeah.
On that note, actually,
No,
Sneak
I
just
actually
highlighted
disagree.
a message about PC for 2006. Apparently, the 2006 was the year of the PC CD surge, which was.
It was
You already going into that then?
massively.
Let's go.
So this is when Steam and developers realized that you could put the core of a game on a CD and then have the user download, like install from CD and then continually update, which solved a massive issue for them, which was PC gamers at the time could only really download or install via like really outdated hardware.
Mhm.
So you have now like the CD, like these beautiful CDs coming out, and You've got like a game kind of, you can just kind of install the core game, but then also have the beauty of having it continually updated for free by the developers, because there was no one gating updates. So for those of you who don't know, PlayStation, Wii, and Xbox, every time an update needed to be done, the developer would have to pay the console owner right to update their game, right? Which is a massive issue. It's why you didn't see a lot of updates back in those days. You didn't see like massive updates. Like, you know, these days you see an update every couple of weeks because they've loosened their fucking coin purses on that shit. But with PC, you could update a lot. Now, there's another big thing that comes here, which is the mass like appeal of a computer that you could customize and build. This was when like this started to become really popular. There were always people out there that like wanted to build their own PCs, but this is when like there's a big reason for it. 2007 is when Crysis released. Now, Crysis, by all standards, is a great game, but what it pioneered was massive updates in technology.
Can someone find me another video game that came out in 2007 so I can like have a comparative screenshot so people can see how big of a graphics update this was?
Gears of War.
Yeah,
Gears of War.
Consoles could not emulate this. They were miles behind when it came to both hardware and software.
Close enough.
PC was able to do things that the console just couldn't because of the customizability. You had people like making these super rigs and then benchmarking with video games. That had never been done before. People were like, oh, look how many frames I can get on X game. And
really quick, just to show off how big of a tech jump it was for PC. This was a very, 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 like, people looked at this game and were like, holy shit, this is the future, right? Like, this game looked incredible for its time. And then PC came along with Crysis and said, nah, fuck that. This is PC gaming now. This is when like, oh fuck, what I said it earlier in stream. I can't even think of, like, what's the... PC Master Race. That's when everyone started saying PC Master Race was around this era. Because we go from this on console to this on PC, and it was stunning. Yeah.
And
this game still looks good. I played this a few weeks
ago.
There are games
that come out today that don't look that good.
Yeah. Unironically.
And then you bring in another massive jump, which was development tools. Developers realized that they could get longevity out of their games by releasing the development tools to modders. The modding had already existed. Modding had existed for a long time, all the way back when Doom was out. But developers realized, having looked back at what was it IP Software? They would do ID Software, sorry.
Yeah.
What they were doing with Doom and how the developmental tools were accessible to just anyone, and what they were able to create with it, and realized, hey, wait, what the fuck? Doom is still selling. Why is Doom still selling?
Wait, people are buying it for calculators? What?
Yeah, dude. So
Doom was the original Skyrim.
Developers started releasing their dev tool and saying, have at thee swine, enjoy. And so modders started making games inside of games. You could get extra game 2 for free. So while Oblivion, right, on PC, you had to download the DLCs and you had to pay for them. You had some guy some basement dweller in Sweden building something that was like 50 times better than that for free, and all you had to do was go to a dodgy website to download it that you would get a virus from. It was great. Awesome time for gaming. And then on top of that, to like really cap it off, this is a little bit of a dead time for MMOs. So I want to kind of leave MMOs out. You really did just have an absolute domination. This is where the domination came from, which was just, there were two. There were others, but they did not compete with RuneScape and World of Warcraft. They were waffle stomping everybody, dude. It was disgusting. No one could come in and compete with them. They tried. You had like Lord of the Rings online.
I thought you were going to completely leave out everything. I was like, this is when World of Warcraft popped the fuck off. What do you?
Yeah, no. I was, but like, it's so almost not worth mentioning because it was just so blatantly brutal. But then you also had shit like StarCraft 2, and you had Warcraft 3. You had like, when was Dota would have been released, right? The original Dota mod.
I think it's pretty soon.
That's where modding like came from. Was like this is Dota 2 was 2013, so the original Dota would have been before that. That's a mod of Warcraft. Those who didn't know, Dota was
Legends was a mod of Dota, and then a mod of a mod, and a mod of a mod.
So you had all these games that were just absolutely like getting mass longevity because of the modding scene. But then World of Warcraft and stuff, they were just, you didn't need to mod them because the developers were just like, hey, as long as we keep publishing content, people are going to keep paying for their subscription.
Yep.
But then you had Steam release, open up the ability indie developers to start putting their titles up. So
That's where Steam
basically, this is where Steam just shot off. So Steam was like, hey, it's pretty cool that we have all these games, but what if we had more? It would be pretty cool, right? Now, Sony, Microsoft, and all these guys, Microsoft adopted this at the same time, not to the same scale, but a little bit, like with the Xbox. But Steam was like, what if we offered developers of games I think it was a 30-70 cut. So Steam takes 30%, the developer takes 70%, and we will host your game on our website.
And that's still
That
the cut,
way-
right?
It is still the cut to this day. That way, developers can get their chance to create. They can make games and innovate. And fucking did they. They ran with it. You had these guys who'd be making games in their basements that you couldn't release because no publisher would pick them up. All of a sudden being like, well, fuck it, I'll just release it on Steam. And then all of a sudden just making massive amounts of money. And Steam really flew with that, eventually releasing the green light feature.
And do we have some masterpieces available on Steam now? Truly some masterpieces.
Look, for every,
Dude.
for every
Okay, you're making a joke like you don't want to drink milk directly from a cow.
Chunk, you need to watch
yeah.
you watch the first 45
what,
minutes of
though?
my VOD from last night. You will never
You know
want to touch
what?
this game.
for every fucking 10 pieces of shit, there was a nugget of gold. And you know what? Those 10 pieces of shit were still fun in their own right. They like, it was awesome, man. This was a great time for PC. I was almost surprised when you said it was an in-between period. Because as far as I'm concerned, this is when Steam probably made you guys shaking your boots a little bit. Because PC had always been a niche product. But now, with the ability to buy custom-made PCs, and run with DVD, like CD drives being a massive thing, we were able to be an entertainment system at the same time. We were able to talk with our friends while we did it much more easily than you could with like Xbox and shit, where you had to fucking pay to talk with your friends.
Yeah,
right.
True.
So you could just hop on TeamSpeak and off you go. World of Warcraft with the boys.
Oh, never say TeamSpeak. Thank you, Discord gods.
You laugh, dude, but it was better than anything PlayStation had.
Oh
fucking
no,
going.
I am well aware. I used XSplit. That was back when I played Halo CE on PC. XSplit was the only voice option, and every server you would join, which you had to manually join any server on Halo CE, you had it would in the description of the server it'd be like, this is our XSplit server. You just copy these digits down and this IP and this server port, and then you'll post them over here. Yeah, it was awful.
Well, you had tons of choice as well, which was the selling point of the PC. You had TeamSpeak, Mumble, Skype.
Oh my
like,
god,
all these.
Mumble. Holy
Ventrilo.
shit.
Trello.
I forgot that was a thing.
Me too.
Ventrilo as well, yeah.
That was like
servers.
you had to have Vent downloaded to join any client or any guilds in World of Warcraft at the time.
So as far as I'm concerned, it wasn't an in-between time for us. This is when we started fucking becoming a household name. This is when the master race was, developed. This is when we got a fucking ego,
The
man.
reason I say it's an in-between period is not the software side of things. I was more even saying the hardware side of things. Because like hardware around that time was ridiculous. Like literally, if you spent $1,000 one year, that hardware was worth $100 the next year, and you were 2 generations behind.
You're probably still
insane.
dealing with that to this day.
I mean, yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah, you're still dealing with that. The only difference between PC and PlayStation and Xbox and stuff is the fact that you do have the option to update your stuff and be able to play at an even more ridiculous level. Whereas with PlayStation and Xbox, developers are kind of tied to what that console can do. Whereas with PC, developers can create something, and then if you want to experience that, you can update.
I think Chunk died.
I like
really
he's
happy.
smiling.
He died in
happy.
the most charismatic fucking.
Look at him.
Look at him.
Look at him.
Look at our little
look at the
dead buddy.
cutie pie.
He's a cutie.
I like tried to copy him because I thought he was just holding that pose for a while, and he just kept doing it. I was like, damn, he's really committed to the bit. Oh my god.
Commit.
Two things I wanted to say really quickly. One very off topic. Welcome in everybody from the huge raid. This is a podcast that we do bi-weekly. Today we're discussing the console wars. So if you're just now joining, oh, there he goes. It's gonna look bad. Someone
It's
share
gonna
your
look
screen
scuffed
real
for a
quick.
second.
Someone share like an image real quick to fill in the gap. It's gonna look scuffed
Hey,
until
I'm
Chuck
really
comes
big.
back. Actually, this works. This works just fine. Okay.
Potions.
The other thing I want to say, actually back on topic, is I remember this generation of PC way too much because it's when I had, I was still on a laptop, and I remember I was really, really into the MMO scene, and my cousin and I would download random MMOs off the internet, like random free MMOs, obviously huge scams and probably had a shit ton of malware in them, but these MMOs, for chat's reference, because I think it's fun for them to understand how fast and how spoiled we are now. A large MMORPG back in this time period would be like between 1 and 2 gigabytes. The whole MMO, which was huge for a game in this period.
You had to plan for your week.
Yeah,
to
this
avoid
would be
how
like
you're
a
downloading.
leave your computer on overnight 2 nights in a row to download a 2 gigabyte game. Yeah,
It was worse in Australia. So in Australia, during like 07 period, we were still on dial-up and broadband. So you, like in America, you guys had made massive strides. In Australia, we were lucky if you had 10 megabyte download, you were like a rich family.
Yeah.
You were quite well off. So like
10?
yeah, 10 megabyte downloads.
Oh my god.
So that was rich. You were rich. Back in the day, I had 3 megabytes, and my friends would come around because we had fast internet. So if we wanted to download the newest update or something like that, you had to plan your week with everybody else in the household. You'd be like, all right, I'm going to download during these periods. The internet's going to be fucked. Yeah, it was fucked.
Unbelievably rough.
Do we want to kind of like chill out and take 5 while Chunk sorts out whatever happened?
I think we can do that. I think it'd be fucked if we went on without.
So that being said, I wanna talk about something we were talking about earlier, but we kind of left topic. I wonder if mobile games are looked at kind of shittily because when mobile games first came out, we had handhelds to compare to them, and like I don't know if you guys ever played mobile games on really early smartphones, but they were horrible.
So bad.
Like terrible. And the things that you can compare to that were like the DS, the PSP, like honestly even the Game Boy. Like you can compare those things to it, and those were way better. So you're like, why would you use mobile?
To put it into perspective, one of the best games you could get on mobile at the time that the PSP and Vita and shit were like a thing, Doodle Jump. That was like the pinnacle of mobile gaming.
Yeah,
Very
I
true.
played the shit out of Doodle Jump.
And Doodle Jump was dope, but it wasn't fucking Uncharted, you know?
Uh-oh.
You could get Uncharted as a handheld experience.
Chunk said, my internet is dead. I told him we're going to take 5 so we can restart his router. So he's going to try that. If he doesn't come back, we may have a hard time appropriately representing Nintendo.
We can respond to chat at this point, yeah?
Yeah, we can respond to chat,
Yeah.
I think that would be the best thing
yeah.
right now is to just go on full responding to chat mode. If Chunk comes back and fills in our 5th person slot in Discord, please stop sharing your stream, Aravan, and it'll sort itself out. I need to use the restroom, so this take 5 actually works out really well.
Yeah, easy.
So I'll be right back.
Wouldn't your internet go down if someone used the phone? No, but the microwave. Someone used the microwave in the house.
Bro,
The internet was done.
I was living with my friend Peter a while back, and he had that problem where like we'd be playing like Overwatch together, and all of a sudden it would just be like hyper lag, maybe like 1 megabyte a second, and we're like, someone's heating up food. Like,
Yep.
someone's downstairs warming up lunch.
So inside the so you know how like on the front of microwaves they tend to have like a mesh, right? So they create that because the obviously you're creating like a small little fucking like nuclear wave inside your microwave to like expressly heat things up. Basically those were designed to like keep in those waves. I'm really not good at describing this. I know what I'm trying to say, but like all the shit that's contained inside your microwave stayed inside your microwave because of this mesh. Faraday cage. Thank you, Cyber. I knew the name of a Faraday cage. If your Faraday cage was in the slightest bit broken, that's what would happen. It would fuck everything in the house. You would have problems with your TV.
I believe it's surprising how fragile a lot of our technology is. Like I can't remember who was talking about it, but someone was talking about how if you drive to a certain part of your town, like most towns have this, there's just a dead spot. And you can be in the middle of a city and there'll still be a dead spot. And it's like, that's weird to think that you could be in the middle of a city and it's the exact same signals as if you were in the middle of a forest.
Where I live in Adelaide, there's a train line. It's one of the best train lines that I've ever seen in the world. It's a singular train line, and pretty much all of Adelaide is accessible by it. Right? So, if you hop on this train, there is a period of 2 towns where you cannot use your mobile.
Two whole
That's it.
stops.
2 whole stops, and you cannot use your mobile.
Jesus.
It's ridiculous.
Is it like a subway or is it like an above ground?
No, it's above ground.
Jeez. I mean,
Just
Australia is pretty fucking big.
Yeah. It's just a massive dead zone there. That
Okay.
has been for years. I assume the mobile companies just can't be fucked putting in the infrastructure there. And because of that, the housing costs in that area are super cheap. Because it's just it's like the Middle Ages, dude. It's like there's people walking around with like suits of armor and like opening doors for women. Like it's crazy. Milady?
I won't buy it. I don't believe it. There's not people opening doors for women.
No, yeah.
I only open doors for men with big cocks. Speaking of which, I need to go big.
Okay.
I use women to open up doors.
Jamie, do you need to use the restroom?
Nah, man, I'm good.
Okay. Just making sure. Once Araban gets back, I think regardless if Chunk is back or not, we'll go ahead and move forward. We'll let Chunk kind of catch up with us if he comes back in late. Oh, he's typing right now, actually. So we'll get an update. He said, I opened up doors for women. Fuck you guys.
Amazing.
He's lurking. He's on his phone. What? I mean, he could just join on his phone. It'd be awful connection and camera, but in theory, it'd work.
It's been like a trip through time today. Hey, it's
been fun.
Yeah,
I didn't
really
expect this much of the podcast to be a history lesson, but honestly, I've just been in it. I've been loving
it's
this
been
history
great.
lesson.
I've been loving it. I'm really glad I got PC because like a majority of my gaming was done on PC. So
Hey, Drowsy. Welcome in. I guess I'll go ahead and divulge a couple more things of information about the podcast itself, just in case you're enjoying this type of content. We do this bi-weekly, so not next Monday, but the next one. And we'll probably have a surprise guest on for the next one. So a 5th member.
yeah, that'll be cool. That'll be very, very cool.
I'm back.
Also, obviously, shout out to Otherworld, an amazing stream team. If you haven't done it already, click on the logo underneath Prince Devi's name. All of us are Otherworld creators, and good group of friends. Just really fun people to. Like, honest to God, I seriously mean this. I think we have one of the best stream teams.
Oh yeah.
Like every single person on the list is super entertaining. We all are homies. It's just good times.
Yeah, I like, honestly, even now, I was so shocked when you said you wanted in on Otherworld.
I was
Like,
too.
I was like,
I'm-
when you said that, I was like, I don't believe you. Like, I just don't. And then, like, eventually, I was like, okay.
All right,
I'm all about
chat.
playing and being a part of good groups of good people, man. I can see clear as day how good this group was.
We're gonna do something a little unorthodox this week with the podcast, as long as Erevan and Jamie are okay with it. Chunk has officially confirmed that his internet will not allow him to resume speaking. Chunk has also confirmed that his phone connection is so bad he can't even type in Twitch chat. So he can hear us all and he can see us all, but he can't type. So if we can give a quick 07 to our boy Chunky in the chat, I'm sure he would appreciate that. Everybody knows the utter pain of having your internet go down on you.
For no reason.
Someone turned on his microwave.
So chat, I'm interested in seeing how you guys would feel about this. This is gonna make this awful if I put this on like Spotify for audio only. Are you making fun of me, Airman? I shake my leg. I'm sorry. I don't know if you're making fun of me. Chat, how would you feel about representing Nintendo tonight?
Hey,
Maybe a little delayed, but we'll try our best. I feel like a lot of people have been looking forward to the Wii discussion, right?
I shake my leg as well, Debbie. Don't worry.
I can't stop. I can't fucking
I have
stop.
My
ADHD.
auntie's nickname for me is 07 on the Richter scale.
But I got this. It's like a memory foam pad I put my feet on. So when I
Ooh,
shake, it has no effect on the ground whatsoever. I like bought it for that reason.
nice. That's a pretty good idea, actually.
Are you worried your neighbors are like, oh god, our house is rumbling?
I'm a big dude, so when my leg shakes, it like shakes the world.
Right. Do you have wooden floors?
Yes, I do.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I hear it. I see
No
it.
carpet.
Yep.
All right. Then to get us back on track, after our little bit of a break there, we are discussing the PS3 era. So PlayStation 3, Xbox 360, Wii. We just went over the, as always, incredible bounds and leaps that PC takes over all the consoles regardless. It's hardly even a competition. But I feel like it was pretty decisive that the Wii won here. The only things that I wanted to note about the PS3, I actually had a couple of pretty interesting things about it. First of all, the PS3 deserves praise for one thing, okay? We can all agree that the PlayStation 3 deserves praise for one thing, and that is that it is the only console that, for some weird lapse in judgment, for some very brief moment of a lack of greed, they didn't have paid online multiplayer. There was some guy who was like, we have enough money. And that's the last time that ever happened.
To their
was-
detriment.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Your
100%. I
security
don't know
was
why.
And they were down half the time.
Mm-hmm.
I also want to point out one. I think I would call it a flaw.
Okay.
Was PS3's early adoption of Blu-ray.
A flaw, really?
Well,
Yeah, the reason for it was that people looked at the console as more of an entertainment system than a console. So while, like, the average gamer, right, you probably at this point in time had a Blu-ray in your house. Like, if you had enough money to get a console, you probably already had a Blu-ray. These guys, people that got like consoles early were usually technology adopters. And so, like, to have Blu-ray in your PlayStation just kind of felt like unnecessary. You already had a DVD player, and then, like, if you already have a DVD player, why get a Blu-ray? And if you already have, if you really wanted Blu-ray, then you're probably an early adopter and already had a Blu-ray player. I think then, at that point in time, people looked at that as a bit of a like, oh well, it's entirely for gaming, you know. I think I'll go with the 360 because the 360 is like just for gaming. You're not getting all this like unnecessary like because I think the PS3 was more expensive as well than the Xbox.
Oh, it was so expensive. It was like one
And
of
it's
the most
because of that
expensive
Blu-ray.
consoles recently. Yeah. Well, actually,
It
that
was because
wasn't
of
the
Blu-ray
reason.
player.
I mean, it contributed, true, but that was my next thing that I wanted to say about it. Well, actually, really quick before I move on to the reason that the PS3 was so overpriced. It blows my mind if you are correct that there was like a Final Fantasy, I think you said 13, that was still multi-disc on PS3 because the big gimmick of the PS3 was that Blu-ray, that those discs could hold enough space that they wouldn't have that problem anymore.
But here's the thing. Why would a developer who's making a game, right, splurge on a Blu-ray disc? Because Blu-ray discs were more expensive.
Oh, I see. I didn't even think about that. Okay.
Yeah.
That makes more sense.
That was why it
But
was
you
really
could
dumb.
put-
Like,
you could put games on Blu-ray, like that was a feature.
yes, you could, but
But they
it was too
It
cost
was too expensive. Yeah.
Whoa.
Yeah.
So
I was just
everyone's
about to
like,
ask.
well, I'm not gonna watch movies on my PlayStation. I've got a DVD player for that. And like, this is the thing, right? The people who really considered Blu-ray like the peak in entertainment, they already had a Blu-ray player. They're not gonna buy a PlayStation just for that.
Mm-hmm.
No, then I to this day think that at that point in time, Xbox had the better exclusives.
I will agree for the PS3 era. PS3 era was the one gen that they really fell behind on exclusives. It's actually the only one I didn't even take notes on exclusives for PS3.
I can go over the Xbox exclusives real quick, like the notable ones.
Oh, please.
Let me
they're
say the
fucking
last
amazing.
piece of information about the PS3 I'm gonna say on this gen, which is, again, the reason that it was so expensive. And this blew my mind. So I don't know how many people in chat or even you guys were around when the PS3 came out, but when the original PS3 came out, it was huge. It was extremely expensive, like $600 or $700 at the time. And the reason for it was because it was backwards compatible. And that was a huge selling point, that it was backwards compatible. And a lot of people will remember that at some point, they removed the backwards compatibility and dropped the price by like $50 to $100. And people were really fucking upset about it. But the reason for it was because every single one of those PS3s that they sold, they lost a ton of money on. Because it wasn't as simple as like putting in a chip or just making a different disc reader or something like that to make it backwards compatible. The PS3 had a PS2 inside of it. That's how it was backwards compatible. The PS3 essentially had a miniature PS2 built into the console that would run PS2 games for it. And it was just way too fucking expensive for them to essentially sell two consoles at once. So they finally ripped all the PS2 guts out, started selling it for just a little bit cheaper. And then that change infuriated a ton of people. And then also like quadrupled the PS3's sales because it was finally affordable. It's just such a weird little... Yeah, it was like really tucked away. Like I had to really hunt for that information.
I always assumed it was the Blu-ray player. I mean, the Blu-ray player absolutely would have. Blu-ray players were expensive, and Cyber Opal pointed out a really good point as well in chat. As far as Blu-ray players went, the one inside the PlayStation was shit. It was super shit.
Really?
Yeah, it was like they went for the cheapest option because they knew that people weren't buying the console for the Blu-ray. It was just an added feature.
I guess I never thought about that. There's different quality of Blu-ray players.
Mm-hmm.
That's interesting.
And someone else in chat pointed out earlier that Sony owned the Blu-ray technology at the time, so they really used the PS3 to kind of try to really push that on people to get that technology more popular. Which it works.
Absolutely.
Like every PS4 game is on Blu-ray now, so, and PS5, I believe. Maybe not every, but I feel like the mainstay titles.
Yeah, well, it's cheaper to produce now.
Yeah. On to Xbox, and then we'll do Nintendo. We'll try to collaborate on Nintendo.
So Xbox was pretty awesome in a few ways. They tried to move, as I said earlier, they tried to move more in the modular form of things, where they had different attachments for cooling systems for it. Nothing water cooled in the beginning, mostly like fans and like crazy shit like that. They had the different size hard drives, so to cut down costs, instead of having integrated like internal storage, which they did a little bit. I think it was like 32, 64 gigs of internal storage.
Yeah,
it was not much at all.
Hard drive was the.
That's the one I'm talking about.
Yeah.
So you can actually buy the game either new or used without that clip-on hard drive for very reasonable prices. Like when you first bought it was like $350, and then after a certain amount of time, like after some time had passed, you can get an Xbox for like $200 with no hard drive, which was like unbelievable. And the secondhand market for Xbox was huge. And what a lot of people would do is they'd buy a cheap, no hard drive Xbox, and they'd buy a used hard drive for nothing, and then they'd have a console for less than like $300-400.
Yep.
And if you could splurge on a 1 terabyte hard drive, you would. But if you couldn't, you'd buy one of the cheaper ones, And for the most part, you didn't need that much storage because a lot of the time in the early days of Xbox, the only reason you use storage is for later updates or for using the Xbox Arcade Store, which is another thing that Xbox had at the time, which was like super revolutionary. Is PC had Steam that had like for developers, and they had those developer options, and the Xbox had the Xbox Arcade, which was Xbox's Steam. It was basically its indie market. Essentially, and I love that because like a lot of times these, as you said, these indie developers couldn't find publishers to publish their game. So instead of having to go out and make those discs, they just put them on the Xbox Arcade.
You know which one I absolutely loved?
What's that?
And it was like, in my opinion, the start of the indie era. Because like obviously PC was still
Peggle?
No, Limbo.
Oh,
Limbo, true.
I own Limbo on special edition. Like I have the special edition, like collector's edition Limbo, but it's on PC.
Yeah. So that was like one of the it was that Doritos Crash Course, Peggle, those games.
Oh shit, Doritos, that's a blast from the past.
Yeah, man. Like, me and my friends used to go around my place and see if we could break world records on it. It was great.
That game was so good. And Xbox had a lot of good games at the time. Some of these you may recognize as Crackdown, the Gears of War series, the Mass Effect series, the Dead Rising series, Saints Row, of course Halo, all the Forzas, Alan Wake, all the Fables, and Xbox actually had Left 4 Dead on it, which I don't believe PlayStation can say for itself.
No, only PC and Xbox had it at the time.
Yeah. And that's the cool thing about Xbox, especially in this generation, is all of the Xbox hand-holding that was allowed because of the cross-compatibility with Microsoft.
And I'm just going to point out one thing. It wasn't just Left 4 Dead. The orange box was
Oh, yes.
God,
anyone who doesn't know that era of gaming, I'm sure there are young people in here that don't even remember this era properly. The orange box was a collection of 3 Steam games. They were the pinnacle of Steam games, which was Half-Life 2, Team Fortress 2, and that's a fucking big one, and Portal. Now, I talked about it earlier. Steam is like Steam was a pioneer when it came to interesting game development. They were doing things that other consoles, the console market just wasn't doing, right? They were doing a first-person shooter with physics-based gameplay, which had not been done before. It hadn't ever been done before. Then you had Portal, which was a physics-based puzzle game. And then you had the very first ever first-person shooter MOBA, which was, you guys all probably play Overwatch and shit. The original was Half-Life. Team Fortress 2.
Yeah. It's a hero shooter. It was the first, the absolute first.
Yep.
And that's like that. Those games were all amazing and made by Valve, and credit to them. Back when they used to make games, like they made some absolute bangers, and putting them on the 360 was genius because it not only got people knowledgeable about what they can do, it got people on PC. And that cross nature of PC players and Xbox 360 players was absolutely massive.
Let me tell you about my favorite PlayStation 3 game that if they re-released this for anything or made an updated version of it, I would hands down dump all my money into it. This game did not go well. I'll just say that. Most people probably won't recognize this game or its name at all. Do you guys? Does this look familiar to you at all?
I know Mag.
You know Mag?
I'm not familiar with it.
All right, so this was at a time period where the biggest multiplayer games on console was like Battlefield, and Battlefield was like a 32v32 at the time. I think was its biggest game mode, and Call of Duty. Yeah, but that was, I mean, like the scope, right, of like the battle.
Oh yeah.
So Battlefield was the biggest game as far as scope. Mag was 126 versus 126 during the same time period.
Jesus.
And it was generally 3 separate teams competing at the same time over separate objectives and so on and so forth. It had a system built into it where you had a squad of 5 players, and you would be among this squad, and you had your own squad voice chat in game, and your squad leader had their own special voice chat where they could talk to you and all the other squad leaders in their platoon. And then there was one platoon leader that had a special voice chat where they could talk to all of the squad leaders or the commander, and then there was a single player that was a commander that could talk to all of the platoon leaders or all of the squad leaders or everybody. And it was like this perfect form of communication all the way down that made it one of the most satisfying tactical shooters I've ever played, while still being like 250 players on the same battlefield. It was insanely satisfying to me.
Unfortunately for them, their servers were
Shit.
dog
They
shit.
were awful. Yeah, the servers were bad, but it was such a good idea.
It was
God,
a
I would love
very
them to do it
unique
again.
experience.
Ugh.
And yeah, then PC yoinked the idea. A bunch of developers went and like made some.
Planet Side now.
Planet
Now we
Side.
have
Holy
Planet
shit.
Side 2, which is what is it up to? It's either 2,000. Oh, it's 6,000 players in one battlefield at a time. 2,000 players
Yeah.
per team. 3 teams competing at the same time in Planet Side 2. That game is free and still available, and people still play the shit out of that game.
Yep.
Yeah, that's ancient at this point. Whew. Anywho, do you have more exclusives you want to list off, or? I
mean, most of the exclusives. I mean, I mentioned most of the exclusives at the time. A lot of what made Xbox pop was how consistent the servers were, especially compared to its competitors.
Mhm.
You had the Wii, which had nothing. It had essentially no online whatsoever, and the online it did have sucked major
it's,
donkey dick.
it's still bad.
It's terrible. So, and then you
Nintendo's
had-
online's still bad.
You had PS3, which did have online, which was free, but it was terrible. You'd have like horrible connection, horrible ping, and it was constantly down because it was getting DOSed. Like it was getting hacked. There were like I remember my cousin, my uncle, my cousin at the time. That's a weird thing. My uncle George had a like 2-year period where every 3 months he couldn't use his PS4 or PS3 for like a month. Like every 3 months, consistently on the dot, he just couldn't use it. So I gave him one of my Xbox 360s because I had upgraded from the regular to the Elite. Because like in between console generations, they always have that marginal upgrade. And I gave him the 360, and like instantly, him being like a hardcore, he only used PlayStation his whole life user, was like, yeah, I still prefer PlayStation, but this online experience is better, hands down, no competitors. Like
Don't
it's
even
just,
get me started on party chat.
yeah, and like oh my, like party chat was like, and like even though it's kind of gimmicky, the like avatar system they had,
Yep.
like a lot of people really love myself included, love the avatar system. That the online like there was just a lot of nice little bonuses that I mean, granted you had to pay $60 a year for it.
This,
but it was worth.
this is something like it's kind of tucked away in this conversation as well. The user experience for the UI of the actual console, I think Xbox stole in that.
Yeah,
It was very
hard
easy
disagree.
to use.
I
Really?
fucking despise.
So
okay,
I
they improved it at one
both.
point, but I'm thinking of
You
like
like the
the
blades?
panels. Yeah, the blades. I hated the blades.
Everyone hated the blade. Xbox
Yeah.
hated the blade. That's why they
They
got rid of
fixed
them.
it. Yeah, it's
But
much
that,
better now.
that later version of Xbox, after the blades and before the Xbox One, I would use that more. I would use that before the PS5s. Like I still hate PlayStation's UI. Honestly,
Yeah, it's ugly. It's ugly.
it's like it goes like this, and that's it. That's like the whole thing. It goes from left
Yep.
to right. That's like the whole UI. It's like, I don't know.
And I felt like they both had customizability options, but I felt like the Xboxes was you really felt your like you could really customize every part of that. They had really great customized like backgrounds with animations and stuff, unique sounds.
It kind
Just
of makes me
really
sad
cool.
that I still remember the Xbox 360 very fondly, despite being a total Sony fanboy. I loved my Xbox 360 until it red ringed on me. But and despite that, it still sold worse than the PS3. Like that blows my mind that the PS3 still outsold the Xbox 360. I cannot wrap my head around that as a Sony fanboy.
Yeah.
I mean, it was close, but
yeah, I that blows my mind as well, to be honest. I really
also,
I guess like the PlayStation 2 just made a lot of like
it had an impact.
Die Hard
that's what it
fans.
was, yeah. I think the PlayStation 3 really popped off at the end of its lifespan, realistically.
Yeah.
But something else you didn't even mention, Airvan, that I think really was the final step up. Like, Xbox already had the dominant online presence over all the other consoles, and just to make it one step up, every Xbox shipped with a headset.
Yeah.
That was huge for the
Because
online
they were
gaming.
all about
I didn't think about that,
they
yeah.
were all
PlayStation
about
did not
the
have
online
that.
experience.
You had to buy a headset separately. Nintendo thinks that trying to communicate in online games is hilarious, and Xbox was like, here you go. It's 15 cents, but here you go. It's a headset.
Yeah.
If you really want to be a gamer, go buy some Turtle Beaches. But for now, here's a
Oh my
15-cent
God.
headset.
You know why I think
Turtle
I-
Beaches were the pinnacle of gaming headsets?
I forgot about that because I don't know if you guys remember. Do you know the proprietary head, like I think it was like 1.8 millimeter like headphone jack at the bottom of the
Mhm.
360? Like it wasn't
Yeah.
the regular size one.
Yeah.
I had one of those keyboards that like plugged into the bottom of the
Yeah.
Xbox, and then that had like the regular plug-in thing. So I never used the original Xbox.
They were
headset.
bad.
I would always use like better ones because I need a 3.5 millimeter jack. So I like
And-
completely forgot it came with one.
And if you like want, like I people know this, few people don't. Yeah.
Your mic is cutting in and out really
Whoa.
bad.
So
Sorry, let me lean in. I used to be a
It's still doing
like
it.
Wait, really?
Yeah.
it's kind of like it's kind of like
Dropping it down. Sheesh.
yeah, it's kind of sick actually.
Is it like making like a sick beat?
Yeah, it's like
That's so weird.
Really quick
Hopefully-
while you
hopefully it
figure
just
that
stops.
out. My
Let's stop
uncle,
that.
who is now in prison, was a professional Call of Duty 3 player and played in a bunch of tournaments online and won a ton of money doing it.
Yep,
And he always
that's-
kept his hair buzz cut. And I remember the day that I learned he was a Call of Duty 3 semi-pro, I'll say. It was Thanksgiving, and he had a perfect line, like a headset line, where his hair didn't grow at the same rate because of the Xbox headset pressed down to his
Yeah.
scalp. And it was just like, you could see the bald line and then like hair growing out around it. And it was so
Yeah.
fucking funny looking, dude.
Well, no, so like actually, it was what I was about to say. So I was a esports player for a team that a local business owned in my area way back when. And so from the ages of 14 to 17, I like competitive Call of Duty.
Sorry, your
All right,
chat,
dude. Fuck you guys,
your
man.
chat really coming through with the dent
Dude,
emote.
fucking assholes, dude. I swear to God. Actual dicks. Dude, so I used to be part of that. And like again, like there just weren't pro scenes on the PS4 on the PS3, sorry.
Not at all.
Because like no one took it
It's still
seriously
not.
for a competitive gameplay.
PlayStation
Whereas on-
still isn't in that scene at all.
Yeah. So we used to play on Cybergamer, which was a website that basically put together matches, and then they had professional referees that were paid. And yeah, we used to do search and destroy and stuff, and yeah, there were that didn't exist on PS3. It was kind of a meme. Like the good gamers went to Xbox. That's what it was.
That was a really interesting aspect of like the online is like because of how much better the connectivity was. PS3 was a joke, and like, okay, this is more personal. Don't put glossy plastic on anything
True.
ever, just period.
The
Like
PS3
glossy
Yeah.
Slim
plastic is
was great.
the worst idea.
The PS3
yeah, the
Slim was great. Yeah.
Yeah, like that hump. I thought it was great, but like cars, nothing. Never put
Yeah.
shiny plastic on anything.
Disgusting.
That's all I have to say about that.
Even my phone now, thank God. I don't know what like texture this is, but it's like
Matte.
it's so perfect. I love
Yeah.
it.
It's called Matte.
I know a guy named Matt.
Oh, your phone's named Matt now
Okay.
too. Properly decided.
Quick, call him up. We'll make him a guest.
So I'm not 100% sure how we're gonna properly represent the Wii, other than saying absolutely fucking slayed in numbers. Was the only generation of console that beat out Sony ever.
They were giving them away.
They
like
were
I remember
giving
when
them away, yeah.
when my mom got Comcast, that's how we got our Wii. When she like signed up for Comcast, they just gave her one.
Absolutely revolutionized motion controls forever. I hate the sensor bar and the entire concept of it, which Xbox really clinged onto. We'll get to that next gen. But amazing titles, very, very unique games that we will never see replicated in other systems. I feel like,
even the PC can't properly emulate it.
Yeah,
it's weird.
It was an incredible, very, very interesting console.
That was a generational console.
For sure. Yeah. I mean, Wii Sports. Enough said.
Yeah, pretty much.
That game sold consoles.
You know what's funny as well? I remember the PS2 had iToy. It's funny that you didn't mention iToy. iToy was kind of sick.
I had one.
Yeah, I did too. I loved it. There was the boxing game, which was super fun. The window washing one.
Yeah. The ninja one.
But like no one else had been doing that, right? And then PS3 came out and they had the motion controls, and then we was like, yo, fuck all of you, all right? I'm gonna show you how this bitch done, all right? You don't need some fucking camera. You don't need anything like that. Just get a fucking Wii remote and swing that bad boy through your TV screen.
Exactly, straight down the middle of the TV screen.
If you didn't do it, you weren't a gamer.
There's something about a Wiimote that is transferable to human motion that's so much better than even like VR. Like there's just nothing that really compares to it. And it's also why I didn't want to bring up a kind of like a bruise on the Xbox legacy, and that is the Xbox Kinect.
Yeah,
we're coming to that, right? Oh,
yeah, that's such a. Well, no, that's now. Like that's.
Oh, it was end of 360 lifespan. You're right.
Yeah, it was at the end of the 360 lifespan. So essentially, what they wanted to do is emulate the family fun, like control, like get up and get active controls that the Wii had. They wanted to make something that's like that. The reason it came out so late is because the technology and the tracking software did not exist in the consumer space whatsoever. The only places that were using those type of technologies were military, like different militaries around the world, Israeli military, Russian military, shit like that. So when they eventually developed the technology, it was just barely on the cusp of working. And then, of course, the stockholders were like, well, we've already invested 5 years and $200 million in this, so we need to ship a product. So they shipped the Kinect, which they shouldn't have. And I think most people remember it as kind of lukewarm, or like it was kind of okay. Like it worked half the time. It was fine. Yeah, it was like fine for the most part. But realistically, it was a shadow of what it could have been, and it kind of reminds me of the conversation we were having earlier about the Virtual Boy, where it's like we just did not have the technology was not ready, simply put, and they just tried to get something out there to compete, and it was not the best idea. And the worst part was it didn't even work that well as a webcam.
No,
like it was like 450 or some random aspect ratio. It wasn't even 480.
The only best thing that the Kinect ever did was make a really good jump scare in a horror movie. What's Paranormal Activity 3? It's something like a really interesting like it wasn't even really a jump scare, just a cool. But they showed off how the infrared technology works. So like if you turn on a night vision camera, you can actually see the laser dots that they use to track your body.
It's really cool. Yeah.
Did they make
they actually use that to like show off like a ghost. So it uses the same it uses the same technology that quote unquote ghost hunters use as the dot box.
All right, this was really hard.
That was like the only thing I remember about the Kinect is they had that one scare in that movie.
Let me see if this works. All right, check this out. So this was actually an entire music video. I'm not gonna play the audio for obvious reasons, but this was an entire music video that was recorded in Kinect. Oh God, it didn't like that I full screened it. It did not like that I full screened it. Okay, we're gonna have to watch it like this. But yeah, here's the Kinect technology in motion. Like, it was really interesting tech.
Yeah.
And it worked out. It like you could do cool things with it, but it wasn't ready. For accuracy in gaming, it was a little wacky. Like, yeah, it just wasn't ready. But yeah, it was pretty cool.
Not really a word you could even use for it. It was like everything was in maybes. And like there were so many games that made you do fine motor functions with your hands, moving them, and stuff,
Yep.
and it like never proper. Like the best thing that happened to the Kinect was its
Just
most popular
Dance.
game, which is Just Dance.
Yep.
Like that game really made it pop off, and it was the Wii Sports of the Kinect.
Yep.
Like it really made a lot of people want it, and it was fun and it was fine because the Kinect could track those large motor functions where you're moving your arms and legs and your entire body a lot. But like for the most part, it was kind of a hack. Like you've seen the pictures of people sitting on the couch like, and
Yeah.
they're getting like perfect 500 points. Like they're just doing like, and it's just like, it wasn't ready. But you know, at least it wasn't as bad as the Wii U.
You know what? I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna do this for CB.
Oh,
Feels
man,
mean
the
saying that
Wii
with
U.
Shunk not here, but
Yeah, he doesn't even have a chance to
he doesn't
defend.
even have a chance, bro.
Is there even a way to defend the Wii U? I couldn't think of anything.
What I can
Hold on,
say
I have something.
is that thing could
Wait,
take a fucking
real quick.
beating.
Good.
I gotta
You
do
could
this
throw
for
things down
chat.
like-
Hold on. This is for CB.
Kill it, bro.
Okay, so that's enough of that before I get a copyright strike.
Incredible, man. Incredible.
No, I was one of the lucky few that had a Wii U. My mom had a Wii, and she was like, you know what? I'm gonna get the kids something special for this holiday. I heard the Wii U is like an upgraded Wii, and we play the Wii all the time, so I might as well get it. And she got that thing, and like I want to say we played it on it maybe 3 times. Like we just didn't use it, and that's half because there just wasn't games for it, and half because it kind of sucked as a console. But what I can say about it is it was an M1 Abrams. Like that thing could, literally any cousin you had come over, any little brother, little sister, could spill whatever they want on it, drop it off the Empire State Building. Fucking, that thing was tough. It was like what's that one brand, Leapfrog, or whatever, that had like the kids tablets
Mm-hmm.
that would just not break. It was like
Yeah,
it was like
it
the
was
Wii.
Leapfrog.
Yeah, it was the fucking Nintendo version of Leapfrog. It felt like.
If we are officially ready to move away from the PS3, Xbox 360, and Wii generation, really quick, let me skim over the handheld gen that we're moving past. I'm just going to say the stats. Everyone already knows who won this one. In 2011, 2 handhelds came out, the PlayStation Vita and the Nintendo 3DS. You already know which one performed better.
It
The
fucked me up
PlayStation
as well,
Vita.
because the Vita was good.
The Vita was
It was
good.
great.
It's just unfortunate. It didn't sell well.
It smashes in Japan. Like it's
Yeah.
You're cutting off again.
What is that
fucking
about?
microphone.
So the PS Vita sold 15 million systems, whereas the Nintendo 3DS sold 76 million systems. So not even really a competition there. Yeah. So we'll
I
just,
just
move on from the Vita.
There's been so many videos documenting why the Vita failed, but like a lot of them come down. They basically explain it as bad timing.
Mhm.
Like at the end of the day, they're just sort of like, this was the beginning of the emergence of mobile gaming, so people didn't really see the logic in buying a game console that you could use. Like it was supposed to be like the PS4 in a handheld form.
Yep.
But the Nintendo DS was its own thing. Like you could only play Nintendo DS games on Nintendo, but for the most part, the PS Vita didn't have any exclusives. It was great, but like again, it was just so weird because like
it did have
it-
one feature that I still think would be very, very successful today, especially today, now that internet has improved to the point it has now.
I know
The
exactly what you're talking
PlayStation
about,
Vita had the remote play. So
yeah, that was like
Yeah.
Steam Play is currently it pops off. Like it's one of the biggest things. I would love if there was like a PS Vita 2. Like I would buy the shit out of that.
For chat's sake, remote play, what we're talking about, the PlayStation Vita, the handheld Sony console of the time, had a feature in it where if you had a PS4, which was another downside, a PS3 or a PS4, you had to own a whole separate console for this feature to work. You could put any PS3 or PS4 game in, turn it on your console, and as long as that console was on and you had an internet connection, you could play, like your PlayStation console would run the game and your Vita would get the video feed. So you would essentially play any PlayStation game that you had mobile at perfect quality. And that's insane. It just required a very strong internet connection. But that was really all that, in my opinion, the Vita like truly had to hold as like a candle against mobile gaming and the competitor of the 3DS, which just had a bunch of amazing titles. But oh, go on.
Sorry. I was gonna say, if we're finishing up with the Wii stuff.
Yeah,
And,
I was going to
the
give the
handheld
stats
stuff.
on this current gen
Oh,
so
yeah,
that we
yeah,
can go into the Wii U. So now we'll move on to the actual consoles again. This is 2013 to present. All of these consoles are still, except for the Wii U, still sold today and are still very popular. We had the Wii U will be the first one I list because they sold 13.5 million units. Probably one of Nintendo's biggest flops ever. Actually, I think it hands down is Nintendo's biggest flop ever. Following that is the Xbox One, which sold 51 million units. And I'm also including the Switch in this generation because it did come out to compete with the PlayStation 4 and the Xbox One. All forms of the Switch sales have been included in this number at 107.1 million units sold, which is a huge number. But still taking the lead is the PlayStation 4, which is currently at 117 million units sold. PlayStation 4 is incredibly popular. Now, if we're interested in discussing the Wii U, which I know we are because we've been talking about getting to it all night, my hot take on the Wii U. I thought that console had some fucking potential, dude. I got a Wii U and I was like, this is gonna be it. This is a 3DS, but it's a console. The top screen is my TV. The bottom touch screen is my handheld. But no fucking games used it. There were like two games that I had where the controller was like useful information. Like the controller was the pause screen. It was my inventory, it was my map, and I loved it. And then there were like 50 games I played that did nothing with the bottom controller. It was just the same screen mirrored, and it was wasted potential. Like, it could have been so good. I feel like, honestly, the games developed for the Wii U was really the reason it flopped.
I agree. I agree. I think, I agree to a point. I think the reason it flopped so much was because it was just Wii extra. It was motion controls, but not as comfortable as what the Wiimotes were.
True. Awful motion controls.
It had less ability to be multiplayer because obviously you had just one big clunky controller, whereas with the Wii you could just get 4 little Wiimotes and you hand them all your friends and you all could just sit in your individual spots and play. The games that work, because the best part about the Wii was the multiplayer, right?
Yeah.
Wii Sports, the best game was like the multiplayer. Now, let's say you want to play Mario Party with your friends, right? And you had the Wii U. Mario Party with your friends tried to integrate the Wii U by making one player Bowser, and it made an asymmetrical game that just wasn't fun. Like everything like that you could like if you tried to incorporate the Wii U into multiplayer fun, like couch co-ops and stuff, you had to oppose the Wii U player against the Wiimote players.
Yep.
And that's why I think it failed.
You know, I actually never considered that. The Wii U was like Nintendo's first system that you couldn't easily have like a group of people just hop in and play.
Yep. That was the biggest issue.
I think you're right. Yeah, I never considered that, but that's absolutely the biggest problem.
Yeah, and like you couldn't like Smash Bros. Wasn't like it'd just be easy to play Smash Bros. On the Wii.
You want to know what I ended up doing with my Wii? I lived in a house with 3 other dudes and my girlfriend at the time. And my friend Adam had the bedroom that was dead center of the house. I asked him for permission, and he gave it to me, to plug my Wii U console into a wall outlet in his bedroom, and then just tuck the console in his closet. So the cord was just up against the wall and going into his closet. We never touched the console again. We just carried the controller around because it was in a central location. We had perfect signal all over the house, and it was just a Netflix box. We would just carry a little Netflix screen all over the house with a central system in the middle bedroom closet.
That's kind of crazy.
So smart.
That was what our Wii U eventually became. It's just our little Netflix machine.
Yeah, so I would say that was the big blunder by Nintendo. I was not understanding why the Wii succeeded in the first place.
Yep.
I read a statistic recently that was there have been more Nintendo Switches sold than Wii U games sold.
Yep.
And like that blows like
It's mind-blowing. Yeah.
the whole point of the console is to sell like 1 billion games for it.
Yep.
And it sold so poor. Like,
you gotta give it to Nintendo for just moving on. Like they dropped that console, they supported it for like 6 months, and they were just like, okay, this is fucked. We're gonna make something else.
If anyone's going to drop something without any like
True.
warning,
True.
it's gonna be Nintendo.
It's gonna be the
I wonder if
the
that's a
company
credit to
that
them or not.
wins. The company that wins hands down on the metric of not giving a shit about their consumer.
Yeah.
I wonder though if that is. Could you flip that and say they do give a fuck about their consumer? Now, we know the Wii U wasn't popular. People just didn't like it. Otherwise, it would have sold more, right?
Mm-hmm.
So what's the point in supporting a product that people like rather than just
Your mic is
Well,
still.
I
coming
would
out every
say-
once in a while, by the way.
fucking
I would say-
microphone, man?
That's kind of the bottom line, though, right? Like, I don't mean that as in like that. I mean like their bottom line. Like if they're not selling a console, that affects their stockholders. The stockholders go,
Yep.
hey, fix this shit right now. So like, you could spin that as, oh, they care about the consumers so much that obviously the consumers didn't like this. When realistically, we all recognize that the Wii U was a fine console. They just messed up the marketing because everyone was confused about the whole Wii U thing, and like they didn't push game developers to develop enough
No.
games for it.
Even
I
CB in
disagree. I
chat
don't
just said, I
see-
dead ass thought the Wii U was just an add-on to the Wii.
Yeah, see, this is where I fundamentally agree with you. I don't think it was a good console. They missed the mark. They didn't know. They lost track of what was good about their console, which is the multiplayer aspect. Look, list those PlayStation exclusives, right? What are they? Single player narrative games.
Mm-hmm.
List the Xbox exclusives. What are they? Online multiplayer games, right? What has the Wii U got? It's got
The
couch
same
co-op.
games that the N64 had, but with a new name.
Yeah, well, yeah, but it's also got couch co-op, easily accessible, right?
So
You got
okay,
the
like
ability just to head over to a friend's, pick up an extra controller, which were cheap as fuck, by the way.
yeah,
A PlayStation controller could cost $60, whereas a Wiimote was like $30,
yeah.
right? You head over to a friend's place, and they didn't even need to have their own. You could just have your own. You didn't even need to own a console when you could have your own. And you head over to a friend's. The Wii U didn't have. It wasn't that, and they literally missed the mark on what their fans wanted. So and I'm a fucking cynical cunt.
Right.
But I believe that good business can be symbiotic to good consumer relation, you know? If your console isn't selling and if people don't like the console, why the fuck stick with it? Go on, move
Yeah.
on.
I agree.
Yeah.
Like for the most part, it is smart to always keep the consumer's interest at heart, and if that directly correlates to making your business better, that's great.
Yep.
However, the idea behind the Wii U multiplayer aspect, at least how it was explained to me, is that if everyone had a Wii U, there would be no multiplayer problem. Because if, let's say there's like 5 bros that have a Wii U, if everyone just brings over their Wii U, just like you'd bring over a spare controller, you'd have this extremely powerful controller and console that could run the multiplayer game all in, because that's what my cousins and I did. Like my cousin Billy and Colin and I, we all had our Wii U and we'd play co-op games together, all on our Wii U's on the same TV, and that was by far the best experience they could offer. And
But
if everyone had that, it would be great. But it wasn't like that.
Then it goes back to the fact that to have a Wii U controller, right?
Yeah.
You had to. It was expensive.
It
They
was
were
Yeah.
expensive.
And no one knew what the fuck it was, so no one bought it. So it was
Yeah.
expensive, and no one knew what it was, and the best way to play it was if everyone didn't have those exact 2 things. So it was just
So yeah,
dumb.
I think just moving on is honestly a good consumer choice and a good business choice.
yeah.
So
really
what
do.
Cyber Opal says in chat is, I'll come out and say, I think the Wii U was a bad console. It was a bad sequel to the Wii. It was a bad attempt at capturing the dual screen magic of the DS, but it was a fantastic beta test for the Switch.
Agreed.
Sure, yeah. They really got a lot of work done in the like the larger handheld front. I think even Nintendo saw the appeal of the Wii U and was like, we could have done this way fucking better, and that's all the Switch is.
You know, when Nintendo Switch came out, my first thought was, here we go again. But then it hit. It was a good product.
Let me say one thing is, when it comes to the marketing of the Switch, they went ballistic and they were geniuses, because you know how easy it is to market any Switch title, period. Just that little click sound. It's just the sound of the click. That is their whole brand for the Switch. You hear that, the little sound of the controllers clicking into place. You hear that at the beginning of every advertisement for any Switch game, and you're immediately just like, dopamine. And then the trailer begins. It's that one simple touch, I feel like, does so much. It's yeah, I agree. It's just so good. It lives in your brain. Yeah, thank you, Dom. Switch is a great console. I'll say it. I also think that the Switch, specifically what comes with like the technology inside of it as far as like its performance, I wish they would have made it just a little thicker and a little bit more modern, because it still feels dated to me.
Have you touched or held or used the Switch OLED?
Not the OLED, but we have 3
All of your
normal
things
Switches
will
in our
change.
house and a Switch Lite.
Literally everything you just said will change.
Yeah,
if you hold it.
incredible product.
It's thicker, it's better, it's modern, it's gorgeous. Like legit, it is.
It's like price of Switch.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, yeah,
it's
I
like
haven't touched the
perfected
OLED yet.
form. I highly recommend trying it out, because like I bought this one here like about a month before the OLED came out, and I was like, it can't be that much better. I instantly regretted buying this. Like it is just so like, and this is the only console I own. I will never buy a console again, purely because of the games market. Consoles will keep games for $60 for 10 years, and they have no regrets about it. It's weird.
I think the most worthless thing that Nintendo has sold recently, and you guys can trash me all you want, maybe you'll correct me on this. What is the fucking point of the Switch Lite?
I bought the Switch Lite. I understand it. It's for children.
Yep.
Yeah, it's for kids. Like, it is way, way too small for my huge manly hands. My big, awesome manly hands. It's way too small for those.
The Switch
and
Lite, in my opinion,
it's
is
$200.
like, okay, here's a really cheap Switch for people who don't have friends.
No, okay, so
it's a Switch that doesn't have the console, it doesn't have the multiplayer, you can't remove the controllers, you can't have an additional controller. It's like, this is a Switch, but it's just for you. It's only you. It's cheap. So
it's for like an 8-year-old. It's perfect.
Yo, do you know one of the coolest things that like I had happen recently that was like a really cool experience? We were on a flight, right? It was a long flight. And me and my friend were sitting next to each other on the plane. He pulls out his Switch and we started playing Smash Bros. Right there. Then a guy behind us, because you could see through the cracks, was like, yo, have you got another controller? I fucking shit you not. 3 of us started playing Smash Bros. With the guy behind us in the fucking seats, man.
That's fucking awesome.
It was sick.
You know what would have happened if you had a Switch Lite in that situation? You'd have been like, nah, I'm a virgin. You hold that up.
Now, here's the thing. That is not a situation that'll occur all the time.
True. That's what
Switch
Nintendo
Lite,
wants, though.
The Switch Lite is a product it's the handheld version. It's the handheld version of a handheld console. It's for people that don't want to fork out for a full Switch because they already own a PlayStation or something like that. But they travel a lot. That's what it's for.
That's valid.
That's
I don't know.
the simple thing.
I feel like the Switch
for...
is already for that. That's the thing that confuses me. Is it feels like it fills a gap that its normal console already does. It's just cheaper and less versatile. Like, it removes the primary selling point of the Switch in order to sell another Switch.
But it fits a niche. Like, it fits a niche that they obviously saw and like worked for me. Like, the reason I bought the Switch was because Overwatch was coming to Switch. So I was like, oh, I love Overwatch. I want to pub stomp some kids. So I jumped on the Switch and I was like, I don't want to spend $300 to pub stomp the kids, but Switch Lite's coming out. I might as well shell out $200 to try it out. So it was just like that much cheaper that I was willing to get it. However, that being said, I sold it to Deontay, fellow streamer, Demo Chime. I sold it for this one because of all these things you're talking about. Couldn't connect to a TV. That's horrible. Like, it's like the worst thing about it. Like,
Don't know why they decided to
can't
do that.
disconnect the controllers. Like, why would they do that? All of the controllers are smaller. What? The regular controller is already small enough. It's like there's too much shit about it that I can't stand.
Yeah. But yeah, if you want to know what it was for that. Did it work?
It's a perfect console for your 8-year-old. It's $200.
Let me look up the
super
stats
small.
on the Switch Lite versus the regular Switch.
It's probably like, I want to say probably 10 to 50% of the sales. It can't be any more than that. Oh, also you can
Yeah.
get it in pink.
They did come in a lot more custom colors.
Yeah. Usually the light versions do.
Oh, it's included on this website. Let me see if it shows like a breakdown here.
I couldn't, like, because for the most part, it's sort of the equivalent of, it's sort of its own unique thing, right? Because the Switch to the Switch OLED is the equivalent of like the Xbox One to the Xbox One X, or the Xbox, or like the PS4 Pro. So, because it's like a straight upgrade.
Do you
don't
see
know.
that OLED there, Debbie?
Is this the OLED? Yeah, it looks
Yeah.
really nice actually.
It's more, like,
It looks
I
As I
love
was
it.
really
saying,
nice.
It's the fucking Chrysler
Yeah.
of like handheld consoles.
Like, I didn't understand it at first, but then I held it and I was like, this is
So,
lit.
something else I'm only just now realizing, the Switch Lite also completely removes all the motion controls.
Mm-hmm.
Like, oh my god, I don't get it. Like, even all the things that you're saying, like, I feel like it's such a small demographic of people that, price aside, I'll say that.
I'm not
Price
saying
aside,
it's
no one's
right.
gonna
I'm just
prefer
saying
one.
that.
Yeah, that's
I'm
why
not
they
saying it's the right choice. I'm just saying that's the reason.
Yeah.
like, legitimately, if you're a 8, 9, 10-year-old and you want to Switch and your mother's on a budget, she goes out and buys a $200 Switch, you download your free favorite games, Rocket League, Dauntless, Fortnite, you have a $200 gaming multiplayer experience right there. It's like,
Yeah,
Cyber Opal
literally.
says no, Switch Lite has motion controls, but it doesn't have rumble feedback. What do you do with is the motion controls this? Like,
I
you
just
can't,
remembered it does have motion controls. You have to. I remember because when you aim
can't
with
see the
Widowmaker,
screen while you're using the motion. What do you mean? How do you
When you aim
bowl
with
with a fucking
Widowmaker,
Switch?
that's what that was my complaint for Overwatch.
Yeah.
If you look it up, if you look at videos of aiming with Widowmaker on Switch, you zoom in with the zoom in button, and then you have to tilt the screen to aim at shit.
Yeah.
But you're looking at it like this because you gotta fucking keep, because the you can't look for this angle because then you can't see the screen anymore because it's a cheaper display. It's rough.
So bad.
Okay. Anyway, I didn't mean to go on that long of a tangent on the Switch Lite. I'm sure both
I
of
wanna
you have
talk-
things to say on your own things that we've researched.
I don't have that much to talk about with PC at this point because what PC kind of does now is what it started doing back then, which is like, okay, no, here's something that is big. With the development of Unity and Unreal, development tools became far more accessible for the
Unreal 4
average.
specifically?
Yeah, Unreal 4 specifically. And now Unreal, was it Unreal 4 and then Unreal 5 is going to be free to use, by the way. Anyone can pick up Unreal 5 for free.
How intensive is that on a PC? Can you like?
It's not
is
too
there-
bad.
It's not like, could an
I've
average
used it a bunch.
laptop like run Unreal 5, or do you need like a PC?
No, you need
I
a
have like
PC.
I have a 2070, and when I'm like really rendering like a scene, it maybe uses 80% of GPU and like nearly 100% of CPU. So like it's pretty intensive, but it's not.
like,
it's usable.
you don't need to have like you don't need to run like 3 Titans.
Yeah, and that's also.
and then-
Go ahead.
sorry.
I was gonna say like the new store feature where you can drag directly from stores and put it.
Yep.
That has saved me hours of development.
It's
Like I
great.
fucking, it's great, but it chugs. Like when you drag in like a big rock or like a building or something, it like your PC feels like your Spotify starts sounding kind of crackly.
Have you seen the Unreal 5 fixes that? It's
I'm talking in Unreal 5.
Oh, you've
Oh, you're
already
talking
been
about-
using it.
I've been using it for about a year now.
Oh,
Yeah.
Wow.
okay.
Okay.
Yeah. I
Right, okay.
love
I
Unreal
thought they
5 so
fixed
much.
that.
Unreal
I
5
can't
looks
code
beautiful.
for shit. I'm really bad at coding, so the blueprints have been a fucking godsend for me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And also Unity as well, another free.
Unity is perfect. Like people complain
It's-
about it, but it's amazing.
Do you know what game that I've been enjoying probably more than any AAA title that I've played recently?
Hunt Showdown.
No, Weed Shop 3, dude.
Oh my
You and fucking Weed Shop 3, I swear to God.
Bro, it's sick, dude. It's
How's business
so
been
good.
going? How's business been going?
Mate, booming. Fucking
Booming.
booming.
Good to hear. Good to hear.
Like those kind of Unity asset flips that are just like they're cheap as
Phasmophobia.
fuck to make. They're cheap
Phasmophobia
as
was
fuck
an
to
asset
make.
flip.
Yeah, it was. It was too.
was,
Yeah.
yeah.
They're cheap as fuck to make, which means you can sell them for cheap as fuck and make a huge profit,
Mhm.
right? And they're hugely enjoyable. They're massively enjoyable. So you've got like now developers are kind of like, well, we'll give out these like engines and let everyone use them. But on top of that, you've got PC just pushing the absolute limits of gaming right now. Star Citizens, who I wanted to bring up. Now, there's a lot of ms and ahs about Star Citizen, and I understand the critiques. I get it. I'm not ready to. That's a whole other debate. However, you cannot deny the expanse of it. It is unbelievable. You can look at your your character. So you're in your ship, right? Your ship is fully rendered, every stage of it, and you can move around freely. You can zoom out of your ship to look at like the expanse of space around you, and your little character will still be visible in the ship. You can move them around and stuff. It's just huge. When I first heard about Star Citizen, I was like, eh. When I first played Star Citizen, I was like, oh.
That's a role-playing
Get it.
game. Star Citizen is hands down like the most role-play game I've played in a long time.
It is the most immersive experience, period. And I recently have come to a conclusion on my thoughts of Star Citizen because of a discussion we had a few weeks ago.
Also, Tom, flat out, no, it's not Warframe, but big.
And how I feel about Star Citizen and how I've changed my perspective on it is Star Citizen is a case study of the first time something has ever happened, ever, for gaming. And that's we were told at the very beginning of a 50-year project that it was starting.
Yep.
Unironically, I'm saying this. Star Citizen is going to take forever. Like, it is just always going to be in development. And people have their expectations set by deadlines, by mentalities, by AAA studios. But at the end of the day, Star Citizen is creating something that simply does not exist anywhere other than itself. And I cannot help but respect it to the deepest degree for that.
Is this based off the discussion we had last time?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. So I had when I first played it, I had that moment. I was like, oh.
When you walk up to your ship for the first time, by only using signs, like they tell you like, oh, your ship's at
You
like
navigate through an airport basically to find your
Yeah,
ship.
with
no
no HUD.
waypoints.
You walk
No
on,
nothing.
you have to do everything, and you get on your ship, and it's silent, and you look over the road, and you go, oh, we're not waiting for a game. We're waiting for the future. We're waiting for an experience that hasn't been had, that cannot be had, and we have to wait as long as it fucking takes.
I asked, because I have some Star Citizen friends, big streamers, like some really, really good people in that community. What's that?
You friends with Burke Black?
No, I'm friends with TV Liquid and the whole 08 crew, and one of the big streamers follows me as well, and so I talk with those guys all the time, and I asked them, I was like, so why do you spend so much money on this game? Like, some of these ships are so expensive. It's like, because it's investing in the future. It's like,
it genuinely is.
This every time we buy a ship, we're giving a developer money that we believe in.
Feels a little bit like an NFT to me, I'm not gonna lie, but
no, because an NFT, what do you get?
Oh, I know it's different, but like just vaguely, there's like a little piece of me that hearing someone say, I'm investing in the future, it just feels to me like a
Yeah, so with an NFT, you get nothing. You have a picture, right? And attached that picture is a digital receipt. in this game, you're getting something. You're getting a ship in a game that is there. It's physical. Like, you can play it. You can hop on right now and you can play on that ship that you bought. And there's plenty to do. It's not like the game's boring. There's heaps to do. You could run drugs. You can go to the PvP arena they literally just released. You can get in ship fights. You can go to galaxies that are forbidden and get told off by security. Like, it's super fucking cool. It is gonna take a long fucking time. But you're right. There's nothing else. Nothing exists.
The reason that we have to constantly change our mind and change our perspective on how long Star Citizen is taking is because of that. It's because there's nothing to compare it to. Because you go, a game takes long enough. Cyberpunk 2077 took 7 to 8 years of development. It's still under development to this very day, and you see it. And you see the current state.
They're nearly done with it too. I feel like they're bailing ship. Yeah.
9 years later, and fucking Cyberpunk is 1/10, Cyberpunk is like 1/100,000th of the scope and scale that's possible in Star Citizen.
Do you know the difference? Is one company was honest.
Yes.
They told the truth. They said, this is gonna take some time.
Yeah.
So come enjoy the experience with us.
We are experiencing the longest development of any game in history.
I want to say.
Do you know what's crazy? Just before you do that, Debbie, do you know what's crazy? Watching the excitement of the players every time a new patch is released.
True.
Because you know some games where like okay, Hunt Showdown just had a new patch. It was 9 gigabytes, right? They added a new type of zombie, and they nerfed and updated some of the guns, right? Do you know what happens when Star Citizen gets an update? Oh yeah, here's a new planet, entire new game mode. We're introducing an entire new system to earn credits and stuff like that. We're updating the way ships work. Here's how the UI is changing because we think it better reflects the future. Like, the updates literally change the game. It's almost a celebration every time there's going to be an update for that game.
Yeah.
All right, I'm gonna reel us back in to our topic for the night.
Yeah.
we went on a Star Citizen tangent, but I will end that tangent by saying Star Citizen is going to be an incredible experience when it comes out, but we will also be living like the characters in WALL-E when it comes out. So
True.
I'm cool with that.
I'm already living like that.
So before I task Aravan with the daunting task of trying to, explain the Xbox One S and whatever the hell they're doing, I'm gonna do my once again list of the reason everyone bought a PS4. Okay, you ready? I'm starting off strong too. Bloodborne. People are still buying PS4s to play Bloodborne today. Uncharted 3 and 4. Death Stranding. Okay, that one's kind of a mixed bag, but fuck you, that's a good game. The Demon Souls reboot. Ghost of Tsushima, also a mixed bag, but I really enjoyed that game. The God of War reboot, which has since made its way to PC. Both of the Horizon games, which have also since made their way to PC. Infamous, the Second Son was actually good. I didn't like Infamous 2, but Infamous Second Son slapped. The Last of Us Part 1 and 2. If you hated The Last of Us Part 2, you need to finish the game, I guess. If you haven't played Marvel's Spider-Man for the PS4, Jesus, that game was good. I don't like Marvel. I hate superheroes. Marvel's Spider-Man was amazing.
It really makes you feel like Spider-Man.
It really makes you feel like... And then finally, Persona 5.
I'm going to say it. Spider-Man just stole Arkham City.
It did it way fucking better. It did it so much better.
Yeah,
it's like Arkham City, but get this, it's at the day. It's in the daytime.
Speaking of, my next single-player game on stream is going to be the Miles Morales Spider-Man game. We're going to do that next week.
Because we watched the entirety.
It is because we watched all 8 Spider-Man movies in one day.
I'm very interested to know what your thoughts on the Miles Morales one is, because...
Sure. I'll give you my feedback. I've heard it short.
Yeah. It felt like an expansion. I didn't like it.
Is it like the pre-sequel? Like to Borderlands the pre-sequel?
Yeah, except at
My
least
roommate
that
told me
did
it was
something
like
new.
if I only played the story, I could do it in one stream.
Yeah, pretty much.
Wow.
It felt like
Damn.
they were like, hey, if we do like minimal work, we could probably still sell this as a title. It's the same game.
Damn.
Yeah, a bit of a letdown in my opinion, but I hope you enjoy it. I mean, it's still the same game, so like it's like
Yeah, I mean, if
enjoy
the
it.
base game's good, then I can't see it being bad. It's probably short, right?
I mean, the gameplay
Yeah.
is the only reason I played anyway. I could not care about the story if I wanted to, but I want to feel like Spider-Man again. You know what I mean?
Feel like Spider-Man.
And then I have 2 more points to talk about why the PS4 was so good. I feel like we already know the PS4 was incredible. The VR support, not the best. It is definitely nowhere close to the best VR. However, it is the first console to fully support immersive VR because Xbox was still very much held up on Kinect for the Xbox One S, unless I'm wrong on that. And then the Wii or Nintendo went with the Switch, which isn't close to VR. They just kind of did their own thing. And then finally, I'm saying PS4 was controller king again. I don't think that the touchpad was as bad as people said it was, or rather, like you made it out to seem earlier. I think that similar to the Wii U, the touchpad was a feature of the PS4 controller that had a lot of potential to be really cool, but just a lot of games didn't use it. I think it could have been a really, really interesting addition to games, and all the on-release titles that came out for the PS4 obviously made use of it as like a gimmick. But like if every game had made use of the touchpad, it could have been a really neat feature because it was decently accurate. Like it was decently responsive.
Well, when I said that, that's what I mentioned. I said the touchpad was great, but I only used it in Uncharted 2 to flip a book. That's that's literally it. Like I would
Exactly.
love to use it more, but it was a gimmick at the end of the day.
I feel like
Yep.
Sony nailed the controller design for Sony's sake. However, the developers for Sony did not make enough use of the technology that was available to them. I think the PS4 controller, other than the touchpad, the built-in speaker and microphone, and the weird light thing that they went on, I don't know, it's futuristic looking maybe. Once again, I feel like they kind of paved a way forward for new technologies to be added to other controllers. And overall, I think the PS4 really nailed down like quality. I think the PS4 was an absurdly high quality controller that came with the base console when compared to the base Xbox One controller that comes with the console. Now, if we want to talk about the Elite controller, which you brought up earlier, that shit's incredible, but that's like another $100 fucking that you have to drop on top of the console. If the Elite controller came with the Xbox, it'd be amazing.
Like the thing about it is though, like you're not like just spending an extra $100 for the same experience, right? Because that's like you'd think like, oh, if you can get the same job done, it's like it's an entirely different. It's like the regular Switch compared to the OLED Switch. It's just better in every way. There's literally more buttons on it. Like it's fucking. It's
I have
broken.
one. My house does not have an Xbox One, but I have the Elite controller right here.
It is godly. It is beyond perfect.
It's really good. Yeah, it's a great controller.
I gotta ask. You say that like developers didn't do enough to take advantage of the functionality of the PS4 controller.
Mm-hmm.
How would you have used it? Like realistically, they've got the motion controls and they've got the trackpad. Right?
Do you want to give me like a game?
Okay, let's say it's a Killzone.
Killzone did
good
use it,
fucking
I
game.
believe.
It did use it, but I don't think it used it enough. I feel like
I
it
would
could've used it
agree, although I also feel like a first-person shooters have really nailed down controls. Like at this point, if you make a first-person shooter that does not have the same controls as Call of Duty or very similar, you've already fucked up and people aren't going to enjoy it because it doesn't feel right.
Okay, let's
say
go with something
if
like
Killzone had like classes, maybe like Overwatch characters, like hero classes, and you could use your touchpad as like you move your. I'm gonna use the PS5 as a sample. You move like your right thumb up and just swipe up to like activate an ability or something like that. That could have been one very simple way to implement a new feature.
Okay. There were games that did that kind of stuff.
Mhm.
They had those kind of features, but like again, why is that more impressive than just a button? Like it's not really.
It feels more versatile. Okay, you know what? I'm gonna bring up a DS game actually, and this may not have translated as well. However, I feel like it had the potential for this. It was just never done, right? So my favorite DS game that I ever played, I don't even know the fucking name of. I'd have to go wake my roommate up to tell me the name of it again. But it was like a little turn-based strategy game where you were a mage and you had spells that you could cast, but instead of selecting your spells from a list, you drew a rune with your stylus.
Sick.
And the more accurate you drew the rune, the more damage it would do. And there was not like an in-combat book that you could go look at that showed you all the runes. You had to memorize your runes to cast your spells properly, and I fucking loved it. It was so good. Any game that did that, like if you had like special swipe patterns that you needed to do or something like that, the controller facilitated that. It was just, no one made games like that. Everyone
feel
just
like
made very standard games.
The trackpad on the PS4 is too small to be that precise,
I'll agree with that.
especially with a finger.
So,
So you can't do that kind of thing with a finger on a small trackpad. And I feel like that is the biggest issue. Essentially what that trackpad is like a scrolling device. That's essentially all it can be.
It did make the online services, like using a browser on like a PS4 or any web page, way nicer than any
that's
other
what I was
controller
going to
like
mention.
console.
Is that the one thing other than it being a giant button that you could push in whenever you needed to clip something.
It was two buttons actually.
Yeah, it was. It was.
Yeah,
a
that's
left
right.
and a
Yeah,
right,
it was just left and a right. But like I thought that was kind of neat. It could have been just two buttons though. But
Yeah.
that being said, the one redeemable quality is it was by far the best way to use the browser on the PS4 because everyone knows console controls with
and the
fucking
keyboard.
like using your analog stick to move that little cursor is awful. It's
Did you ever use a
terrible.
touchpad to type?
To type?
Yeah, to type, like on the keyboard.
Oh no,
It was
definitely not.
very nice. Because it essentially acted like a cursor, and you could just put one thumb on it and move it around, and it was extremely accurate, and you would just cursor from letter to letter to letter instead of like shifting one at a time with a thumbstick or the arrow keys.
That's really interesting.
It was very nice.
Yeah, so I don't know. I feel like it's such a cool concept, like the idea of it. I just don't think like the only way to really use that properly in a game is to fucking ham-fist it in there. And then it's just awkward, and that's my problem with it. And I owned a PS4. I'm a Sony guy. I am through and through. I don't rate Xbox that highly these days. Xbox 360 was a shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, I gotta say that I think the shit that they added for the controllers is like just trackpad and stuff was just average.
I feel like, and I'm going to go on a middle ground here. I feel like a lot of the stuff that they do in their controllers, even now, is just shit where they're like, this is the hottest tech, and we're just going to cram it in there just in case it comes in handy.
Yeah, I don't see an issue with that.
Yeah. I think at the very least, all the other consoles saw, oh, no one really uses the trackpad. We just won't add it. Oh, but everyone really liked this feature. We're going to snatch that. That's how I felt about every Sony controller that they've made. It just feels like Sony adds a thing, and then everyone else goes, we like that. We're going to take that.
Oh, shame they won't be able to do that with the haptic feedback. That shit was copyrighted.
Really?
Yep, they trademarked it.
Oh, shit. I didn't know that.
Yeah, they, I guess they got sick of it.
Wait, what part of haptic feedback? Like rumble?
Have you used a PS5 controller?
I've held it. I haven't used it.
Bro.
So the haptic feedback is like individualistic
It's
resistances
real
and
different.
rumbles. It's very unique.
It is
The haptic
impossible
feedback
to explain
technology
properly.
is, from my understanding, again, copyright laws are vast and expansive. But from my understanding, the haptic feedback, as it is in the PlayStation controller, has been trademarked and copyrighted.
Dang.
So let me try to explain to you how accurate this is, because I tried the other day with my friend Branny. There are a couple of games that you can do that come free, kind of like Wii Sports, but they're legitimately exclusively for Sony to show off the controller, and it does
Playhouse.
amazing. Yeah, Astro's Playhouse. There's
Incredible.
one thing that you can do that just shows you how good the rumble feature is on the controller, and all it is there is a see-through clear controller on your TV screen that perfectly matches the movements of your controller, and there are marbles inside of the controller on screen. And when you're moving your controller around, you can feel each individual marble rolling around in the controller, bumping off one another. That's how good the rumble is.
It sounds like he's blowing smoke up your ass, but no, it is that good.
It is like, it's mind-blowing how good the rumble feels. It is ridiculous. And on top of that, my favorite feature, which even works on like games that they upgraded to PS5, is the triggers, the back triggers. They in real time adjust their resistance level, kind of like the you have the switches for it on the Elite controller, right? But this will do it in real time based on the action that is being performed when you pull the trigger. So let's say you're playing a first-person shooter, you will pull the trigger back a certain amount, and that is like you preparing to shoot, and you will feel the resistance increase, which is like your finger hitting the trigger of the gun. And then you have to pull harder to actually pull the trigger of the gun. And it's like a whole nother level of immersion of really feeling like you are actually like
you are Spider-Man.
Yeah, like you are Spider-Man. It's so hard to explain until you have tried it, but it is mind-blowing how amazing the PS5 controller is.
Okay, I'll take your word for that. That sounds really sick. I know I enjoy stuff like that. Like I enjoy really, I mean, I like own shit tons of mechanical keyboards with all types of different key switches. I own fucking tons of guns and weapons and shit just because I love the feel of mechanics. So like that does sound really nice.
Yep.
This whole discussion definitely skipped us forward a generation because we still haven't really talked much about the Xbox One. So what's the Xbox One got going for it, man?
So the Xbox One is interesting because it really showed how poorly Microsoft understood its users. Like, at the end of the day, I don't know if you guys remember this, but when Xbox One was originally advertised, it was advertised as an always online, all-in-one program or console.
The DRM Connect machine.
Exactly. Like you could not go offline. It was your media center. It was your social media center. It was your gaming center. It was supposed to be the center of the household. And collectively, all gamers went, no, we don't want that. We also don't want a $250 Connect in the box with buying it. Like, all of that sounds awful. So essentially, Microsoft had to reboot a half a decade's worth of work that they went into making this a one-in-all media console. And they started out on this generation very far behind. And they basically have spent the rest of the time clawing their way back. They made the Xbox Series S, the Xbox Series X. They started catching wind of everything being online, like everyone going to the store to buy their games instead of going to the online store to buy games instead of going to a physical store to buy games. So they started making Xboxes without CD drives, and that was the first time a major console had properly made something that had no CD drive, which was like a step forward or whatever. But realistically, a lot of people saw it as like a step back. So it was just, this entire generation is a generation of Microsoft not understanding what people want, and just thinking like, oh, this is where trends are going, so let's try to be ahead of the curve. And they just failed over and over again. So I can't really say in any way they were ahead, because they weren't. I mean, they were so far behind. They literally were putting Blu-ray players and Blu-ray drives in their consoles that are owned by Sony. they were fucking clawing at anything they could get. And realistically, the only reason that you would get Xbox within this generation is if your friends already had Xbox and you just wanted to all play on the same system.
Yep.
What I can say about this generation, the one thing that doesn't have anything to do with the console, but does have something to do with the generation, is a little thing called Xbox Game Pass that we touched on last 2 weeks ago.
That's a win for PC, let's be real.
That is a win for PC, that is a win for Xbox, that is a win for...
Right, it is.
That's a win for gamers.
What they did is they did what they always did, and they tried to match up PC and Xbox gamers by, instead of creating an Xbox system, they created an Xbox ecosystem, which is genius. because they have gotten all their PC gamers onto Xbox, and they got all their Xbox gamers onto PC, and you have this giant player base, which is essentially people like that were already on your service, then connecting. And I mean, I don't know if anyone. I guess I'll do like a quick on Game Pass. Game Pass is basically a monthly service similar to Netflix that lets you play like tons and tons of games.
If you only play
games.
one game a month, it's literally worth it. Like,
Yeah,
you
and it's
literally
not
only
like-
have to play one game a month, and it's worth
It's
the
not
pay.
shitty indie games. It is legitimate games that you want to play, and it's honestly a really good deal. And it's one of the best. Actually, it's not even one of. It's the best decision that Microsoft
And-
made that entire generation.
I'm gonna jump in here because I feel like this is where we start to tag team on Sony. The ability to play with your friends who have a PC on the
Yeah.
Xbox.
That is very massive. The PC player base, no matter where you are on Earth, is by far the largest player base compared to every respective console. So
Yep.
Xbox being able to like have that really, really easy cross compatibility made it so a lot of PC gamers are buying Xboxes and Xbox gamers are buying PC for their different situations and niches.
Can I
See
join
things
in on
with
the
your
tag
homies.
teaming on me?
Yeah, sure.
All right,
Hot.
so just to be completely honest, as a Sony fanboy, I think it's we got to keep our companies honest, which is where I differ from Nintendo fanboys. But Epic Games, Jesus, I couldn't think of the name of that company for a minute. Epic Games reached out to Sony asking them about what games they would be willing to make cross-play compatible with PC. To which
Yep.
Sony said, none, fuck you. Not
Fuck
at all.
you,
We
yep.
want people to buy PlayStations. And then emails got leaked of that conversation of Sony saying, no, we want to sell PlayStations. We don't want to do crossplay. And when that got leaked, everyone was like, what the fuck, Sony? You're kind of an asshole. And then like 2 days later, Sony's like, we've been really heavily debating about crossplay lately, and we're starting to think that we really want to do it. So I think we're going to work with them.
Yeah, yeah. They
Sounds like them.
Now I want to touch on something as well because you mentioned Aravan. So Xbox not understanding their play base. Do you know what's funny is I think they repeated a mistake that Sony made, which was the PS3.
Yep, absolutely,
The-
literally the exact same mistake.
They fucking fell for a trap that already existed.
Like when you were
like
saying that
Sony-
earlier, I was like, I'm gonna bring this up later. Like,
Yeah, Sony put in a Blu-ray player, which jacked up the price of their console by
Mhm.
huge amounts.
They're cheaper
And then
now,
tried
but
to
not
make
by
it-
enough.
Yeah, and then they tried to make it a home entertainment system where you could watch your favorite movies on the console that you'd play games on, right? But it missed the mark, and then Xbox just went and did the same fucking thing. I was like, what are you doing? You're a gaming console.
Yeah.
Like you're living in the days of smart technology where we have a small little Google Home, right? There's a little ball, right? And that'll run your Netflix, that'll run your fucking movies, it'll run everything you want. Why would we need an Xbox for that?
Yeah, it's too late.
Yeah. Nah, they missed the mark. I agree.
They like they started. So from the developer conferences I watched, the mentality seemed to be that Microsoft, which is notorious for making software and fucking dropping it like a rock, they were in this mentality that they were going to make, I don't even know what I'd call it, Microsoft Netflix. They were going to make Microsoft Steam. So everything would be connected, but everyone universally just nods or shakes their head. They go, no, we don't want that. We don't want a utter monopoly of media in one console. Like business-wise, Xbox was way far up there, like way too far up their asses. They were just under the mentality of we want to have every single aspect of media consumed by us. The fucking. I'm sure you guys remember all of Microsoft's attempts at making their own social media. Like
Oh, yeah.
all the fucking weird shit they went through to make their own. Like they just really wanted to have complete control of a single consumer's media, and they can't at the end of the day. And I think they finally accepted that with the current series of Xbox they're going. We'll get onto that later.
Yep.
I wanted to bring up a highlighted message that I think Jamie will probably have the best answer to. Usa Usachu asks, comma.
Yeah, look, I agree.
Okay, no, seriously.
I know, I fully agree. Comma.
Adby says, You should also talk at least a little bit about UWP, or Universal Windows Platform, because it's very cool stuff. I'm actually not 100% sure what UWP is.
Yeah, I don't.
I
Yeah.
did a bunch of research that never came up. I don't know how
Yeah,
I missed
I never heard about this.
That's like a big
Okay.
thing. I have no idea I missed it.
Well, if you two are Googling it real quick, I brought this up a long fucking time ago and forgot to show it to you. When we were talking about Unreal Engine and Unity, I wanted to show this to Jamie.
No, I do know what it is.
Jamie, have you played GTFO yet?
No.
All right, you see this game I'm streaming right now?
Mm-hmm.
This is entirely made in Unity.
Yeah.
Like, this game being made in Unity blows my mind because of the other games I've seen in Unity. Like, hold on, if I can find some combat happening, it's a little more
Right.
exciting.
This is what happens when you find it.
I don't want to listen to this guy talk, though. Yeah,
Rude. You worked hard on this video.
I feel like I'm just going to struggle to find some actual combat going on. They're spending so much time setting up. Okay, here we go. Here's a scan. So, yeah, this whole game being made in Unity absolutely blows my mind. The lighting engine, like the fog effects, all the different, the light transmitting through the fog being multiplayer, like, consistent. It really, really, really blows my mind that that this entire game was made in Unity.
You wanna see something fucking nuts?
Sure.
All right, Google Doom 2.
Doom
Just
2?
look up. Yeah, just look up. Just look up gameplay. Like, just take a look at like what this looks.
I know exactly
like.
where you're going to. It is
It's mind
ridiculous.
blowing, isn't it?
It like I don't quite understand.
Okay, so look at how this looks, right?
Yep.
That's Doom 2. Everyone, that's Doom 2. A really old 1994 game. Look up Doom 2 Total Chaos.
Yeah, I literally watched a video about this today. I love this.
This is the same engine.
The same game engine?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
What's the engine?
No mods either. The Doom 2 engine. It's literally called the
Doom 2 engine.
Yeah.
The FOV is kind of fucked. But other than that, it's insane to me that this is the same
The
game engine.
FOV is adjustable.
Okay,
Yeah.
that makes more sense.
This is
so,
wider than I played it at.
So, this is the power of PC gaming, where you have an engine. So this has been made for 12. This has been taken 12 years to make. There's a guy in I think Sweden who was like, I want to
I
make
don't like
a
that.
genuine horror experience out of the Doom 2 engine. And so he got to work, and he found ways to import his own like textures and truly make the player models 3D using really clever tricks.
All right,
It's
hold
a
on.
true
Hold on.
survival horror game,
Look,
right?
I'm always
We-
up for a good prank, but you can't tell me this isn't in the Minecraft engine. I
Sorry.
feel like I'm getting pranked here.
So you look at what can be done on an engine from 1994. Now you've got people with Unreal 5 for free. Now, it doesn't seem like a big deal. Oh, people can just use Unreal. A creative mind is a powerhouse.
I don't like those monsters.
When somebody can make this from an engine that is 18 years old. No, 28 years old, sorry.
Yeah,
Maths is
20.
like that.
I was like, wait a
28.
second.
Yeah, 28 years old. 28 years old. That looks better than some fucking games now. Right? I can explain the UWP if you want. I actually do know what it is. I misinterpreted. That is where gaming is heading. You are about to see a renaissance of indie developers. So if you don't know what the Renaissance was,
insane for gaming.
if you don't know what the Renaissance was, basically there was what artists felt like was a lack of creativity for a long time in the art platform. And Renaissance is basically a bunch of young artists that started making art that was beyond its wildest capabilities. It was like art basically became a culture. You're about to see that with gaming, with the average person able to download Unreal and Unity and just get creative and just have some fun. You're about to see like a complete and utter like decimation of AAA titles. AAA titles are going to struggle now because the only thing they had above the competitors was that they could have these engines because they were expensive. Yeah, it's gonna be fucking crazy. Now the Universal Windows, the UWP is basically a way that Microsoft has done tie-ins across everything they own. So you log onto your computer and you start using a program. Then you want to leave the house, you switch that program onto your phone. Then you're chilling in your living room, but you want to have a conference call, so you flick from your phone up to your TV. It's basically like this tie-in, the way that Google and Microsoft have worked an absolute tie-in across all their branded products to allow like basically free flow, seamless integration from whatever you're using at the time to just go straight onto the next
How long has this
product.
been being used?
For years now. They've been slowly developing
What's
it.
like,
So
what's like a
basically,
good example of an app that I might use today that
Google Docs,
Google Docs.
straight up.
Okay,
You start
so-
writing. So you're running late for work, but you've been writing a review, right? And you're writing your review. Google Docs is the simplest form of it. It's awesome. So you're writing up like a review for a game that you've been working. You're running late for work, so fuck. I've got to catch the bus. All right. I'll save this here. I'll just close this here. I'll head down the road, hop on the bus. Okay, now I'm back on my phone. I'll start typing on my phone and stuff like that. That is the simplest breakdown of it. It's like this universal way of using cloud storage and cloud connectivity to bring like everything you own across multiple things. And Microsoft focuses pretty heavily on that. So they're finding new ways to integrate. Like you're like, oh man, I'm on my PC, but I really want to play this game on my Xbox because my couch is comfier than my computer chair. So you just flick it across to your Xbox. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
Like that's and they're finding new and more creative ways of tying that all in.
I did not know that was called that because, as I said earlier, that we're going to talk about that with the next generation of Xbox. I was going to touch on that,
Yep.
on like
Yep,
how
so that's-
unbelievable that is.
Oh, did
Yeah,
Torb
that's
change
what-
his
What was,
name?
what was the nickname for it?
UWP.
UWP. I don't know how I read so much about that concept without hearing UWP.
Yeah. No, UWP I guess is the developer name for it, whereas the average person doesn't really have a name for it. They just understand that all
I've
their shit
been
is.
calling it the Microsoft ecosystem this whole time.
Yeah, and that's pretty much what it is. In fact, it's a nice name for it.
Well, I think
Um,
to wrap us up on the actual console debate, if we want to finish up the console wars, I actually had a question specifically about the Xbox One that I still don't understand. Is the Xbox One X and S like the same thing as like the PS4 to PS5 jump, or is it more like a Nintendo Switch to OLED Switch jump?
It's much closer to that jump, but for the most part, the biggest the largest software jumps between the Xbox One and the S and X were the internet connectivity, the flash storage, and just basically they didn't really touch too much of like the graphics and the AMD. What is it called? CPU. They didn't really touch the graphics and the CPU too much because of developers, but flash storage was weak as fuck on the original Xbox One.
Mhm.
But in the newer ones, because of how many people were downloading their games instead of buying them on disc, they needed to put in SSDs. They needed to put in M.2s. So that was like one of the biggest changes, is like basically how the flash storage works and optimizing how well the storage flows between the CPU. It was a bunch of optimization shit. It was not a console generation jump at all.
Okay, that
Yeah,
that
because
was
they
something I
can't do
never
that.
understood.
You can't make a console generation jump without warning developers. I don't know if you remember, but for the PlayStation Pro, I think it was, that when they originally announced that, one of the biggest thing was like, this is going to be a different console. Things are going to run at different frame rates. You're going to be like able to run different games. And there were some games that were released for PS Pro that did not work on the PS4 like whatsoever.
Like they couldn't
there was
run, right.
was it Last of Us?
Last
when
of Us
Last of
Part
Us
2.
first came out?
Yeah.
Maybe I think it was one of those. When
Last
that
of Us
first
Part
came
1
out,
came out like at the very, very, very beginning of the PS4's lifespan.
maybe it was
so.
Uncharted 4 or maybe it was Red Dead. One of those games got released and could work on the PS4 no problem, but could not work on the regular PS4. So that was a huge problem that Sony had that luckily Xbox didn't really suffer with.
Well, for the final iteration of stats of the night for the console wars, the current console war being 2020 to present, the PlayStation 5 has so far sold 20 million copies, which I feel like would be a very, very different number if oh, you're right. Last of Us was out on the PS3. That's my bad.
Oh, and 4K. That was the other thing with Xbox One. It's like it could run 4K compared to 1080 and yeah. And that was that, but that's like it. It wasn't like an actual performance boost, like you'd expect for like higher frame rates and everything.
So yeah, PS5 at 20 million. I feel like it would be way, way, way higher, but no one can fucking buy them anywhere because of chip shortages. Xbox One X and S combined totals are 12 million, which still surprises me because I genuinely don't know a single person that owns one. And then Nintendo hasn't released a competitor other than the OLED Switch, which I already included in the stat above. So
that's coming.
That's coming. Oh, okay.
Yes. So
it's not fully out.
It's not fully out. So okay. So basically, what happened was when the Switch OLED was coming out, it was originally going to get marketed as the Switch Pro. However, that chip shortage come out. A little funny thing called COVID hit, and the chip shortage struck. Now, unlike PlayStation, this is where I'm going to give Nintendo massive credit here. Unlike PlayStation, Nintendo knew that this would be a massive hindrance. So they took a step back and they developed the OLED, which is parts of what their Pro was going to be, but running on their old system. So like, here's an updated version of the Switch with some nice new features like an OLED screen, bigger memory, faster speeds, but it is still a Switch. They've got the Switch Pro coming out. Now, Switch Pro is going to be kind of like what the Xbox X and S is, but it's also going to be kind of like what the PlayStation Pro was, where you are going to see a massive jump in performance. So games that are going to get developed for the Switch Pro are going to need to have older versions as well, where they can run like. So let's say you release Gen 9 of Pokemon, right?
That creates a whole new slurry of problems for developers.
It does.
Yeah.
It does. This is the chip shortage this is the problem with the chip shortage that's caused it. So the Switch Pro is going to be a massive jump in quality. People are calling it the Switch 2. It is essentially a brand new console. It is going to be. It
sounds like it's going to fix all the problems I have with the current Switch. So
yeah, it's going to be quite good. From everything that if they deliver on the promises that they've said, and Nintendo, for all their faults, do usually deliver, then it should be pretty spectacular, to be honest.
I'm looking forward to seeing what it puts out there.
Especially with the improvements of like NVMe drives and stuff like that, and flash storage, and like the overall downsizing in hardware size, that you can fit more into a smaller package. It does look like it should be a pretty heavy hitter. Those who like the Switch are gonna really love the Switch too.
Maybe even the people who don't, because that really does sound like something that interests me way more. Because my biggest problem from the get-go, the moment that I like first put my hands on my roommate's Switch and started playing it, I was like, wow, this would have been amazing 10 years ago.
Yep.
It just felt to me like it was a gimmick added on to old tech. And I feel like a newer Switch with better hardware would really, really send home the concept of the Switch for me and make it genuinely feel like a modern experience.
Yep. So you know what the Switch looks like, obviously.
Yeah.
You kind of know what the Switch looks like. So I'm just gonna post it in the group chat.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
This is what the Switch Pro is meant to look like. Look at like beautiful screen, a thicker body,
not a great
bigger controls.
image.
No, it's not a great image. They've only got this as like a small little teaser, a little taster.
The controllers
it's gonna
kind of look, I don't know, long. They look kind of weird.
They're longer because it's a bigger screen as well. I kind of want to talk about one other thing as well, which at this point has only just come out 3 months ago,
Sure.
which is the Steam Deck.
Yes.
That's a pretty big one. It's actually quite an impressive piece of tech, and I don't think enough people know about it or talk about it. But the Steam Deck is essentially a competitor to the Switch, which runs with pretty impressive like specs. It runs your Steam library. You can play shit like Horizon Zero Dawn on it at a very comfortable 60 FPS. It thumps. It absolutely thumps the Switch in power.
Yeah.
It's a chunkier device. It is a chunkier device.
Also,
But they
far more
understood
versatile.
that like people that are carrying around a Switch, like you can't. One of the things that annoy me about the Switch, right, is they're listing it as a handheld console, right? The idea is you can take it portable. So why'd they make it so fucking small, which is what you were talking about, right? Like it's a handheld console, but you can't put it in your pocket.
It's not gonna fit in your pocket. It is a console that, and this was always my biggest problem with like the DS line too. It was the only thing that I put as a positive on the PSP and the PS Vita was that it genuinely was a console you could slide into your pocket. Whereas the DSs were so fat that even the slimmest version of them, you needed like a backpack or a carrying case to keep them on you. And I feel like the Switch runs into that issue as well.
Yeah. Someone just Cyber just said, doesn't it run only Linux compatible games? No, Linux went and developed an entire system that allows you to play Windows compatible games. Linux went out of their way for the Steam Deck to do this. That was something they had on their list before it released to the market.
Legends.
And Linux is a updatable service as well. So it's not going to stay as the default. It can be updated. It can be improved. It's actually an incredible device. And they looked at what the Switch was. It was like, why did they make it so small? You've got to put it in your backpack anyway. So they made a little chunky motherfucker. And it's got great specs. It's got a great controller as well. Like if you look at the Steam Deck right now, like it's got a really nice, it's a nice hold.
I feel the same way as CB. I saw so much hype for the Stream Deck and then it went radio silent. I feel like there was a big, my assumption of why it feels like it went radio silent is that they made a big deal about announcing it, that they wanted to let people know it was coming. They made all these big shows and were like, hey, this is the tech, we're letting people beta test it, blah, blah, blah. And then after all that hype, they were like, okay, back to work. We need to finish it. We need to fix all the problems that people pointed out when we tested it, and now they're going to release it eventually. I think that's what happened with it.
Yep.
Yeah.
So they've had they understood the chip shortage. That's again a massive thing that Sony just fucked up. They just fucked up big time. So did Xbox.
PS5 would be blowing up if they could keep up with it.
So Steam Deck just pulled back. They're like, all right, well, we'll wait until like there's enough. So you can put in reservations and they come in slowly. But then down the line, they're building up their stock. So it's not out on just like, I'll go to the shop and buy it. It's not like you can hop on Amazon and buy it. You've got to go through their website so they can control the flow.
Like that's why earlier I said, did you get your hands on it? Not do you own one?
Oh, yeah.
Because like legit, you can go to like a Walmart or a Best Buy and they'll have them on display, but you can't buy them.
You can't buy them. So my local JB has them, and I have like diddled around with it, and it's sick.
JB?
It's super good. They don't fuck around with stupid motion controls. They have these nice little touchpads in good little spots. The everything mechanically is really nice. Really great, comfortable joysticks. Really clicky buttons. It's got a big fat screen. So you can see all the details, dude. It's just a joy to use. But it's coming out slowly. They didn't make the same mistakes. Oh, also, the speakers are awesome. The speakers are fantastic. They got these two big speakers on the front, and they give you all the sound you want.
I'm surprised you got the ball. I do not have the balls to use those loud ass speakers in a store. I turned that sound out instantly.
Oh no! I'm an audiophile, so I wanted to hear like if they sounded good, and they do. They sound really good. It's got real satisfying clickies.
All right.
Real satisfying clickies.
I want to point
love
out
me some
something
clickies.
funny really quick. We are now 4 hours into the podcast, which is normally where I tell everyone up front you should plan for 4 hours to be the latest, just for their own day's sake. Normally, at about 3 hours to 3.5 hours, I like to call it and say, okay, let's address all of chat's questions now and wrap up. But we have gone beyond that point. And just to tell you guys how how over-prepared I think I was for this stream, where we are right now in the discussion is where I expected to be about 1 hour to an hour and a half into the discussion.
We got stuff to talk about, Debbie.
We had stuff to talk about. So I'm going to skip over like 6 things I wanted to bring up because I want to bring up one specific thing that I would like to end on, one specific discussion. Everyone's saying part 2 next week. I think we have plenty of ideas for more topics. Don't worry.
Yeah.
But there's one specific thing that I really wanted to bring up, and I kind of hate that Chunk isn't here for this bit. But since we each kind of chose to represent one industry, actually, Jamie, if you're willing, I'd like to challenge you to take the Nintendo side on this because I feel like it'd be too easy for PC for this question.
Yeah, go for it.
All right. My question is, for each of our respective systems that we have chosen to represent, what is one major change that they could make that would end the console war in their favor? Just like outright obliterate the competition if they made one big change. It's a hard question.
So I know mine already. If you feel like you need a second.
I don't even have an answer, and I came up with the question.
I got it. No, I got it.
Do you want to go ahead and go first anyway?
And it would be
No,
game
go-
over.
Go for it, Poppy.
Backwards compatibility or re-releases of all their old games.
Like PC game?
For Nintendo. It would fucking demolish the competition. If you could get every NES, every SNES, every 64, every Wii game, every Wii U game, every DS game straight onto your... And I do not know why they haven't done it. It is fucking baffling. If they did it, the console war would be over. 100%.
You want to know the craziest part? My girlfriend played her first Zelda game, which was Breath of the Wild, and I was trying to tell her, like, look, Zelda's good, but what you played is not Zelda. I want to show you what Zelda is. So we went onto the Switch, the Nintendo eShop, and I looked at my personal 2 favorite Zelda games, which are the Shadow Timeline, for those of you who are big Zelda geeks, Majora's Mask, and Twilight Princess. Majora's Mask did not exist on the eShop, and Twilight Princess was $60.
Yep.
I was like,
That's
well, I
why I
guess
don't
we're
like
not
comic
fucking
books.
playing it.
I don't get you, Nintendo. I don't get you. You love money. You love money, and people want to play these games.
People want to buy them.
They do. We were fucking. It's like literally, Fry, take my money. Shut up and take my money.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, I don't get it. I don't understand their fucking motives. And it's not like they're hard to port. They're not. They
It's
run
so
on
easy.
half the same systems that they've been using still.
I can
There's an
download
entire-
nearly any Nintendo game I want on my phone right now.
If it can run, if it can run on my
Emulator
fucking
market.
phone, why can't you get it on Switch? Dude, I don't get it. But like, you cannot debate that the console war would be over if they did that. It would be demolished.
I feel like there's still I'm gonna call them the sweats. I feel like the market that would not reach, the market that would reach is the people who are already people that love Nintendo and the people who grew up on Nintendo. That's the issue with that particular solution, is that all of the people who just want to play fucking shooters aren't going to give a shit that they can go back and play Super Mario
That
64
demographic
now.
is smaller than it's ever been.
True.
And think about how many young kids hear about how great these games are, but they can't fucking play them, either because they don't have a PC that can emulate it,
Fair.
or they cannot afford the ridiculous collector's prices of old consoles.
Fair. It would definitely be a hefty blow. I'm definitely gonna have to go last, by the way, Airman. So I don't know. I'm still thinking.
Yeah, mine would kind of be Microsoft Unreal. Like, essentially, you'd have to make a proprietary engine that was this is all under the assumption it's fucking flawless. Like, it's amazing, the integration's great, it can work in any genre, any subgenre. Like, no matter what game you want to make, you could use this engine and you could make it, and you would get, you know, like 95, like, it would have to kick Steam's ass. You have to make like 95% of all profits made on this engine. The only issue is it would have to be released on a Microsoft product. So even if that's not like it would be released on, I just said a Games Pass. Like, it would either be released on Games Pass or on like the Xbox, because that's the direction that Microsoft's going right now, is leaning more towards that ecosystem. So if they were able to make a perfect engine that any game could be run off of, and any game could consistently like grow off of, I think that'd be huge. I think that would kind of destroy, because no one would want to develop for PS4, because PS4 for PlayStation, because you'd have to buy the console for it. But on Xbox, you immediately have the PC and the Xbox people, and you have a custom engine that works perfectly with Xbox, you know, in this whole theoretical. I think it would destroy Nintendo, because if it's able to make any genre of game, you'd have no problem making your Donkey Kongs and your fucking what's the kart racer called? Mario Kart?
There's plenty.
Like,
there's so
Yeah,
many.
Mario Kart.
like, you'd have no issue making all those on this engine. So I guess if this theoretical engine could exist, that would probably do it. And I don't think it could work for PS4, simply because of how, I keep saying PS4 because that's the last one I owned.
Yeah.
For PlayStation, just because of how Sony runs its business and how closed in they are. And I don't think it would work for Nintendo, because Nintendo kind of already has that, and it doesn't work for a lot of their games. Like, I think Splatoon's a good example of a game that like is really popular for some reason, but if you play it, it feels awful.
Yeah.
Like, it feels like garbage, and it's because they're using that proprietary software that doesn't work.
The thing with Switch and Nintendo is that, like, if you look at like pure powerhouse technology, right, the Nintendo consoles have always been behind, except for maybe the 64 and SNES, where they were the like leaders. But since then, they've always been like, yeah, we're not running like the newest in, like, we're not running like a nice 3090 card inside of our shit, but you know, our games, they function they function for gameplay over looks and stuff. Whereas when, like, you got the Xbox can absolutely run a game that runs on PC, right?
Yeah.
I fully agree that if you had a proprietary engine that ran specifically for that, they could absolutely dominate.
So, what I think Sony could do to win basically every generation of the console war is fuck over Nintendo in 1994 by releasing the PlayStation 1. Okay. All right, but my serious answer is shockingly close to what Airman said. I think if Sony, like you said, that what your plan wouldn't work for Sony because they're closed in, this whole hypothetical is about like a big change in the company that would make a difference, and I think that is the core issue. I think if Sony broke down that wall and bridged the gap to PC, and I'm even going to go on a stretch and say with the Stream Deck, I think if Sony made some sort of functionality that connected the PlayStation to the Stream Deck, like maybe even just allowing an app that's remote play, just allowing remote play, and then allowing all of Sony's titles to be available, like any Sony title you own to be playable on your Stream Deck, it would be okay, finally, you have all of the only thing Sony has ever had over fucking everyone else, which is the hardware to run their extremely high-end titles and the exclusive titles playable essentially on your PC.
So what you're saying is, and let me get this right.
I'm sorry, Steam Deck. I know. I have a Stream Deck next to me. I'm sorry, Steam Deck.
So what I'm hearing is PC Master Race.
Yes. We knew this at the beginning. We polled chat 5 minutes in.
Like,
you know.
objectively.
Yeah, I feel like it's not a like real debate these days. I feel like PC is just so far ahead of the curve
The only time it was a genuine debate was the Xbox 360, PS3 era, and the PS4, Xbox One era. And then ever since then, it's been a shut and closed case. PC wins unless you don't consider PC part of the console race, in which case PS4 wins or PlayStation wins.
Yeah. I mean, that's not, there's no, it's like, it's weird because you can't even bring nostalgia into it anymore. Because it's been so many generations of bullshit that you can't be like, oh man, you know, I grew up an Xbox kid, or I grew up a PS4 kid, or I grew up with Nintendo. It's like, it doesn't, at the end of the day, none of that shit matters anymore because it's very rare you find a true retro gamer.
Yep.
Like someone who only games like pre.
I know one. He's one of my best friends.
It's so rare to find those people. It's so rare that when you think of retro gamers, you think of like one person, maybe one or two people max.
One of my best friends, Fox Plays Official. You know him, Devi.
Love that guy.
Great guy.
I've seen him in chats.
Great guy. He is a retro lover. His collection of games blows my mind, and his knowledge of games blows my mind.
True.
But he is a rare and dying breed. He is a rare and dying breed where, like, you have so many young kids now who only know Fortnite and Overwatch and shit like that.
That's cool. I like that.
It's great. It's fine.
You should watch his streams. His entire Twitch channel is just dedicated to him basically platinum trophying or 100%ing retro games. It's really neat. I actually really like Valk's comment here, and I'm gonna disagree. Valk said, well, I'm going to disagree half an extent. Valk says, I've always respected that Nintendo doesn't try to have the most frames per second at the highest resolution with the biggest processor and the fanciest graphics card. The line is always moving, and I think it's silly to chase that. If you're always chasing the newest, most expensive tech, then it's just a quick gimmick until the next week when newer shit comes out. Make games that work well and are fun on tech that's good enough. Put love and effort and time into them. I'm going to say that I agree to an extent. I think you can say it's silly to chase the line and stay as most up to date as physically possible. We don't even do that with our PCs, realistically. Some people do if you're filthy rich and rolling in it. But like most of us settle with like, if you can get like a 1060, great. You're fucking set for gaming. You might not be playing on the extreme or high settings, but you're good. But if Nintendo released a Super Nintendo today and said, this is our console, the games on it are really fun, you'll like them, I promise. No one's gonna go fucking buy a Super Nintendo that can't even run a 3D game. So like obviously there is some level of graphics, some level of quality, some level of frame rate that has to be met in order for it to be good. And while it doesn't have to be, none of the consoles are running at the current high end. Like you imply with the best resolution, the biggest processor. No consoles are running at 240 hertz. The Switch can't run at 60, which was the standard 10 years ago. Actually, it might can now. It might be able to run at 60 now.
OLED can.
That's what I was going to comment. I think Valk's opinion is outdated. Because that opinion sits super... It hits my heart super hard in 2012, 2013. When tech was changing at that pace, but it's not anymore.
It's about to.
Okay. If that comes along, then I will re-agree with that. But as of now, I disagree with that.
So, we're at a point where software has outsped hardware, right? So we can develop things that computers can't even run. So we constantly are chasing that line at the moment. And I'm going to hard disagree with both of you, and I'm going to go Valk side. I actually fully agree. One thing that I think Nintendo has done better than both of the other consoles is instead of chasing that line and running hard for it and going, we're going to make the most visually impressive game of all time, what they've done is they've focused on gameplay techniques. They've focused on creating these perfect and flawless gameplay systems. You look at the Mario line. When's the last time a shit Mario game was made?
What was the one where he was a cat?
That was great. That was the reason one. That was a good. No, play it. It's a good game. It is. Okay.
I heard it.
It is actually a good game.
I have a shit opinion when it comes to Nintendo, mostly because I stopped buying Nintendo products, so I don't really know.
Their games run flawlessly. They've perfected the model of gameplay, and I think at the core base, when you're experiencing a game, you know, I can look at, what's a good example? Days Gone. I can look at Days Gone and I can go, wow, this game's really, really, like, pretty. What's its core gameplay look like? Very good.
Trash.
Yeah, it's boring. It gets boring. You know, there's so many games like that. Fucking Red Dead. I love Rockstar, but fuck me dead if they didn't have one of the most boring gameplay loops I've ever experienced. But the world was amazing. It looked beautiful. It was boring. It was a boring game. Anyone who fucking challenge me, come at me, motherfuckers. Challenge me.
So,
that game was boring as shit.
You mean you weren't
get on a
entertained by
horse, you
watching
travel
the
to a
horse's
place.
balls swell and shrink based on the temperature?
Well, that's part of their technology thing. That's not part of the gameplay though.
I know.
Like the gameplay was go to place on horse, possibly shoot people, go back on place with horse. That was the entire loop.
That's
Cool.
like an extreme.
The technology looked fucking great. But the game was boring as bad shit, dude. A great
Like,
story. Great story, but
that mentality is too defeatist. Like it's too. As a consumer, you need to want more. Like even if you are content, you need to want more because if you don't, they won't improve. So
But,
I agree that gameplay is king because at the end of the day, it is.
True.
I'm literally logs on a Genshin Impact every single fucking day, even though I know it's sucking me dry on money, even though I know it's a gacha game and I'll get judged on it for the rest of my life. I fucking love the gameplay of that game and I'll play it forever.
All right, but hear me out, right? How many games have done both perfectly?
Like visually and gameplay.
Wise.
I would argue none.
Yes, that's my point. So if we are to choose one, what would you prefer?
Whatever I want at 60 FPS plus.
I hear you. And you know what? The Super Mario franchise does run at 60 FPS plus. The Zelda franchise, aside from Breath of the Wild, which I think a lot of people agree is not really...
I don't think
Like,
we
this is a
disagree too
recent
much,
thing.
Jamie.
I don't think so either.
What
Up
I'm
until
saying
this
is,
generation, like look at the Wii U, look at the Wii. Like Nintendo was lacking. The Wii was in 720.
Yeah.
Like that
agree.
it was a 720 30. Like up until this, like literally this console, this generation, Nintendo was just not keeping up. That's why I'm saying it's outdated.
I still don't
And
think
I think they're pulling their
Maybe
head in.
OLED now,
I think they are pulling their head in with the release of Switch 2 and the OLED. I think they're pulling their head in. I think they've realized that they've got to... I mean, fuck, look how much money the Switch made, right? Where every other console was struggling to sell because there was no products, they were fine. They sold so fucking much. What happened when Christmas time came around? No one could buy a PS5. What did they get their kid? Switch.
True.
Easy clap. So their shit's easy to produce, and they've got some of the best game developers I've ever seen. Probably some of the best game developers that have ever existed. So I would say, and this is as a guy who fucking doesn't like Nintendo very much, I would say it's pretty tight between Sony and Nintendo. I really would. I would say it's tighter than you would like to admit.
I mean, I'll agree with you. Especially this generation, I think a majority of the reasoning is because of the chip shortage and Sony being held back by that. I also would just flat out say it is just a divide between ages. I think that the Switch is primarily sold to children and most adults. Jesus. Most adults that are currently buying Switches are most likely people who grew up on Nintendo products and they like Nintendo products, so they're sticking with what they like. I feel like the PlayStation 5 is an adult console. There's very few children buying PS5s or that want a PS5. That's always been the way that PlayStation has been ever since the PS3. Even the PS2 was marketed more towards adults than most other consoles for its time. But ultimately, I'm not going to say that I'm that guy that would be like, graphics makes a game, hands down. I will say a beautiful game can make anything feel better, but not enough to make up for shitty gameplay, like the Red Dead example.
Here's one situation where I think both were mastered. That would be the Demon Souls remake.
That was pretty good.
So,
That game was
what
gorgeous.
What I find confusing is you guys keep bringing up graphics like over and over again. That's not at all what I've been talking about this entire
It's a
time.
representation of the chasing the line as far as performance and quality.
I don't give a shit about like graphics. I just care about like I'm sure Poppy, you understand as a former esports player, performance is everything. And I play mostly competitive games. One of my favorite looking games of all time is Overwatch. Like, I think it's very like, and that is not very graphically intensive at all. It's on the fucking Switch.
You're talking to the guy who has been getting chastised recently by some of his own friends for how much I shit on Arceus because of how poorly it ran.
Yeah, like legit, like that is what I care about. I don't give it like everyone's just like, oh, the graphics, you know, is like, it's like, oh, the graphics. I don't give a fuck about graphics. All I care about is performance. If I can play a game, and this is asking a lot from a Nintendo product, but if I can play a game at 240 hertz, it could look like fucking Minesweeper, and I'll play it. Like, I care about performance above all, and up into even. I'm sure you guys have experienced playing Breath of the Wild and using that yellow fucking magnet ability when there's too much grass around, and you drop to like 12 FPS.
Yeah,
like that's not sustainable. You can't do that.
So why are these console developers not able to do what Nintendo's doing gameplay wise?
I think that is, as you were saying, the creators, like the developers that are there, and like. At the end of the day,
the developers
by the company.
I think it's done.
They're also limited.
In Nintendo.
I think it's done. I think Nintendo has a dedicated set of devs working on a very like, there's like just a grouping of games that Nintendo has always had, and they have this very solid base to work off of with every product. Nintendo consistently releases very high quality products, excluding the Pokemon franchise. But there are games from Xbox and Sony and PC that have immaculate gameplay and perform extremely well. It's just I feel like Nintendo almost only. Wait, really?
That's where I did. Yeah, 100%. What's a game that you think that has immaculate gameplay that performs incredibly?
I'll get bashed for this. I fucking adore the gameplay of The Last of Us Part 2. It doesn't match the story, but it is some of the funnest like stealth action gameplay that you can get. So, and as someone who grew up on that type of game, it's perfect for me.
So I'm gonna challenge that.
Okay.
And this is you was saying try and find someone who played all the way through Last of Us that didn't enjoy the game.
Yeah.
Hi, how are you? My name's Jamie.
Lovely to see you. Is it because of the gameplay or the story?
Yeah, no, the gameplay, 100%. Okay. It is so repetitive. There is 9 times out of 10, there's only so many ways that you can, like, you can't stealth through an area without killing anyone. You have to kill everyone. Like, you can't, there are sections of the game where you have to physically kill every person. Whereas in the Mario, let's go back to Mario, because I think Mario is like...
I think if you watched my playthrough on stream, you would find that incorrect. I did some wacky shit when I played.
No, there are points where you can go through the game without killing everybody. But at the end of the day, they force you into combat for a large portion of that game.
That's right.
Whereas with Mario, you can get so creative with the gameplay. You can come up with such unique solutions to problems. Same with Zelda Breath of the Wild. There are times where I played through that game. I did every single tomb. I played through every aspect of that game. And then I watched my friend Nick play it, and he did things in such a different way. Something as simple as a good physics engine completely changes the game. And I just don't think that Last of Us 2 had that. It was essentially a third-person shooter at its core with some slight stealth mechanics, which eventually just led to more first-person shooting.
So this discussion ultimately comes down to taste. If you're more interested in like a very open and creative experience, then obviously you're going to be leaning towards a game like Mario or Legend of Zelda. Whereas if I'm looking for more of like a very tight, I have to make do with the limited resources, because that was a main gameplay staple of the Last of Us franchise, is being limited on your resources, having to make do with what you had. Being openly creative with limited resources is kind of a toss-up in the air, because Breath of the Wild, you had unlimited of all of your Sheikah slate. The only limitation was how often your weapons would annoyingly break.
Yeah.
I would bring up another game apart from The Last of Us Part 2 and say, while not on release, it didn't perform well, but now performs well, Elden Ring.
Okay. All right. No, I still think Elden Ring suffers massively from performance issues.
I had performance issues day one, and then I had one patch and have never had issues again.
Still at the very opening of the game where you fight the first tree sentinel, it lags massively around Stormwind Castle. It has massive frame drops, and I'm playing on an absolute supercomputer.
Maybe. I'm playing on a PS4 Pro.
Yeah, well, maybe
that just
I don't
worked out
think
better
the
on
PS4
Sony.
Pro. I don't think the PS4 Pro looks as good.
Maybe.
As
Again, earlier,
they-
when we were talking about chasing the line, even on a supercomputer running it flawlessly, that game still doesn't look, it's not chasing the line of
No, I agree.
Yeah. So, like, regardless, the statement, or the way I interpreted that statement that spawned this whole conversation was games are trying to be the most beautiful they possibly can be, running at the most optimal performance period. I was saying that I disagree with games needing to look as beautiful as possible. I agreed with you that there's just a minimum that I think games need to reach.
Yeah.
And other than that, yeah, I mean, I think like right now, modern era, unless your game is hyper stylized, I feel like Dark Souls 3 graphics is like the minimum as far as like unless you're a really, really, really cheap indie company that just doesn't have the capability of making something more graphically pleasing, in which case people tend to go like highly artistic. So
this
it's fine.
is gonna lend to my point. We can all agree that Elden Ring is winning Game of the Year. I mean,
Oh yeah, hands down.
Without a doubt.
who's beating? I mean,
Nobody, no.
now that
Ghostwire
game
Tokyo.
that game performance-wise is not perfect. It is not perfect.
It's not
And
perfect,
in fact, its number one critique amongst everybody was game crashing, memory leaks, poor performance, bad stabilization.
Day
But
one,
it's still
every
gonna win
single
Game of the
NPC
Year.
in the game was invisible for me. Day one.
It's still gonna win Game of the Year because its gameplay was fucking immaculate.
Mm-hmm.
And you have the creativity of being able to finish the game in the way that you want to. You don't have to follow the formula of beating the first boss that you find. You know, you can fuck that off and go straight over to Leonina Lakes and fight Renala. You know, you can do the game in the way that you want to. Which is where that kind of leans more towards the Breath of the Wilds, the fucking Marios. I would say that has that Japanese touch where they understand that gameplay is king and the performance is something that can be, you know, slightly looked past if a game runs just super damn well. But I agree. I think this is a mindset type thing.
Also, hey, yo, is that the Doctor Strange?
So, yeah.
So I think another clarification that I want to make, because I feel like I didn't phrase it well, is it's not that a game has to look so realistic or like a certain level of realistic, because like another game that I think is stunningly beautiful is Hollow Knight, and that game is extremely basic, very simple 2D graphics. It's not gorgeous by any extent. I love the art style. It looks great. It performs perfectly. That is another example of a game that's just like, it looks really good, it performs really good, it does everything it needs, and the gameplay is amazing. That's probably another example I would bring up to like, it didn't perfect it, but damn, that game came close. That's a really good game.
Yeah, no, yeah.
So, yeah, at the end of the day, it's just about what you feel like you can handle. And I have always been a very competitive gamer. I've always wanted the best of myself, and that if that's limited by the hardware I'm using, I'm not okay with that.
Yeah, no, I get you.
Always been known as it's extremely casual. You know, it's family friendly. It's not for my type of demographic.
Same.
Yeah.
However, people seem to enjoy it, so I want to as well. And I feel like I can't until they are lifted to the standard that's necessary for me. And it's like, I'm going to complain about it to the end of time unless they fix it. And even though they don't make it for me, I want to enjoy it like everyone else does too.
But
and I feel like everyone would be able to still enjoy it the same way they would if they upgraded.
Yeah. And you know what? I think that's what they're doing. I think Nintendo.
So that's why I'm saying
Nintendo
that
has
it's
listened.
out of date. That's why I'm saying it's like, because they're fine now. Like they recognize that it's not acceptable anymore to just be gameplay.
I think they missed them. Like, miss the mark is such a weird way to describe a console that is one of the best performing consoles of all time.
Mm-hmm.
But I think they missed the mark a little bit with trying to do what they did. They tried to make a AAA console that can fit in your pocket, but then it couldn't fit in your pocket anyway, which means all the sacrifices they made to make it so small were worthless. And that's why they're like, fuck it, we'll make the OLED, we'll make the Switch 2, and we'll just make them chunky boys. Give them a big old screen, make them run at a 60 FPS.
Everyone's already carrying around with their backpack anyway, so may as well make it a little chunkier,
Yeah. And you know what, Nintendo, you love your fucking side product so much, go make a big old Nintendo Switch 2 case.
They do love their side
product,
don't they?
I do fully agree that I don't need a gold standard in performance. But what I do need a gold standard in is innovative and interesting gameplay.
Valk says that they can fit a Switch in their pocket. I think I found a picture of Valk's pants. I think this is this what kind of pants you're wearing, Valk?
Maybe Valk is just fucking cute.
No, like clown pants with the like oversized pockets with big birds in it.
Yeah.
Or the old parachute shuffle pants.
True. Those were Jinko jeans. Those are old 80s, 90s pants. Ugh. All right.
That's impressive. It's big pockets.
I feel like we are now at the point where I normally would have liked to be an hour ago. Unless you guys need to rush off. I feel like now would be the time to be like, all right, chat. We've been talking amongst ourselves 85-90% of the time. What do you want to hear from us? What do you want our opinion on anything? Feel free to shout any of our names out. Be like, Aravan, I want your take on this. Jamie, I want your take on this. Devi, I want you to shut up because you don't know shit about Nintendo. Whatever you've got for us. Let me hear it.
I feel like this is a really good debate. I feel like we had, like, it was nice having differing opinions.
Yeah, we had a lot of different opinions this time.
Last week, it felt very much like, I think we all kind of agreed. But like,
we dogpiled on, yeah.
Literally, the title of the stream was predatory game design. It's pretty hard to
it's hard
to disagree. Yeah.
To be fair though, multiple of us did change our viewpoints on a lot of things, like subscription-based services. I feel like we all kind of shifted our viewpoints on things like that a little bit.
Yeah, like they're a necessary evil on certain products.
Yeah, I feel like there's a lot of learning here, which is cool. Like,
Advi has DM'd me proof that they can fit their Switch in their pocket. Can I show this on stream, Advi?
Holy shit.
Am I allowed to show this on stream, Advi?
I'm hard, bro. Holy moly.
Damn.
This looks like
Advi at?
This looks like
daytime.
That's a bedroom light, Aravan. This looks like you bend over forward and it fires out of your pocket at enough speed to punch through your bedroom wall.
True.
You gotta classify that as a lethal weapon. Dude, like, I don't know, man. If I sat down with that, I'm afraid I'd be terrified of just snapping the screen in half.
No questions from chat? We haven't gotten anything. Did we cover everything? I mean, we did talk for 4.5 hours.
Cyber said something.
Cyber said something? Did I miss it?
Yeah.
Oh, everyone. Which console is going to get a proper marketable VR to market first? PlayStation 4
PC.
did. PlayStation 4 is the first console that got marketable VR. To such an extent that makes me angry. What do you mean proper? What's improper about PSVR?
It is not proper. I'm gonna fucking put my foot down on this.
Okay. What would you define as proper though? What's the line that needs to be set?
Wireless can be used in yes.
Okay.
And that's why the Steam Index is the first proper version.
Okay. Well then I don't know what I mean. I still feel like Sony is going to be the first console apart from PC since they have already dipped their toes into PSVR. I'm not sure how successful PSVR was, but I definitely feel like it's not going to be Microsoft. Nintendo's definitely not going to fucking do it.
Is that an Oculus Rift? Or Oculus Quest?
How the fuck did a Facebook-owned organization beat consoles?
Okay, to be fair, they weren't originally Facebook-owned.
Yeah, Facebook bought it.
Oh, you think they would have been able to make a wireless Oculus with that Facebook money?
They did. It was bought after they made wireless.
What?
Yeah.
I thought Facebook was bought in like 2017 or something like that.
No.
Damn.
Anyway, my last comment on PSVR.
I think they major bought it in 2019.
My comment on PSVR is I'm absolutely, utterly, incomprehensibly furious that it's the only way that you can play Resident Evil 7 in VR. It's legit the only VR game I want to play, and I'm not buying a PSVR just to play it.
Yeah. I look, I'm just gonna say I think PC has to be excluded from this conversation. Because the benchmark is already set. Like the Steam index is insane. If you haven't seen the Steam index, it's what VR should be.
I'm assuming that's why they specified console, because the question wouldn't have even been asked if PC were included, because it's already been done. So
I think Atari's gonna make a comeback, and
I think PlayStation's the closest.
Yeah.
I think Microsoft is the least likely, and to
it
bounce
would
off
be
what
out of
Chunk
fucking
said earlier,
nowhere for Nintendo.
yeah, it would be so.
he's
But that's what I was gonna say. To bounce off what Chunk said earlier, I would love for Nintendo to bite the bullet, fucking cut off their balls,
Virtual Boy 2.
make the Virtual Boy 2. Exactly. I would love for them.
could
to
you, dude? But would it be so out there for them? Like they are the company that would do that.
I want them to put the 2. I want them to put Virtual.
They are.
Boy
They're the
2.
ones that like.
I feel like
motion
after the
controls
Wii
are kind of
U-
interesting right now. What if we make an entire console based only off motion controls?
I
and
feel
it's
like
a hit success.
after the Wii U, they're like, no more risks until 5 Switch versions.
Okay, so the problem. Okay, I don't like Nintendo, but as we were talking about earlier, gameplay comes first with them, and gameplay is king. And they have been since the Switch came out, very good about forcing developers to utilize the tools at hand. So I think if Nintendo did make VR, it would be the first VR console that truly had an entire dedicated base of amazing developers making games specifically for that product for the consumer.
Yep.
And I would love that. I would buy the fuck out of a Virtual Boy 2 if
Yeah.
that was the case.
I'm with you. Otherwise, I think if Microsoft stopped being such little bitches and embraced
I knew you were gonna say that.
Steam for what they are, and introduce Steam Index usage on the Xbox, that would be awesome. That would probably be it.
What is it about my brain that is perfectly okay with Steam monopolizing that entire market?
I
don't know
Yeah,
what it
it's-
is.
Steam hasn't really
Why
let us
am I
down yet.
okay
They
with
only
that?
Steam
Like,
only fucked up one time, and it was when they were trying to make player-made mods paid, and that was mostly Bethesda.
Yeah, and they
and then they
went,
immediately they went, oh, they're like, oh, you guys don't want that? Cool. Okay, we back
Yeah,
off.
exactly. Yeah.
It feels like the government of games. Like,
Yeah.
I just
Steam
trust
is the
them.
feds.
I know.
And even better is like after their first few attempts, which were shit, of trying to make hardware, they've
Yeah.
since nailed hardware. They're killing it.
Right.
Like the Steam box was crap and the Steam controller was shit.
I still have my Steam controller. It's
I
awful.
have it sitting on the fucking wall.
It's
It's
collecting
terrible, but,
dust
like,
in my desk.
After that, they nailed it. Like fucking look at like their first jump back into game development as well was they nailed it, which was Half-Life Alyx.
Fucking
They
10 out of 10 game.
fucking murdered.
Mhm.
They had it. I don't know how they don't develop a game for like 8 years and then they come back and are like, oh yeah, by the way, here's like a tech demo that could potentially run for Game of the Year.
It's because
Like-
notoriously, Valve will not make a game unless they have a damn solid idea for one. I think that's
Yeah.
what sets them apart from other games, is that Valve would have made a Portal 3 if they knew that it would have been a good game instead of just more Portal because people want it, which is what every other game studio does, is they go, oh, our game sold well and people want more, I guess we'll throw together another one.
Yep.
Which is weird because you'd think if they had such a good idea, they would continue to support it. Team Fortress 2. But like for some reason, they keep on dropping these amazing products they spend so much time and money on.
True. Also, Aravan, you have a
Yeah.
question in the chat.
I do. Erevan, you say that, but there was noticeable complaining after that Wii U second screen was barely used. Notice how I strictly said post Nintendo Switch. They've been paying attention to using the thing. I specifically mentioned that because they neglected the fuck out of it. I don't know if you remember all of the awful, terrible integration of the Wii controls and like random shit that didn't need to be.
So
You guys ever
dumb.
played a fucking first-person shooter on the Wii?
Bro, let's
Oh,
ignore
man.
first person. As a Zelda
Sorry,
fanboy,
Devin.
have you ever played the original fucking Skyward Sword for the Wii? Dude, the sword,
one?
it felt so bad to play. I'm so glad they remastered it and it's good on the Switch. Like it's
man,
good
they
on the Switch.
nailed that,
It's
dude.
just on the Wii, you may as well have like tightened the wrist strap for the Wii remote around your pointer finger and just twirled it in a circle. And then combat probably would have worked exactly the same if you were genuinely trying. It was awful.
That's bad. Yeah, like I hate a
Man.
lot of that early stuff, but I do enjoy what Nintendo does now. I own maybe 30 games on my Nintendo Switch, and I want to say a good like 15 to 20 of them actually utilize the control in one way or another. Even if you don't utilize them in game, even if you use like the default controls or you switch it off, it's still there because
Yep.
Nintendo's pushing for that innovation, and I really enjoy that. And I think that in a VR market, that's kind of what it needs right now. However, that being said, slight side note, I bet the VR for Nintendo would be fucking ugly.
Oh yeah.
It'd probably make it look weird as shit, right?
Well, the
'Cause,
thing is
even the
like
Switch is ugly.
we discussed this a lot about the Wii U, where like it's clear that Nintendo makes all their products for kids and tries to kid-proof them and makes them
Yeah,
look
yeah.
like fucking Legos and things. But what would a VR headset for kids look like? Because you know that would be a majority of the people who buy a Nintendo VR system, right?
They put shiny plastic on it.
So, like, I mean, obviously there are adults that buy Switches. I'm not saying that that's not a market, but I am saying that a lot of people using Switch, like a Nintendo VR product, would be kids. So, like, what would it even look like?
I disagree. I think it'd be too expensive to buy kids. To buy for kids.
Oh, that's a
Right?
good point. They might make it for. What would a product made by Nintendo but not for kids look like?
Yeah.
That's fucking weird to think about.
Mm.
The Quest is a VR console for kids. There's so many Quest kids in VR chat, and they're so obnoxious. I guess it'd look like the Quest.
I think it's pretty slick.
It'd look like the Quest, but
Fine,
it'd have a
you face
Mario
me
sticker on it.
So do you know the Nintendo Famicom, like the Nintendo Home System? That like ugly
Yeah,
maroon
like-
and red.
yeah,
that-
maroon and
that's immediately what I think of when they made VR. Like I imagine that being,
Yeah.
I don't know why, but yeah.
Yeah, this is what it looks like, Debbie. It's a
This thing?
ugly.
Yeah, like I imagine they make it that color for some reason.
Ugh. What
Yeah.
the fuck is?
They
It looks like
very quickly changed the design of this.
It looks like a disgusting red velvet cake.
So they hired so the really funny thing about this. So when they developed this console, and it didn't sell well, when they wanted to go into the next generation, they went to America and they hired a marketer to help design the console. And she was like, "We need to make it look sleek and like need to get rid of these ugly family because the whole idea of this is meant to seamlessly fit in with like what the family household would look like back in those days, which is a very 50s inspired kind of look. They were like, we need to get rid of that and we need to make it modern. We need to make it new. That's why they changed it to what it was.
I will say, I quite like the little controller ports. You plug the little controllers in on the side, makes it real nice and easy to transport, real nice and compact. Yeah, that's not bad.
The Nintendo Family System.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I think realistically it's
Is this? What is this?
Yeehaw.
What did I just find?
Yeehaw.
Nintendo
Did you like
Famicom,
Cowboy?
Famicom Guns, Japan Zapper Light Gun.
Ugh.
Comes with the game and everything. That's crazy.
What game is
There's
that?
there's no orange tip on that either. You're getting killed by the cops for sure.
Yeah,
if you're bringing
sure,
that up.
sure.
Yeah. Not in Australia, no.
Do cops in Australia have guns?
They do, but they're very heavily trained not to use them.
Valk says, my
weird.
opinions on Nintendo and VR are polar opposites. Normal games don't need particularly good tech to be good. The best, most cutting-edge VR tech in the world right now still has room for noticeable improvement.
Yeah.
And that's funny, because earlier Chunk was trying to defend the Virtual Boy, which came out pre-2000, which we still don't have the tech for VR to really be, like,
I
widespread,
don't.
so...
So the other thing that I think is of note is that every game that's been successful in VR has had realistic style graphics, whereas Nintendo games don't often lean into that style, going more for cartoon and visualized graphics, which would be very strange in a VR game.
I mean,
Like if
VR
you walk
chat.
up to a giant pig with a huge nose and like it would be bizarre. Yeah, but VR chat's like the exception, not the rule.
That's
and
true,
like
that's
you're
true.
talking about like it's a realistic looking world with strange characters in it. We're talking like imagine hopping into Skyward Sword in VR. Like how fucking strange would that look?
I feel like the purpose of VR is immersion, and you can't really immerse yourself in like a cell shaded world.
Yeah, correct. And
Like you
that's
could,
for that
but,
reason
like-
I'm out.
Yeah.
Like I just don't think they could do it.
I'm gonna make you an offer.
Uh-oh.
$10 for 99% stake in the
We
company.
need to do an episode of this where we get guest people in to make us like
Pitches.
come up with a pitch for like
That would be
random
amazing.
We
shit.
would need a lot
How
more
much fun would that
communities
be?
to come together, because I don't
Oh yeah,
I don't feel confident in like setting out just my community.
but
to
we
be
can make it like a thing that people could apply for over a period of
True.
time
God,
and
that
like
would
have
be interesting.
applications.
I would ask collab. I think a bunch of collab would be down for that.
That'd be fun.
Yeah, we could get a bunch of streamers to collab on it.
I
as
mean,
well.
actually, Atrioc's already done that. Atrioc does a bunch of marketing streams, and he watches episodes of Shark Tank and reviews them and talks about the company currently after the Shark Tank review and stuff like that. And he got him and like 4 other streamers together, and each of them set aside $500. And they all had $500 to spend, and they would get people to come on and pitch with artwork and design concepts and things for their video games. And these streamers would be like, I'll make you a deal. I'll give you $200 for this idea, just kind of for fun. And they would pay the people with the best ideas. So
yeah, that's cool.
that's already been done. Yeah,
Yeah, we should do something like that though, more grounded and on a
more
high
casual.
scale, but
Yeah.
yeah, maybe even more of a fantasy type thing where it's like come up with something that you know haven't done before. Yeah. Anyway, we can talk about that later.
Yeah, we can talk about that.
Um,
What do you think, chat? All right, anyway, we can move on from that. Last chance for questions. Last chance for questions for any of us. If you have anything you would like to hear, any weird off opinions, all the way back to PlayStation 1 if you've been here that long.
yeah. Immersive bodysuits. When do you think we're gonna see that kind of thing? Like
I
with
think
haptic
that's
feedback now existing.
Okay, so
very far
that
away.
I think that question needs to be restructured to when do you think we're going to see those affordably?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Because
when would
we
you
have
see
'em
that
now.
being packaged with a VR headset for a reasonable price?
So like a full VR haptic
Like
package.
fucking Ready Player One type
yeah.
shit.
Yeah, I think
You
think
know
we
that
can
would have to
do
come
that.
with like a treadmill.
I thought you were going to say a trend
No.
because I was also going to agree with that. But yeah, I mean those omnidirectional treadmills, like the eight directional ones, where you can
Yeah.
run. Yeah, those are pretty cool. Although some of them are weird. Some of them are just really slippery plastic, and then you wear slippery shoes.
True.
Yeah, and then you have like it holds you up, doesn't it?
Yeah, it like grabs your waist by different
Yeah.
angles. Which I mean, if that works, it works. It just doesn't look like you could move around comfortably.
All right, we have
No.
our final question. What single choice from a dev do you think would kill their sales overnight? My gut reaction is saying some dumb shit on Twitter.
Yeah. Do you guys
Silly as
remember a
it is.
movie called Guns Akimbo?
No,
Ugh.
you know
The-
me,
the,
Jamie.
uh,
I don't watch
the-
movies.
The one from the guy from Harry Potter.
Yeah, Daniel Radcliffe.
Radcliffe. Yeah.
Wasn't
Yeah, I
a
heard
great
that
movie, right? But it was a cool concept.
Yeah.
And the movie had a bunch of hype coming out around it until one of the writers was caught publicly saying the N-word, and then the producer of the movie on the Guns Akimbo account came out and defended them. And it just killed all hype for the movie, and then it just kind of died in the water.
Well, that's kind of like a dev.
So I guess kind of like that. I think publicly defending racial slurs.
Not ideal for the
Yeah,
brand.
that's on
Yeah.
brand with saying stupid
Could
shit
you
on
imagine
Twitter.
like Reggie? Could you imagine Reggie with Nintendo saying, "Yeah, I think the N-word is, I think we should be publicly using it more." Like Nintendo would be buried. Like that'd be gone.
We're changing the N-word. Nintendo is the new N-word.
Yeah, Dom. My answer to how Sony could win the console war is bridging the gap between PS4 or the PlayStation exclusive titles and PC gamers by integrating with the Steam Deck. Sorry. But yeah, I think we're on the same page there. Just saying some dumb shit online, stating some stupid opinion. Bam. No one wants to have anything to do with it anymore.
Said, I believe the question was more about what would you change in a game overnight.
Yeah, okay.
Okay,
That's fair.
And if that
Changing
is
the title to the N-word. All dialogue in the game.
then again, that might fucking be the best marketing stunt of your life.
Holy shit.
Did you guys play the
Yeah,
game?
it's like that Yandere simulator game.
Oh,
Yeah.
Where it's
no.
just so fucking crazy and edgy that it just... Yeah.
Yeah, I imagine that if you have a game that is very not supposed to have microtransactions, and then you suddenly add microtransactions, that's a pretty good way to kill it. I remember
Unless
Poppy
it's an
ranting
MMO.
about Assassin's Creed quite a bit because of that reason.
Unless it's
Oh,
an
turning
MMO,
a
then
story-
it continues to live.
Turning a story-based narrative game into a battle royale.
Ugh. I mean,
Okay, so-
wait, that worked for Fortnite.
I was about to say that worked for Fortnite.
That wasn't
Like-
really a story-based narrative game, though.
Well,
No,
true.
I'm talking about okay.
Talking about Halo.
I have a weird thing with NFTs, right? Where I don't really care that much about what they do for the market. I think the idea of NFTs in games is really cool because it's already existed for the last 30 years. In the form of like Second Life, where you could buy a planet and you're the only person who owns that planet.
Yep.
Stuff like that. I think stuff like that is really cool. Like honestly.
I do too.
But
It's the only reason
Core
NFTs have a
gameplay?
bad. The only reason NFTs have a bad name is because of the NFT bros that use it for.
yeah, it's
scams.
like for the most part, I think
silly
NFTs and the
monkeys.
technology behind it
Bored
is
monkeys.
really fascinating.
Like I have a friend and a viewer called Methrand, who's an absolute whiz at this shit, and hearing him talk about like this kind of stuff is mind blowing.
Mhm.
And having like watched videos on what NFTs actually are and not what the NFT
What the bros
bros.
say. Yeah.
Yeah, like it's insanely impressive technology.
It is, and it's like it's unique and understood, and the worst part about it is unregulated. Like
Yeah.
that is honestly the hardest part to get on board with it. And I think that a lot of the bad rap comes from that unregulation and people not quite understanding. Everyone going in for a quick cash, like quick cash grab
Mm-hmm.
about
Yeah,
a
the old
bunch
rug
of like
pull.
about a bunch of scam coins and whatnot. And I hate that because at its core, NFTs are kind of cool in like
Yeah,
a
they
cool
are.
way. Like if I could start up a game and be the only person on the server with a gun called like Skorg Crumpter, like I'd fucking love to be the guy who owns Skorg Crumpter, but you know that's
I wanna
like
That
have
is
a
more
very
about-
much
That's
Ready
like-
Player One.
And the cool part is, right, the ownership
Yeah, I like
of
Ready
that.
Player One.
Like this is where the idea of NFTs come from, right? So like it's a digital property that you own, and its value increases with the value of like the idea of it. So like think about like Zezima back in RuneScape, right? If he sold his account, like just the name alone, Zezima would be worth money, right?
Yep.
Now think about that in a digital space. Like you could sell your legendary gun that's infamous because you owned it because you're really good at the game,
Mhm.
right? So like I'm really good at like let's say I'm really good at fucking Destiny online, right? Online multiplayer. And I have a gun, and everyone knows it's my gun because I have a really big YouTube channel, and it's called the Mouth Cum Drizzler. And then someone is like, "Yo, I'll pay you like $15,000 for the cum drizzler." I'll be like, "Yeah."
Yeah. and that's like a really cool aspect of it. Also with how NFTs are set up, you don't even technically need to spend money to consider something an NFT. You can earn in-game currency to buy guns that are worth, like you can have an entire game that you cannot spend money on it and still have NFTs within it based on an in-game currency system. I think that type of technology is really cool, and the materialist in me really enjoys that. Like if I could do that. However, developers taking advantage of it, hopefully what you said earlier, Poppy, will come true. And as indie game devs start showing how games are actually supposed to be made, AAA studios will start to be looked down upon, and they'll be
Yep.
scared to do shit like monetize an entire game.